Okay, hopefully. Let me see, guys. Oh, yay. Hey, we're live, guys. Hi. Hi, Right Side Up. Hi, Monday. Hi, Pertinent. Hi, Lita. Hi, guys. How's it going? Sorry if sound a little weird. My voice is being weird. Hi, artists. Hello. Yay. Just for shiz and giggles, let's see if I can post it. I don't think I'm going to be able to post the link, even though I played around with the, yep, YouTube rejected your comment. Okay, well, I tried. I did try. But yeah, I've sent all the links to other people if they want to hop on and join us. Just gonna wait a couple minutes and then read kind of what I wanted to talk about. Hi, how's it going, artist? Hi, goddess. Hello. Hopefully I fixed. Hi, Right Side Up. Hi, American Night Mom. Hopefully I fixed the issues with the Ethernet. Hi, Lori. Yeah, hi, Lori. Look, I can't see. It's good to see you. Yes. So, yeah. So tonight we're gonna be talking about some. Ooh, okay. I gotta. Oof. Sorry about that. It's good to see everybody. I did feed the cat, and hi, Rock Crusher. Hi, New Day. Hi. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. If you guys hear the cat, I apologize. I did feed him beforehand, and we'll see. But yeah, so okay. I'm doing okay. How are you guys doing? How's everybody doing? I know it's been kind of a little bit of a hiatus since I came to you last, but yeah, I guess I went down some rabbit holes and I'm pretty frustrated, I'm not gonna lie. So I figured I would tell people about it. So worry about all. Yeah, sorry about. I know I need to get to people's emails and stuff too. It's just been kind of chaotic a little bit. But yeah, overall, like all good, all good. I'm pretty blessed that like the weather here is just typical hell on earth and not like tornadoes or anything. So yeah. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. Yeah, no, we're good over here. Just trying to stay cool. It's crazy that half the year is gone already. Um, Time is speeding up. So, let's see. We're about 3 minutes in. Yeah. Basically, just gonna have up low light recovery and unified demand. We're gonna be talking some Delphi. Maybe Christina will come on. Hi, Matt. Hi. And you know, I will say that despite like not knowing people's intentions on this case, it's really, 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 really starting to look like that at least, I mean, and you guys all know this, but that at least the timeline was very deliberately constructed in a very specific manner. So it's kind of what we're working with. Yeah. But it's good to see all of you guys. I hope you guys had a good 4th of July if you celebrate. Yeah. I know not too much has been going on with Delphi other than Todd Click. Hi, Hiawatha. Hello. And, hopefully that gets resolved. Hi, Deb. Hi. And, I think, yeah, there's some stuff. There's some stuff. So, but yeah, Lowlight has the link, and so does Artist and New Day and Christina, and yeah, but I guess like I could get started and just kind of read what it was that I was thinking, because I kind of had to put it into words because it was a lot. And yeah, so I guess I'll just go ahead and do that, and then we'll get that out of the way. So it's good to see everybody. It is. It's good to see everyone. But so like when I went looking for the original Forensic Foundation, like trying to figure out if there were any reports or extractions available, I ended up going to the GitHub site that I did not want to go to, but I did. And I went to the trial exhibits and looked through everything, including the state and the defense. And all I could find was this the defense exhibit, the TTT, and I guess it's the best publicly available resource is this defense exhibit, the TTT. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And it's this well organized Excel, worksheet or workbook. And but it's really a compilation of or reconstruction of a bunch of information that's so it's not the original phone extraction. And right, like even if we had the original phone extraction, it would probably be gigabytes, big, very big, and you would still need to run it through different software programs to see like what it was saying specifically, right? But basically, like when I was looking through it, it's not an original source, so to speak. For lack of a better word, it's not an original source. So, and this is a huge issue for me, because there's a difference between looking at evidence and looking at someone else's report about evidence. So, hi, Jane. Hi. Yeah, it's good to see everybody. So, like, if you only have summaries or like exports or charts or interpretations, you're already one step removed from the source. And, as we go through it, you'll see why. I just assumed none of it was. It's not funny at all. I know it's crazy. I don't really believe anything that is evidence, right? So, but then I went back and I listened to the Defense Diaries live stream with the defense expert Stacey Eldridge, and even their digital forensic expert, even she had concerns about what she was not able to review and why certain extraction choices were made. Yep. And so and that's not a small issue in a case where the timeline depends heavily on digital data, right? But never surprise, always assume. There you go. That's how you hedge that bet. So, like I said, like in the March 2025 Defense Diaries live stream, Stacey Eldridge states that she never had access to the physical phone or even to notes explaining why, for instance, Bunner, who was the state's digital forensic expert, decided to make a logical extraction in February 2017 instead of the more complete physical extraction of the phone. And he would have been perfectly capable of doing that at the time. So keep in mind, Bunner is a very experienced digital analyst who understood the stakes of digital extraction, such as compromised or even destroyed recorded data. When you extract something, there's always a potential for it to destroy something, right? So, and then adding to the publicly unavailable extraction reports, because if you go through all the trial exhibits, there's no fully extant existing report, digital forensic report. So you go through that, but then you have people like Michael Osbrook saying in June 2026 that he did get to look at official reports derived directly from the Bunner extraction, right? Because he talks about the 2017 logical extraction and the 2024 physical extraction. And, you know, so Osbrook, you know, who really, I mean, he did do the motion to correct or whatever, but he really wasn't, you know, an attorney directly dealing with the appeals or the original trial. And you have him having access to more of this information, more of these detailed reports than the rest of us, right? So with, you know, presumably access to the more detailed reports, Osbrook is still admitting that there are anomalies between the Snapchat app and the 205 empty bridge photo and the 207 Abby on the bridge photo, right? So, but again, like, you know, the 3D scan, yeah, all of that stuff, like, kind of should be available. I understand why they withhold some things, but again, like, we already have other people that are getting access to privileged information that the rest of us aren't. Now he could say, like, yes, I did get to write, you know, some motion on the case, and that's why I have access to it. Well, okay, but you know, anyway. So again, anything currently available to the public concerning digital data, anything that we have access to is just compiled interpretations. Hi, Dina. Namaste. It's good to see you. So yay. It looks like Artist is here. I'm going to just quickly finish reading through this and then I'll get them up on screen too. So, oh, what was it? It was like, yeah, all we have access to is in compiled interpretations. And then those interpretations have just been entered into an Excel workbook spreadsheet. So without, you know, critical digital evidence, we are no longer capable of determining the movement of individuals, specifically the victims in this case, right? And without understanding the whereabouts of the victims, we really have nothing coherent keeping the timeline together. So I think it's a pretty good argument to say that, like, I don't think we have access to any solid evidence showing the whereabouts of anyone, because you have to start off with the movements of the victims, right? It's just a bunch of trust me, bra. Yeah, yep. So, and then, like, in my opinion, Delphi is an illusion, right? It's a sham. It is a carefully constructed storyline, and we've been captured by its predetermined, you know, like, caged confines for going on a decade now, right? It's an inversion meant to keep us arguing over the story we were given about the evidence, you know, the evidence. instead of actually pursuing unsullied evidence in its most original, authentic form. And this puts everyone who truly cares about the case at an extreme disadvantage. So, and then the thing that really gets me, besides, like, I was pretty upset to see that there were no original reports by the state for the digital data. And then to make matters worse, like, regardless of what we want to say about the ecosystem that is Delphi and the online community and whatnot, there was a lot of distraction that happened. And the greatest travesty, in my opinion, has been what wasn't accomplished. And what wasn't accomplished was a grassroots movement of outrage. So, the botched investigation into the murders of kids was bad enough, but what was done to an ordinary citizen of this country was the closest thing to the slippery slope of evil I have ever actively witnessed within my own lifetime, and that I hope never have to witness again. But it's baffling, what was done to Rick Allen, and it's probably the most severe modern day example of injustice that I ever hope to see. Well, I don't even hope to see it, that I ever, that I'll probably ever see in my lifetime, considering that we live in the United States, right? Right. So it's baffling how contained the reaction to this modern day injustice has really been, how unresponsive mainstream media has really been, and how selectively the case has been covered, right? That, like, why are there only certain voices like the Barb McDonalds and the Susan Hendricks? Why? I don't know, but, like, more people should have been able to come into it, right? So, and when the mainstream media failed to cover it, many smaller voices took up the mantle, right? Some later to be revealed as irresponsible agenda setters, clout-chasing leakers, narrative defenders, and even those actively interfering in the legal process by colluding with prosecutors, defense attorneys, and private investigators. And that energy should have become a grassroots due process movement, working to find independent attorneys with access to useful, non-aligned, agenda-free resources. But the ecosystem was already compromised even before Rick Allen's arrest. So the fact that the state went as hard as they did with as little as they had, with pure spin, sleight of hand tactics, truly begs the question of deliberation. Was framing an ordinary man the easiest route? In my opinion, they sure had to rig the game to get the upper hand. And they already had the online sleuthing community primed to go down any lone wolf rabbit hole. And many sleuthers became trapped in their own self-affirming echo chambers and perhaps did worse, right? So, but yeah, it's my opinion that the state chose an ordinary guy because he had the fewest resources and the fewest connections to power. They were better able to hide an ordinary man from proper legal avenues. They were better able to subject him to inhumane treatment and confinement, which then made circumstances more favorable for false confessions. And then being denied a proper defense and legally railroaded by a transgressing judge into being the lone wolf perpetrator was easier with an ordinary man. So whether someone believes Rick Allen is innocent or not, no one should be convicted through a process this compromised, opaque, and unstable. And we can't keep pretending this case was built on a solid foundation when so much of what we have is reconstructed, incomplete, inaccessible, or filtered through the state's narrative. So I hate to break it to all of us, because many of you already knew this. It just took some of the slower people in the room to get around to being like, wow, this whole thing was rigged. And I think that needs to be the message moving forward, that there's nothing reliable. There's absolutely nothing reliable about this case. We don't know the movement of the victims, right? I think we just need to all be out in the open about that. So, with that said, thank you for letting me make my little PSA. And now I'm going to invite up Artist and New Day. So, hi, guys. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Hi, how are you?
Good. You guys let us know if you hear any echo.
Hey, Adrian.
Hi, Artist. How's it going?
Woo, it's been a day.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on so last minute. I'm sure. Yeah.
So, yeah, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. I just hope that it's not echoing or anything. I've fiddled with my settings, and I'm pretty sure, like, before I didn't have it on a noise canceling thing, and that's why it was, echoing. But hopefully nobody's saying that there's any echo in chat right now, so.
I think that sounds good.
Well, we came in on 2 different accounts, so hopefully that'll take care of that problem too. So.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So, yeah, you guys know that I've been kind of like really angry about where the digital trail has led me. So, yeah, what are you guys' takes on it?
Well, it's very curious. I think the thing that stood out the most to me when I read your conversation with chat was that even like, I think that's what you were just talking about a few minutes ago, like Stacey Eldridge, her findings were based off of Bunner's extraction, not, and I don't know. And did anybody get an original anything? Did they get it's like kind of like you said, it seems like every bit of evidence that they've tried to produce and that they used to convict Richard Allen with is not authentic.
Yeah, that's very well said. Very well said. Sorry, my cat's being loud.
I was just getting ready to say, are you talking to the cat?
Yes. He came in and was like screaming his head off. So hopefully he'll stay quiet for a little bit. But yeah. And I know you guys have done a lot of really good work. Please, if you guys aren't subscribed to the Unified Demand, please go do that. Also to It's a New Day and to Artists formerly known as. You guys are great. You've actually kept my faith alive in the case when I was just about ready to be like, oh, I'm done with this. But I think you've really helped me to see the case clearer than I've ever seen it before. And I truly do believe that, like, a lot of what we've been looking at has been an illusion. So
yeah, I agree. And ditto, because I don't think you truly understand that you as well have given me a lot of hope. And even in times past, before our relationship was on the level that it is now, there's been moments throughout this case where, at least for me, and it seems as if for others, you get to a point where you're tired of beating your head against the wall, and again, this is for me, and there's been moments where I'm like, forget it, just do something else with your time.
Yeah.
And it makes me sick what they've done, and knowing that they can do it to anybody.
Yeah.
That's me sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't just stand by and watch that happen. And I would hope to God that if something like that ever did happen to me, that there would be people that would stand up
Yeah.
and speak out.
Mm-hmm.
And, if they got to put their lives on the line, they put their lives on the line. That's true love, for humanity, for our neighbor. And, that's where I want to be. So,
Yeah. Amen. Well said. Very well said. Yeah.
what you think, an artist? What do you think about the discussion she had with chat, and with um, where she is right now with?
What she's been going over with Chat GPT?
Yeah, and especially the most recent discoveries.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised by some of the things that Adrian's found out. I'm not surprised by it. Oh, gee, it's so hard to put it into words.
Well, I think part of a big portion of it is the fact that it's teaching us what questions we need to ask that we haven't been asking. And that's like mind blowing. Because
Yeah.
when you don't know, you don't know.
Right. Yeah. And then it's been a decade. I just can't believe it's been a decade,
Yeah.
And that, I mean, like, they really did almost get, they'll probably still get away with it, but like, that they've gotten away with it for this long, and they really thought they could get away with it by just simply saying, oh, here's the story, the end. And that we all just kind of like, we're like, okay, let's work within this and see what we can figure out. And it turns out like they set up the board and we needed to be playing a completely different game,
I hope everybody can hear me okay.
Yeah. Yep. I can
guys?
hear you okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Because of the way that they've done this so in our face, it makes me wonder. Oh, okay, good, because I've got a bit of a delay, and you guys were kind of cutting in and out.
Oh, okay.
What I was saying is, it is sickening and disheartening. Oh, you're spinning. Oh, there you are. You're back. Let's see. I forget where I was because Adrian was spinning in oblivion there for a second.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. It must be on your end, because I'm not seeing any of what you're talking about. Go ahead, artist.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it disgusts me and it sickens me. How blatant it has all been and in our face. Like they felt like they could do this because it's been done before. Makes me wonder what other cases that they've pulled the wool over people's eyes with, like hardcore. I think though in this case they really over a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And they really overdid it. Like I once said, the media, the social media monster you created will devour you.
Wow.
That's very well said. Yeah. And I knew from the, well, I will say this. I will say, I mean, you guys knew a lot too. I think you were here a little bit before I, and then Alex Voorhees knew quite a bit too. And, well, see, and like Deb's saying, it's unbelievable that anyone believes their narrative. It's mind blowing that people can't see through the BS. And it's like, true, but because we didn't have access to like a bigger, like, how some people get to go on Rogan and talk about like Joe Rogan's podcast, and they get to talk about like the Innocence Project and get more eyeballs on a thing, or like Netflix will take up somebody's story and make like a whole series out of it. And not that it needed to kind of go in that manner, because then sometimes like it can be kind of gross that way, but there needed to be more of an outrage about what was happening, and they managed to contain it pretty well. And that's what's scary, because I think that there had to be a lot of people positioned in very specific places in order to keep us looking not looking in certain places, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm reading the comments here.
No worries.
I love reading these comments because they say everything that I feel about it all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to try to put it on screen too.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Okay. They could have tried or accused anybody. Never have I seen a case with so many suspects just completely ripe for the picking, and they go with they go with the guy who has absolutely no nexus to this case, no nexus anybody's ever found, other than just bullshit people make up.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not, you listen to some of these, I'm not saying that he couldn't have, I'm not saying he's an angel. I mean, he could have done something bad, or, who knows? But as far as this goes, there's like nothing tying him to this.
Right.
That I can find, absolutely. Period. Or anybody else.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then they create a bunch of crap and change their story to try to pin it on this guy.
Right.
It's crazy.
Right. Yep. Had to be retrofitted to fit what it was that they didn't want us looking at, which is weird, because it's like, see, that's another thing. Like, you can only get so far in Delphi before you run into these roadblocks that probably are being blocked by some sort of federal investigation, or some sort of federal roadblock that is, I hate to make everything about the feds, but it's like, maybe it could be state police, but I think it's probably higher up because, it's like you can only go so far before you hit a roadblock with like the child exploitation angle or the flora angle or, even, well, those are the two that come to mind right now. But those things, like, nobody is allowed to touch those,
Well, you know what? All these things we talk about, I think it's all of those things and more. And what Christina said, oh, you're back. I don't know what keeps happening, but anyway, what she said the other night, that's kind of what, like, that resonates with me, because that's kind of what I've been, alluding to, with the bigger head of the bigger dog, possibly more than one big dog.
Mm-hmm.
Some common threads, though, common themes everywhere you look. There's certain groups speak that are everywhere in this, including, in the family.
Yep.
The CSAM stuff, the beginning, right, New Day?
Yeah. It's disheartening, very disheartening what has happened here. But I'm really curious to know if, like, the full extraction report, like the original raw database reports, things like that, were those things in their entirety included in Discovery?
Not in available to the public Discovery.
Right, but to the defense.
Yeah, that's a good point. That would be worth knowing for sure.
I mean, because we don't even know, like, I think what the actual evidence is in some of
Right.
this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
And I watched another creator a week or so ago, and they brought up a really good point that I never actually thought about. It's like everything in this case is based off of a freaking screenshot.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, 100%. Which is just crazy. It's just crazy to me. And so, oh no, this thing turned on.
Even don't need to be, even things that don't need to be a screenshot, like video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there is no reason that there should be screenshots of the Hoosier Harvest Store,
right,
video footage.
Right.
This is the crap that just absolutely drives me insane right here.
Yeah.
And a judge that wasn't gullish, as we'll say, would have allowed argument with regard to those things, and would have demanded that evidence be brought forth, and that people held up to the time, to the deadlines for discovery and everything else.
Yeah.
So I've got a question, Adrian. Have you posted this discussion that you had, or portions
No,
of
I
it, or
can though.
do you think we could even like pull it up and just like
Yeah, we
go
could pull it
through
up for
the
sure.
the
Yeah.
the points that you found the most
Hmm.
interesting, compelling, and kind of help everybody here wrap their
Definitely.
mind around some of the questions that we didn't know we needed to ask.
Yeah. While we're waiting for low light, for sure we can do that. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Is let me. So this is what well, I kind of have a bad way of like explaining to ChatGPT stuff when I get irritated. Hopefully people can see this. I don't know how to make it bigger.
No, I can
Is there
see
a
it.
way
They
to
can
make
blow it up on their device if they want to.
Okay. Okay.
I
Yeah,
can
because
see it
like
just fine though, and I have bad eyes, so
okay. Okay. Is it? Yeah, yeah, I guess you could kind of see it. So basically I just went through um did you see what American Night Mom says? She goes, they pretend to be hillbillies so they can't be held accountable, doofus weirdos. I agree.
oh man.
That's awesome. Yeah. And to echo Andy Baldwin, where are all the journalists, right? Yeah. And yeah. But yeah, so I did text Low Light. I was like, hey, we're live. So hopefully he'll come in, but we can look at this until then.
Okay,
So
awesome.
basically, yeah, I'll just read through it. It was like, you know how you can ask questions or prompt it. So I went digging. I found the defense exhibit, the TTT, that was basically just an Excel worksheet, but it had put in all the like the reports. I'm guessing somebody had compiled all the different reports at different times that came off the phone extractions. And so they just put it all in this database, but it's like, okay, but it's still removed from the original source. So um, I put in the thing and then I was like, this was a mega pain in the ass to obtain. So I really hope it flipping works. I'm starting to get mega sussed out that there aren't any clear cut goddamn reports. Again, I apologize for the way I articulate things. And so ChatGPT got all excited because it was like, oh, yay, this is not just another summary document. This looks like someone's attempt to build a master timeline by pulling together artifacts from multiple databases. So it's including like a timeline, user accounts, GPS locations, something about Cecil's 2019 distilled timeline, pings, Apple Health, battery, knowledge C related tables, whatever. So, and then ChatGPT is like, this is exactly the kind of document I'd hope existed. Here's what immediately caught my eye. The workbook is not Bunner's report, it's a reconstruction. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, let me go looking for Bunner's actual report. Well, there's a cover page to Bunner's actual report in the defense exhibits, but that's it. So anyway, then I was
The
like,
reconstruction, huh?
right, the
It,
reconstruction. This is just the reconstruction.
isn't that the same thing uh, that Gray Hughes did when he?
Yeah.
It just seems like everything is kind of like that. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. No, I agree. I am like right there with you. And I'm like, okay, well, this is really flipping irritating. So then ChatGPT is like, oh, look at all this great stuff that we can compare. We can go through and see like, all this stuff. And I was like, it's saying here, ChatGPT was like, I think this workbook may actually be more valuable than Bunner's report for answering your current questions, because, and I'm like, okay, that's fair, but ChatGPT never factors in that like, oh, they're, human beings can, be motivated and they can also be bad at entering shit in too. And like, why do we get to trust this over the original stuff? Why wasn't Stacey Eldridge allowed to look at the original stuff? So then it's like telling me, oh, we should isolate February 13th from 2 p.m. to 2:20 p.m. And I'm like, no, we're not doing that. So, and then I was like, what do I need to do? And it was like, we're walking me through all the things that I needed to do. I was getting more frustrated. So then I was like, this is still pissing me off though, because this is not from the phone. This is just a reconstruction of what all those different software programs found, right? This is not the actual metadata. Like, where is the actual metadata? Where's the actual phone metadata? The initial raw information. That is what I want. This doesn't matter to me. And then ChatGPT is like, well, I actually agree with your frustration here. And I think you've hit on an important distinction that often gets blurred in discussions in digital forensics, and that there are essentially 4 layers of evidence. The phone itself, the original evidence, which is what Stacey Eldridge should have had access to, in my opinion. Okay. The extraction, the bit for bit or logical copy made from the phone, the raw artifacts extracted from the copy, which would be like the knowledge C stuff, and it gets into more convoluted stuff. And then interpretations and reconstructions, which is what we're left with. So we're left with the final stage, the final layer of what we're able to look at here, which again, I understand that like a raw extraction from the phone would be gigabytes huge, right? Because it would. And then we wouldn't necessarily know what we were looking at unless we ran it through a program. But I would think that the defense's expert should get to have access to that, right? And if you go through the defense diaries live stream, they don't. She doesn't. She didn't have access to it. She didn't even have access to Bunner's reports to talk about why he decided to do the things that he decided to do. Right.
Yeah, that's
so
just completely wrong.
yeah,
You would think
right.
in this day and age, with the technology that we have, that at the very least, when someone like Bunner steps in with the actual device and does these extractions, that it should be recorded so that
Right.
any other expert that looks at it can see every single step and keystroke, everything that was done in real time as it was being done. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Right. Exactly. Now, in fairness to him, it could have been that they didn't realize that they needed to do that. Maybe they just thought it was this open and cut thing. But, that's why, if you're gonna put a man on trial and have him go away for life, then you have to be able to show that it's for a good reason. And a defense expert like Stacey Eldridge would be able to say, hey, this is not good enough.
Yep.
And so whoever was in charge of taking care of that aspect of the case, who I think was Jennifer Auger, I think really missed the, the whole point. Because there were so many questions. Like, I need to go through Eldridge's testimony through the trial and see what she says. But there were so many questions that didn't come into play, that Stacey didn't even get to say at trial. And that's the whole reason that she's saying it on defense diaries, is because she's getting to say what she didn't get to say at trial.
Well, I think one of the things she said was there were questions that she was hoping the defense would ask.
And that's
and I don't want to say a witness or an expert is leading the attorney, like sometimes the attorneys get accused of leading the witness.
Right.
But in this case, it seemed almost like she was dropping clues, right. And I'm real concerned about the defense team. Real concerned about.
Me too. Me too.
Now,
absolutely.
I understand from the beginning they were given tons and tons of discovery, and I know we all know that it was handed over in not a timely manner at all. It came in
Right.
clumps. It wasn't
Mm-hmm.
organized. It wasn't filed properly, and that was all done on purpose.
Right.
But there comes a point when there's enough people that are knocking at your door, and it's kind of like this thing you've just discovered with Chat GPT. If you're not asking the right questions, you're not ever going to get to the bottom of it.
Right. Exactly.
And when you've got people that have the pieces you're missing and they're trying to hand them to you, because they were begging us for over 6 years to help them, help them, help them.
Yeah.
And it seems like that was so they could help create their narrative, almost like an algorithm, decide what the public knows and doesn't know, and
Sure.
and then feed us some bait.
Yeah. No, that's very well said. I think that's very well said. Yeah.
And I don't understand why they don't want the information to this day.
Well, yeah. I again, I don't know the motivation, but like I can tell by their actions that they botched the murder investigations of 2 kids, and that they, in my opinion, near deliberately, purposefully railroaded a dude that had nothing to do with anything, because maybe there were just too many people that were, well, no, I'm going too far down that rabbit hole, but you know what I'm trying to say.
I do.
Yeah.
Well, my other thing is too, in there are at least 10 other individuals that there seems to be far more suspicion and possible evidence to point to them. And many of those people aren't even connected to the Franks memorandum. Let's put it that way.
Right. Yeah.
Why did they continue down that path when they knew they were going to be blocked? Why didn't at some point they change direction? I just don't understand why they didn't fight for Rick. They didn't fight for Rick. I'm just going to say
That's
it. They
well
didn't
said.
fight for Rick.
No, they didn't.
And it's
And
kind of
maybe
like
they got
Carter. They made us believe they were going to do these things.
Can I say,
You can say anything you want. Go ahead.
Yeah.
can I say a couple things about Stacey Eldridge?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Please
Sorry,
do. Please
I must be on some crazy delay, but anyway, she's an extremely qualified expert. Extremely qualified, far more qualified than anything that the ISP could offer up. She was underutilized in this case. So, you know, I know this, when you hire experts for a case, you send them basically, you give them an idea, you give them like the skinny of the case, you know, the basics of the case, and you give them a lot surrounding whatever it is that they're going to be giving their opinion on. And I don't know for sure. I'm going to speak this from a civil case point. When you hire an expert in a civil case, you hire them, you give them those parameters, they come back and they tell you what they have found, whatever it is that you're asking. And at that point, if you want to use that, then they write the report. Now, it's costly. Experts are extremely expensive. I can't imagine how expensive they are in a criminal case, especially one of this caliber,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And if at that point you have to present expert, I'd have to look into that. But basically my point is she was an underutilized expert. Get somebody extremely qualified. And yes, I did hear her say that there were many things that she wanted. And I don't really know what the reason for that is. Because I can only speculate what those reasons would be.
Mm-hmm.
Either I just don't understand how so much was missed, because there was so much more that she could have
Yeah.
judge
Right.
that I didn't even have words for her. The words I have for her are not kind.
Mm-hmm.
She's a disgrace.
Oh, Ajay.
In my opinion, the way she conducted that court in those proceedings in her courtroom, she did not do her job. Yeah. Even though she is the champion of cameras in the courtroom and all this, totally disregarded that completely in this case, along with a lot of statutes and trial rule procedure, rules of trial procedure and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But I just feel like, there were a lot of things that Stacey could have been asked that just weren't asked. And I don't know why. That bothers me a lot.
Yeah. And it should bother people. Does anyone know if RA can get change of venue, especially since he's being housed in Oklahoma now? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's unfortunate that so many of the, law tube voices have actually been pretty unhelpful on Delphi, in my opinion. Just saying. So, yeah, American Night Mom, we shouldn't know more about the case than the people in charge, but I mean, we don't fully know what's going on, but if you're talking about the lawyers, exactly. Like the defense attorneys, yeah. And that goes for their investigators too. Right? Because they were pretty captured by people that shouldn't have been on the case at all, but that's just my opinion. So anyway, like going back to this, did the defense ever receive the raw extraction and databases, or only reports derived from them? That's a good question, and that's what New Day brought up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yep. Because Stacey Eldridge's interview suggests she worked from extracted data, but it's worth pinning down exactly what she had, since there were multiple extractions, and then there were multiple software programs that ran that data through them, which then made the reports, which are then interpretive. Those are still interpretive, but anyway, so yeah.
So like an example of that interpretation would be like the phone was wet versus something was plugged into the headphone jack. Okay.
Right. Yep. Hopefully artists can come back in. So ChatGPT was like, yeah, I think your instinct is right. There's a difference between metadata and someone's reconstruction of the metadata. The challenge is now determining whether those raw artifacts are publicly available anywhere or whether they're only available to the parties and experts during litigation. And it was telling me that, like, yeah, in some instances, they're not going to have, like, you know, for instance, they're not going to have like the raw metadata available to the public, right? Because that is like literally gigabytes worth of stuff. So I was like, okay, that's fine. But and then, going back to the layer discussion, I was like, I want as close to the original copy or, the original extraction as possible. And like you said, like if there was a way that maybe they should do this from now on, where like, say that, oh, hi, Duncan. Say that there is somebody that is like having to extract the phone information. It should be kind of like recorded and watched over as they extract that information, and in almost like in real time, Oh,
Yeah.
good. Artist is back. Hi, Artist.
Artist, what's up?
Hello.
Hey, I plugged my headphones in, and I'm hoping that'll help with this crazy delay I'm getting.
Okay, cool. Anything, try anything. That's what I do from now on. I'm like, I'm willing to try anything.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I don't know what I just missed because I had to back out for a sec, but
no, you're okay. It was mostly just me getting mad, but it was also reiterating what New Day said, where did the defense ever receive the raw extraction? Like, what did they have? What did they look at? What were they giving? What did the defense have that then they could give to Stacey Eldridge to look at? And hopefully Christina will be in, guys. I sent her the link, and she was going to try to make it. I know Low Light has the link. He was originally invited to come on, so we'll just see if that ends up happening or not. But basically, did I say anything? I just said that I was like very upset. I was like, oh, everything is pissing me off. So what is the actual evidence is basically what I was asking. Hi, Pertinent. Hello. And almost everything that's publicly available is someone's interpretation of the extraction, not the extraction itself. So,
the narratives continue.
Yeah, they do. And then, of course, like, since I'm always like, explain this to me like I'm 12, it was like, okay.
See, and that's very problematic.
That, like, oh, yeah, go ahead, Artist.
Oh, I was just saying that's extremely problematic. That if that's in fact true, what Chad, I kind of feel like that's not far off the mark. If it's just everyone's interpretation, like I want to know this is phone A, this is supposedly this person's phone. I want to know, B, this is this person. I want to know who Geofence victim is. Who the hell is Geofence victim? I want
what is it?
To know.
Yeah.
I want to just see the raw data. Pull out there his stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I agree. That's what I would like too, ultimately. So, okay. Let's see. Pertinent says Indiana Supreme Court oral arguments, Indiana versus Rick Allen. The 21st. Oh wow. That's what is that? That's like the autumn equinox. 10 weeks, 4 days, 13 hours, 56 minutes. Wow. Perna, you're awesome.
I've already taken that day off.
Nice. Very good. Very good. What do you know?
Because I want to be able to keep tabs on what's going on and not be distracted by my work.
Yeah.
Artist.
Right.
Do you artist, do you only have StreamYard open, or do you also have
it's important
YouTube
to me.
open on your device?
No, I do not.
Oh, okay.
You just have StreamYard open?
Yeah, that's it. That's all I've got open.
Because we've got like a 10-second delay between when I finish talking and you answer a question. Just an FYI.
I tell you what. Why don't I call back on my phone? Let's try that. I'm gonna deck out. I'll be back in. I'm gonna call.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
she cut out before she even finished talking. So yeah, there's a big delay there.
Yeah. No worries. I understand. StreamYard's dumb. It's just dumb sometimes. But yeah, like if we were to actually come across the actual extraction from Libby's phone, it would look like the Libby's iPhone.ufdr.ufd.zip or extraction 2017.ufd gray key underscore ffs.tar. And I don't know how many attorneys will be representing RA. But I don't, despite like all negative feelings aside about Baldwin, Rosie, or RJ, like Rick Allen needs to be represented by people who are independent from, any other aspect of this case, and that they're a big enough firm willing to do it pro bono for the right reasons almost. That's just what I want in my perfect world, but I don't know who's going to be representing him. I just hope it's not the same people. I mean, how do you feel about that, New Day?
Yeah, I would hope that Kathy and Rick have a defense team should he win his appeal and there is a retrial. I would hope that he has a defense team that not only shows that they care and that they believe that Rick is innocent, but that they will take action in the courtroom.
Yeah. Here's a good question. How do we know for sure it's Libby's phone? I don't know that it's Libby's phone.
We don't.
Yeah.
I've been rewatching a lot of Anthony Greeno and Kat's stuff from the beginning.
Oh wow. Good on you.
one thing that they say all the time, and unless they were involved, that's probably the only true thing that's ever come out of Anthony Greeno's mouth. We don't know. We don't know. We just don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Who will argue his appeal? I think it will be Mark Lehman.
Yes. Yeah, it's Lehman and can't remember the woman's name. It's a
Stacy
two-attorney
Uliana.
judge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lehman and Uliana.
I knew it was Stacy,
Um,
but I always think Eldridge when I.
yeah, I know. Uliana was on that. I forget what that guy's last name was, but he was an ISP, former ISP police officer who got accused of killing his wife and 2 kids.
I remember that.
Yeah. And she was the one that got him his freedom.
Yeah, that was a devastating case.
And it was so obvious it wasn't him, too. That was another example of like the Indiana State Police just dropping the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, you want to see the phone under the bridge? Yeah. And Lehman, oh, hi, Hard Candy. Yay. Lehman actually did argue to get Baldwin and Rosie, back on, being Rick Allen's original trial attorneys, I think in January of 2024. So, yeah. Set up a meet. That would be cool.
He did a nice job before the Indiana Supreme Court.
Yeah, he did. So yeah, I don't think the public has any access to any original forensic extractions or evidence. The workbook is a reconstruction. It's not, it's not an original extraction. Let's see. Central question is whether the initial forensic acquisition preserved all of the data that was recoverable at the time and whether later analyses were necessarily limited by what was or wasn't captured in that original acquisition. Because like Stacey Eldridge was saying, was like every time you go to take something off the phone or dig into the phone, something gets destroyed or lost. So
you lose data. Yeah.
Yep. And then I was trying to figure out actually more about I wanted to look into the dual SIM adapter stuff. And somehow I just got down this rabbit hole of like, okay, well, here's the closest original, thing to an original report that we have. And then it became like, oh shit, we only have a reconstruction. We don't have actual, anything that is meaningful, in my opinion. I guess this could be meaningful, but like, as much as I love like Amy G or Daisy Asks, it's like, well, we're just going off of the workbook summary, compilation of what the state gave the defense. So why would we trust?
They couldn't even write those reports so that everything jived. They got to make it up and they couldn't even make it match up and fit.
Right. There you go. Absolutely. I mean, they did that with like the witness testimony about who they did or did not allow to, like basically, they would go back and retrofitted people's statements so that it became like, Sarah Carbaugh's the classic muddy to then muddy and bloody and stuff like that. But they also like made sure that certain people didn't testify at trial because I think they messed up their own, how they wanted it to go down, the storyline to go down. Hey, artist.
Well, when you get found out along the way and you have to change the script, rewrite it in certain areas.
Right. But, Mullen, he was so proud of himself, accidentally deleting all of those early interviews and whatnot.
Well, and they did it on 2 separate occasions.
Yeah.
Like we lost stuff initially up until like the 20th of February.
Yeah.
And then again.
Yeah, it was like April 28th through June 30th.
You would think
So
if you knew you had a problem within the first few days that you would
yeah,
then be double checking everything.
right, right. Do you want to try saying something, artist?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
Thank God. Oh my goodness gracious.
You're a little loud,
Oh,
but yeah,
I'm,
but you're
well,
coming through real good.
okay, well, I'll
Yeah.
just talk quieter in my soft voice.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know what happened with low light, guys. I'm sorry. Because we're what, an hour 15 minutes in. I'm not sure where he is.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, we always enjoy talking with you, so we have good discussions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And then Duncan Felonius says, I wouldn't trust that old crooked dinosaur to program a VCR. Ridiculous. Yeah, that dinosaur.
Yeah, which dinosaur is this? Because I missed that part.
Mullen.
Oh my God! Yeah, don't even get me. Oh God, he's the definite.
Yeah.
He is the definition of cringe. I think that's what he said the other night.
You look him up in the dictionary and there's just a face of Mullen.
Oh God, he reminds me of what was the character on The Simpsons New Day? Mr. Burns.
Oh yeah,
Kind of Mr. Burnsy. Yeah.
I always thought he looked like Kermit the Frog, but anyway.
Well, that too. But it could be Kermit the Frog, really. But
yeah, you don't have a delay. Artist, you don't have a delay now at all, but your sound's a little popping and a little sounds like there's something clicking when you're talking.
Let me see if there's anything I can do about it.
It's almost
it
like
says
you gotta
edit mic. Do you want me to try the echo cancellation, reduce mic background noise, and automatically adjust mic volume for her?
Girl, do your thing. I don't know.
Try saying something, artist.
Yeah.
Okay, that.
Hello.
There you go.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, there's crackling.
Hi, everybody.
In the audio. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Okay,
hello.
Oh, that's better.
Yay!
Is that better?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yay! All I had to do was go into your settings and the edit mic settings for artists and do the echo cancellation and automatically adjust mic volume.
Yay!
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
Someday I will make StreamYard my bitch, I swear. It's like, it drives me crazy.
Wow.
Amen. Yeah, StreamYard is a little bit of a... So there, that's right. Hi, Mother Dragons. Yeah. So basically, yeah, I really thought Low Light would come on and talk about what he wanted to talk about, which I think was going to be mostly kind of the more coordinated aspect of the case, but I guess they can finish going through this. I guess it's well, we basically covered everything. Yeah, there's not much we can do without actual evidence. So it's super frustrating,
Yeah.
I want to know what the explanation is. I mean, if a physical extraction wasn't done back in 2017 by ISP.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's because they didn't have that type of training to be able to do that extraction or the program to do that extraction, I think that they had the program. I don't know. I mean, I could see them holding off until that became available to them, or training, or hell, why not just send it off to, to Quantico to have that done? You know what I mean? That's what they're there for.
Right.
Especially in a case like this. I mean, if you're claiming that there's a video with showing two girls, possibly getting abducted by a creepy bridge guy, although that video, or whatever video we've been shown, whatever that is.
Yeah. Right.
If that's in fact, I can't even really say it with a straight face. If that's actually real, then it absolutely proves nothing, by the way.
Exactly.
It proves nothing.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you send that off immediately to Quantico to have that evaluated? But I kind of heard that they did.
That's what I thought too.
So,
well,
you know what I'm.
They told us that they dismissed the FBI in, what was it, August of 2021?
Yep.
But today, while looking at some things, it made me really curious, because I found, not too long before Rick was arrested, the FBI, wanted the description of who they were looking for. Some of those things changed. Like
what?
Well, like, I can't remember exactly. There were like two things. I think it was the weight and maybe the height.
Okay.
And if anybody in the chat remembers, but I know there were some things that were changed on that. And supposedly Liggett was responsible for that. But the FBI still had their stuff out. And I came across an article today. I'm looking to see if I took any screenshots of any portion of it. I was looking to see who was initially in charge when the search was going on the 14th, when it was an actual organized search. Because it's really hard to know who actually was in charge. Was it the fire department? Was it? And everything I could find said that it was the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, with the assistance of ISP.
Yeah.
Okay. But then it talks about later on in 2023, I found an article, and it talked about the FBI still investigating this case.
In 2023?
Yeah. So
that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. It is interesting.
Well, I think what Christina said the other night about there being a parallel investigation makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Well, that's kind of where I was going with that. Yeah. Because that blew my mind when she said that. I'm like, wow, why did I never think about that? And one other thing I wanted to bring up real quickly, because you were talking about the dual SIM adapter a while ago, and we did a show on that. We talked about it a lot. We think it actually could be a possibility. It is a way that this could have been done. But at the same time, it wasn't even really needed if our timeline's off and we have no last proof of life. That phone could have been out there in anybody's hands.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Well, and then do you guys want to talk about the dual investigation or whatever, that just for the if people missed it? Because that was a really good point.
The parallel investigation.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, if Christina get her butt in here,
I know.
It's her theory, and I think it was fascinating. I don't want to say anything that takes any credit from her.
Right.
Now, New Day and I have talked in the past about, I've never believed that the FBI was completely gone from the case.
Yeah.
Were they kicked out of this immediate thing? Yes. Were they still circling around it? I believe that they always have been, and I think it has to do with the CSAM stuff and possibly other brotherhoods and, you know, because those things, you can't tell me all those things don't have something to do with the other.
Yeah, right.
Which is, again, why we won't forget about the bridges, okay?
Right.
And I'm not talking about the high bridge. I'm talking about people named Bridge.
Yeah. Last name Bridge.
But that's, you know, we've said for a while that there's, you know, possibly the head of a bigger dog. And possibly more than one dog.
Yeah.
But what she said about there being parallel and that taking precedence over this, if that's the case, then whatever that is exactly massively huge. Like you've been saying, Adrian, for a long time. Alex said that. A lot of people have been saying that. We've been saying that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, and speaking of parallel investigations, when we talk about tentacles in this case, there absolutely could be more than one parallel investigation. I found actually some of the things that have come out in some other lives recently.
Okay.
I've realized that we had some undercover law enforcement, whether it be state or federal, investigating white supremacy groups parallel to this Delphi investigation. And I also believe that has to do with Flora too.
Yeah.
And so
1,000%.
Yeah, so those things were revealed through some of the depositions prior to trial. And so that made me think she's right on. Christina's right on with that theory.
I think she's been right on about a lot of stuff, which, like, you know, like sometimes I'm like, oh, careful to make sure that she doesn't get hate, but you know, they were going to give her hate no matter what. But I think the PR campaign thing is actually very real. I do. I mean, I don't know how deep it goes. I don't know how many people are involved, but like the great work that you guys did concerning like Osberg's brother with what was the name of it? Like global something global.
Well, you've got a lot of, you've got a lot of people who have family members who have political ties, and not just little ones.
Right.
High up ones.
Yeah, national security level.
Yes, national security level. You've got, the Fouts related to Modestet. Modestet was an AG. In Indiana. Right, you've got all of that. You've got Osberg's brother, who's very, very embedded in Washington, D.C.
Do you remember the name of the company or?
I think I have it. Let me.
I was going to say I can try to find it.
Yeah, because that was all your research, artists. Yeah, that was phenomenal that you found.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I'm a digger.
Yeah, you are.
I'm a digger.
Okay, here, let me see if I can share some of these. Oops.
I think there are many facets to this case, and I think that that's really what the tentacles are. You've got people who have been placed and interfering to protect, like this one group protects this group, and they come in when those things start to be talked about, or they're afraid they're going and they're all retrofitted. You know, we talk a lot about the retrofitting.
Right.
It's like, oh shit, they're getting close to figuring this out. So now we gotta
carve another notch.
Notch and introduce another group that comes in and takes care of that. You've got people taking care of this tentacle. You've got people taking care. I think the tentacles are more what they lead. They're more paths to me than tentacles, but pathways that lead to different things.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, I don't know who the hell they think they're fooling. It's a well-known fact that there have been pretty high up politicians busted for this very thing. Correct?
Right. Yeah.
It's not like it's some secret that never happens. I mean, it's happened several times. So I'm starting to think, like, who do you think you're fooling? I mean, the more you dig in, the more it appears to be. There's a path that leads to very, very high up, powerful people. Probably not even all of them in the country. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
You've got you've got the biker gang element. You've got. Here's the crazy thing: is all these things we talk about. You're talking about running drugs. Possible RICOs, you're talking about possible organizations, organized crime, different various organized crime organizations involved.
Yeah.
Lots of front companies.
Got lots of front companies. There's a lot of crazy stuff.
A lot of LLCs, a lot of nonprofits and grant writing going on.
The crazy thing is you can find all of that in Carroll County and the surrounding counties. And you can find ties to all of these things, to everybody that we've ever talked about ever, except for freaking Richard Allen.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the point. Yeah. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if high up, powerful people weren't buying burner phones loaded with CSAM.
Yeah. No, I agree with that for sure.
Artist used the C word.
Oh, the C word.
CSAM.
What's this?
That's
well, okay. I mean, you got that.
The C word brings the trolls in usually. You start talking about the.
Yeah, you guys are good at figuring out what brings them in. Let me see.
Yeah.
They kind of let us know what does that, you know. But but you got. I mean, there's a lot of things you can't. There's very common threads here. Okay, we've got that element. We've got biker gangs. We've got white supremacy groups, and biker gangs and white supremacy groups. A lot of times, you know, interchange or interact with each other or support each other. So, I mean, you know,
and they run the drugs and traffic the humans.
They'll do for money. They're not the only ones that do that, but I mean, you know, they have been instrumental in doing those things. But then you've got members of the family that do all those things or have done those things.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, hello, you know, I mean,
and then the swap-a-ruin going on.
There's a lot of that. Yeah.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. Rick and Kathy Allen moved into literally the armpit of hell.
Yeah, they did. and they were the only people that weren't connected to the residents of the armpits of hell.
Right. Right. We were talking to, we did that episode on the Whitecaps, right? And you and I talked a little bit about that the other day, Adrian, again.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm going to look it up real quick. Remember how many people showed up in that pitchfork gang?
It was like 200 some.
More than 250. 250 people.
Now we're talking Carroll County in the 1800s.
That's insane.
I'm going to look it up real quick. I want to know what I'm going to see if I can find the population of Carroll County in the 1800s real quick, because we've been having this discussion about that lately. And
they said there was more than another 100 that came from Cass County and surrounding counties.
Right. But I'm thinking in a place that in today's world has, I forget what's the population of Carroll County? It's
20,000 now.
Total, yeah, like 20,000. Yeah, exactly.
20,000 roughly. Yeah. So
I'm gonna
it couldn't have been 20,000 back then for sure. So it's like a huge percentage of their population showed up, They're capable, willing and able, capable population, willing to like stick people with pitchforks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So I just quickly looked up. Do you remember what year was that again? Was that 18? Was it or decade? Was it 1870s? 1890?
1880. In 1880, there was a U.S. census.
Well, there was in 1870 also.
There were 22,000 people in Carroll County, Indiana. And there was a recorded population of 2,000 in Delphi, Indiana at that time.
Okay.
Back in the 1880s?
1880 census, yes.
So basically that place hasn't grown a whole hell of a lot since the 1800s.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the 1870 census right now, and it said that in Carroll County, Indiana, there were 16,152 in the 1870 census.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, let me look up what it is right now. 20,535.
So wow, it's only grown that much, which tells me that
the county hasn't grown at all. The county has reduced in size by 2,000 persons in the last 150 years.
That's insane.
Right. Well, I'm sure it's sure to boom soon with that crazy expensive apartment complex they built. And
where did they build
trails, the tourism and everything, It's sure to grow now.
Yeah.
Well,
but I mean, think about that. That's crazy. That place has regressed.
Yeah, it has. It really has. That's insane.
Yeah, they don't like outsiders very well. They like to keep their community exactly as it's always been. We've talked about this. And going back to the white hats,
the white caps,
yes. We've talked for a long time about there's some kind of a war over power that goes on in that community.
Yeah. And
when we came across this terminology for white caps and the ideology behind it, it seems to me, being a heritage community, relying so heavily on their heritage, their history, the facade of a culture that they've created up there, that
nepotism.
They want to remain the same as what they've always been, and appear as they did then. And they all carry that same mentality. So what happens when groups of like Vinlanders move in on a community of whitecaps?
Yeah. I don't know.
And it makes me think, why Abby? Why Libby? And I think what he meant by that, why Delphi, is you have two dead white children out here in a community that promotes white as being right. What the hell is happening?
Yeah. And then why did they like extra focus on that if they knew that there was like, white terrorists, and then there's 4 dead African American girls,
Yeah.
Like why wasn't that like, they focus more in on like these white supremacists going after Abby and Libby than they did about, white supremacy being involved in the murders of the arson murders of, 4 Black girls.
Right. Well, here's something that people, they tend to, I've heard that many times. Well, why would they kill 2 white girls? Why would white supremacists kill 2 white girls? Well, there's a lot of reasons. I mean, just because you're white supremacist doesn't mean that you pick on everybody other than white people.
Right. And if you truly believe that the gods were like, whatever, you would want them to get the best sacrifice. And the best sacrifice to a white supremacist would be like a pure little white girl,
Right. I'll just put it this way. If in Nazi Germany, they took their cues from that whole Viking culture, right? The Aryan race, the whole, that whole thing, they took it from that. They didn't just go after Jewish people. They went after gypsy, people of color, mentally challenged. They did all that.
Yep.
So it's homosexuals.
Yeah.
Yeah. They basically have a problem with anybody that doesn't subscribe to their beliefs.
Right.
Point blank. And if you vary from what they think is moral and right, then they got a problem with you.
Yeah. It's crazy.
So it's not just limited to people of color. It's a multitude of people. It's basically anybody running around not subscribing to what they think.
Yeah.
And if you screw those people over, what do you know?
Yeah.
That's the problem Nazi Germany. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, because basically Pertinent's just saying, along the same lines as what you've been talking about. So, yeah, I mean, and there's just so many like little fraternities and whatnot. Their little like groups and their vows of silence, and they have each other's backs for life. And then they rope in vulnerable people that are, impressionable, like Elvis Field, so that he can have a group of brothers. And it's just all this like ideological capture when it's the inverse of what it is supposed to be. It's like this sadistic, weird thing. I don't even know.
It is, and it is extremely prevalent in the prison system and has been for a very long time.
Yeah.
You've got, the sad part about this case, one of the sad things too, is that you've got some very good police officers or law enforcement that were trying to do the right thing and really trying to solve the case.
Yeah.
And they've all been taken out one way or another.
Right.
And we're actually going to do we're gonna get to Stephanie soon, but we're
Yeah.
there's something we're working on with Stephanie right now. But yeah, we were talking today, and I think that's what we're gonna be doing our live on this weekend is the history of the various hate groups and where they've come from.
Yeah.
Because I think it's important to know that and for everybody to understand that, this didn't just happen over in Europe in the 1930s and 40s.
No, there were like actual groups of people that were trying to get out of service in World War II because of, they ascribed to what Hitler was about,
Well, we had a lot of what they called bunds here in America.
Yeah.
Plenty of them with very well-known people who supported them. Yeah, well, we're going to be talking about that because that's important. But back to the white cap, they're kind of the OGs.
Yeah.
They were here before the Klan was established.
Yeah.
Right? They're your OGs. You can see there. I mean, that's crazy. 200 and some white men went and hung an African American man.
No, he wasn't African American.
Oh, he wasn't?
No, he was not.
Then why does it say he is?
It doesn't.
What I'm reading does.
I thought he was a white guy too, but
he's white.
I thought he was too, but then this thing said that. Well, anyway, regardless of what they did, think about that. There's only that many people in that county. That county has decreased in population since then, which is insane. I can't think of any place that's done that other than that. That surprised me.
That's very surprising, actually. Yeah.
Which tells me that most of the people that reside there are generationally there, which we already know that from Delphi. And yes, it was from it says from the borders of surrounding counties and particularly from around the Young America area. We've all heard the name Young America, that little town. It's hardly even a town, really. That's crazy. That many people. That's like, holy crap. I mean, that's a lot.
Right.
If you take the population, I mean, think about that. That's crazy. So I wonder how, and I want to try to figure out like who were some of the members of that group that went after Amber Green.
Yeah.
I bet we would find some familiar names. Like surname.
Yeah, it is.
Can I answer Hiawatha's question about who the Whitecaps are? The Whitecaps were a group of white farmers and just your common blue collar, I guess is how I'd phrase it today, worker, community member. And they have a white supremacy ideology, but they also are driven by, it's almost like a Puritan idealism. You don't marry or reproduce outside of your race. White is supreme. People that are generationally attached to the community are of a higher status than others, and there's things that they believe like if they consider someone lazy, non-productive, they will go after those people.
We'd all be in trouble.
Banish them from the tribe, the community.
And it morphed too because it started in Indiana in the 1830s and it was more of a Puritan judgment type thing. you know, where they went after people that unwed mothers, lazy people, people that didn't take care of their family, things like that. And they would do things like, you know, shun you, attack you, burn your crap down, stuff like that. And then it spread out and went
burn
down
properties and lynch people.
Yes. And eventually, when it moved more down south into the south, it became that more racial element as well. Not that I'm not too sure that that didn't exist in the first place, but it started kind of as one thing and morphed into this other thing. But it is the OG.
It's the original.
Yeah. And then Nancy brings up a good point and wonder if the Whitecaps are affiliated with a church they would hide behind.
I would guess yes.
Yeah, I would guess probably.
Yeah, I would guess
don't know what church it would be. Yeah, but I know the Catholics are, they weren't fantastic back in, you know, the 30s. At least in the parts of Illinois that my family originally came from, they were kind of jerk faces.
In Indiana, though, you don't. I mean, there are Catholics here. There are Catholic cathedrals and things like that. But that's not the predominant religion here. It never has been.
Right. Yeah, they don't like their Catholics either, usually. So, oh, hey, Christina, you want to come up and talk? I sent you the link.
I wonder if the
the Whitecaps vigilante movement in the 19th century United States had deep religious ties. Originating in southern Indiana and spreading through Appalachia, they operated as self-appointed arbitrators of community morality, often led by local church members and lay ministers who used violent night-riding tactics to enforce evangelical Christian values, or what they perceived to be evangelical Christian values.
They were all. Oh, sorry, New Day. Sorry.
No, that's all right. So basically, far-right religious extremists.
Yes, and if you're not from Indiana, Indiana was settled by. There's a lot of German heritage here. My family included.
Anabaptists are who they are most affiliated with. Yes.
Yep. There's a lot of German. There's some, a lot of Irish, things like that. That were like. There's a lot of that here. There's a lot of religions that go kind of along with those heritages. A lot of Lutheran, a lot of
and that's not to say that any of those denominations are necessarily evil or bad or anything like that. It's just that's where these groups originally were affiliated with. Another name that they used was called the Bald Knobbers.
Yep.
And that was through like Missouri and the Ozarks. I know.
I laugh at that too. That sounds different when we talk about this case, doesn't it, Adrian?
The Bald Knobbers. Yep.
That sounds a lot like what happened on Sneeze Live that time. There's a lot of bald knobbers.
Wow.
Sorry.
I love when the queen loses her composure. I love it.
I'm sorry. It's just such a funny name. Like, I'm so immature. I apologize.
Adrian's face is blending in with her hair right now.
Yeah. I'm just gonna hide.
but yeah, I mean, we're going to be doing our next slide. We're going to be going through a lot of history because to me, I'm a history nut. And for me to understand the history of something, you have to understand the history to be able to make sense of things most of the time. Because it tells you what people's mentality is. And if you got a county that's only regressed in population, that tells me that not a lot of new families have moved into that county.
Hey, Hiawatha says that he or she thought that all knobs were bald.
Oh my
That's what I
goodness.
thought.
Okay.
And Christina's putting her cats up, and she'll be with us momentarily. So y'all
Well,
stay tuned.
let's take a
Yeah.
little departure. Tell them about this. Has nothing to do with Delphi. While we're waiting on Christina, tell them about the interesting thing that happened over the weekend that we were reading about earlier today.
You'll have to give me a little more of a prompt than that.
Weenie roast.
Yes, bald knobbers, not ball. Bald, BALD.
Yeah, you know the weenie roast we were talking about earlier today.
Oh my God, dude, that's freaking crazy. Where was that guy?
I think it was like. Hold on, I'll go look. It was,
Did y'all hear that? There was
this area that we're talking about.
There was a guy. Oh my God, he was on meth. Okay.
Oh, okay.
He cut his own member off, lit it on fire, and used it to torch and arson a property.
His mom's garage. Was it his mom's garage? I thought it was his mom's garage.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
Shit.
And then he went to the hospital and said someone stabbed him.
Because that makes sense.
He was arrested. He was caught. He was arrested. He cut off his own penis, lit it on fire, and used it to light his mom's garage on fire. I'm not kidding you. Talk about
it was in Fort Wayne.
It was Fort Wayne?
Yeah.
Oh,
Talk about a bald knobber. Wow.
no. Oh no. Dude,
There were some interesting comments in that news story.
Drugs are bad, y'all. Don't
drugs
use
are bad.
drugs.
Wow. Oh,
I mean,
man.
yeah. It has nothing to do with Delphi other than it's, Fort Wayne. But
And
that's what meth does to you people.
Wow.
Yeah, the comments were hilarious. It's tragic though that don't be messing around, y'all. Just don't.
Yeah, just don't stay the hell away from that.
Matt has the Matt has the
there's the link to the story. Yeah, for real, guys.
No.
But if you need a good giggle, like the comments were we were dying. Some of the comments we were dying.
No.
Yeah.
Chris said, imagine explain that to homeowners insurance.
Yeah,
I can't.
My son, my psychotic methed out son lit my garage on fire with his penis. The detached garage with the detached penis.
Yep. It's going to be the next Netflix special.
Talk about your little smokies.
You guys are crazy. I love it. Stay off drugs. That's so crazy, man. Like, did you think his thing was like a Molotov cocktail? That it was like it was a missile or something?
It's the cocktail part that fits. So
people are like, talk about a Molotov cocktail.
You guys, I love you so much.
Every weenie roast now, you will remember this. Every weenie roast.
Yeah, that probably ruined my love of hot dogs right there. So
yeah.
I was like, wow.
Someone said he could have sold his penis and got more meth.
Oh no.
That's a good point.
Oh, that's what Night Mom said. Yeah. Yeah, but there's a guy on the comments. He was like, I didn't realize my penis was flammable. Who would ever?
Oh my God.
We were dying. Like I was just like, I can't even wrap my head around that. And this other guy was like, I can't imagine there wasn't something better to light a fire with in that garage.
Yeah, like what happened? Like
What happened is meth. That's what meth does to you. Holy crap.
talk about a fire crotch, am I right?
Oh,
Yeah.
His loins were on fire, that's for sure.
Oh God. Oh man.
somebody was like, that's what Jerry Lee Lewis meant by gray balls of fire. I mean, there were some good ones in there. We were dying.
Well, Matt left the. Thank you, Matt, because he left the.
The
Yeah,
link
y'all-
for the story.
Y'all check that out. Oh,
Oh man.
Yeah.
it's a mad world.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Did
if that drug can make you do something like that, oh my God! Like, just don't, people, just don't.
Yeah. Well, and that's why there's all those magical thinkers. I bet people would get up to sacrificing shit all the time.
Oh, one of my favorite comments there. This one guy goes, I've been mad at mine a few times, but damn, like, dying.
Sorry.
Wow.
Oh my God. Oh, his name was Peden too. Oh,
Wow.
God.
I didn't catch that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, his name was Peden. Yeah, that makes it. Yeah, you can't even make that shit up. Like, that's great.
Oh,
First name was probably Peter. Peter
Oh.
Peden.
Somebody took one of the best ones. We laughed so hard because somebody took the, how many, the Peter Piper pickle thing, and they made it all about Peden, and we were dying.
It's so crazy. Oh my God.
So, a little side note to what we're really talking about while we're waiting on Christina, but oh my God, yeah, we were, just check. But I guess it kind of ties in, right? I mean, we're talking about somebody hopped up on meth. I mean, my God.
That'll do it. That'll
And in
do
Fort
it.
Wayne,
And a Fort Wayne of all places.
of all places.
Oh.
Yeah.
How is that?
Oh my goodness.
Is meth still popular, guys?
Yes.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
somebody's going live with is that Julie Melvin?
Oh my God. Mother Dragon says apparently he wrapped his head around it. LOL. Oh my God.
That's
Wow.
crazy.
Wow. Come on, Christina. Girl.
Yeah, come on, Christina. Just click the link. It's in the link. Oh, hi, Shay. Failed to understand meth comes into the picture. That person you knew is no longer. Yeah, dude.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think Dirty Diana is live with Julie Melvin.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. Hmm.
I'm trying to figure out where I can see it. Notifications.
Well, if anybody's going to go over there and Julie will answer questions, somebody ask her how she met Gray Hughes and when.
That's a good point. Was
she the one who introduced him to the family?
Mm-hmm.
Because our inquiring minds would like to know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because she does say Gray, right? In
Yep.
those. Yep.
Yeah, she tells her husband, hang on, I'm getting this for Gray. So he can see what the bridge looks like. And this was, I don't remember the exact dates, but it was in February of 2017. She was out there taking video.
It was like the 20th, something like that.
20th through 22nd, something like that. Yeah. About
I
the
don't know
time
why
they were erasing evidence.
Yeah. It didn't show it anymore. Can anybody else see that? I don't know. The live. Who is Melly? Is Melly Julie Melvin?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Kind of looked like her. Hmm.
I don't know. I'd also like to know why it was so important to get the forked tree in the footage.
Oh, that's not Julie. Who is that, Nicole?
Oh, yeah, it must be someone I'm not subscribed to.
Okay. Looked like Julie.
Yeah, we're not accusing Julie anything. We just it's kind of like curious to us because that's not at all what Gray Hughes has said.
Yeah, well, Gray Hughes has been on the case for a long time, and I don't think he's. I don't think he is a neutral actor. It's the lady from the Nancy Guthrie case. Okay, that's not Julie. Interesting. Well, it looked like her.
But you know,
It was
I
like,
mean,
yeah.
he obviously, you know, we're curious because he said he met them at CrimeCon in 2019 or something, 2018, 19. Which was it, New Day?
What, Gray Hughes?
Yeah. So he got met the family then.
I don't know.
Something like that. Anyway, we just want to know, like, that's a question that burns in our brains sometimes.
Oh, Christina said Gray Hughes was working with Robert Ives. He said. That's weird. So he was working with Ives because Ives, like, he retired at the end of 2017, early 2018, right?
In 2017, November.
Yeah.
November. He retired before Kelsey started talking. I think he retired after he realized that that all of that evidence, all of the interviews and interrogations had been recorded over.
There's a video of it.
Because
what
Ives
video
told
of
us
it?
this.
Yeah,
Pardon
what
me?
did Ives tell us? Go ahead, New Day. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
No, I was just talking out loud. Like, what was happening?
Well, he told us that you would have thought this case would have been solved within just a few days or a few weeks, even with lesser technology like back in the 60s or 70s. So, and the timing now, looking back, knowing when the prosecution and Mullen and all of the multi-unit task force at that time would have known that those interviews had been recorded over.
Yeah.
2 different times we talked about at this point. The second one a much longer duration than the first one. And, you know, I'd like to know who was interviewed or interrogated during the discussions that are missing. What exactly is missing? Does the defense even know that? And then Ives retired in November, and he said, had there been an arrest made and they had somebody in custody for either Delphi or Flora or both, he would not be retiring.
Hey guys, I'll be back in just a second. I gotta switch some laundry and I'll be right back.
All right.
No worries. Yeah.
It down. So that timing tells me he wasn't maybe pushed out, but maybe he chose that because he understood, being from the community, what was transpiring.
Well, because don't you think Diener kind of got the same idea? Like, as soon as Liggett and Mullen probably did something finicky or weird with the search warrant, that they were like, that Diener was like, okay, bye. You know, like, I always kind of got that suspicion about.
I don't have that same suspicion about him because I know he has a substance abuse problem with cocaine. I know his wife Abigail left him and divorced him because of that. I think that everyone was pretty much aware of that
Mhm.
was working around him.
Mhm.
And I know that the first document they brought to him that they wanted him to sign, he refused, and he told them how they needed to rewrite it so that he could sign it, essentially
Okay.
telling them what to write.
Yeah.
And then he
Yeah.
signed it, and then he recused himself. So I think it was you want to be able to retire and leave in good graces. It was a threat.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
And his wife wore the pants in that relationship. Abigail Dino
yeah.
doesn't play.
Because you said she was a House or a Hoffen. Fuck. It's a
Huffer.
German last name.
Huffer.
Huffer.
Okay.
She had the purse string. She had the purse.
She had the okay. Yeah, because her dad was in that. No, was he in a law firm?
Yes.
He was an attorney. He was a partner in a
Huffer O'Bear.
Huffer O'Bear. There's one I can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like kind of a common name, like Anderson or something. I can't remember now, but yeah. Christina says supposedly the FBI came back to get interviews and they pulled the hard drives from a box of hard drives.
It was Overholzer. Sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. Yeah, because
O'Bear and Overholzer. Yeah.
This supposedly hadn't been copied still, and that's when they found the interviews were lost. So it sounds like they came back in September, because that's when it was, discovered that the interviews were missing. The FBI were the ones that found. How did you figure that out, Christina? That's awesome. That's really awesome. Yeah.
Are you coming on, girl?
She's coming. She's hurrying. And I haven't heard back from Lila either.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
He sent me all this stuff about Tennessee.
The pretty water over there by the canal park.
That's crazy.
You know, where geocaching likes to take place at times. Just saying.
And that wasn't even explored either, the geocaching.
Oh, well, some of us have explored it. We'll be exploring it more.
I think she means the investigators.
We didn't. Right. Yeah, it's dismissed.
Right.
Even though the logs from the 12th, or was it the 12th or the 11th? The 11th.
Ooh.
Are odd.
Okay.
Particularly one in particular that just says hi.
Hi.
That's all it says. And weird. The first log from that day says that it's Kelsey, Libby, and Hannah. Hannah with an H. Hannah.
Okay.
Doing geocaching together. So,
did you find Hannah?
Oh, I found a couple Hannahs. I don't know which Hannah it's referring to, but there were a couple Hannahs. I think I've talked to you about some of the stuff that the kids were writing in the Parnassus at that time.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was creepy. If you guys ever share that was super creepy.
Yeah, for the Delphi Oracle.
Yeah. But what you found about the kids was kind of creepy too.
Yeah, so. They were writing about all kinds of occultist, stuff.
A lot of it's like fan fiction.
Yeah. Did you guys see this? Kelsey found a cache years later on bridge from Libby. Did that happen?
Yeah, that happened during
during an interview.
One of the documentary thing. Which one was it? Was it the HLN thingy, or which one was that New Day? I can't remember.
I believe it was the 5-year anniversary of the Down the Hill, but I'm not certain.
Yeah.
And I don't remember if it was Susan Hendricks or if it was Barb McDonald, but whoever it was wrote about it in their book later on.
Yeah.
And there was a cache, and it was a small,
Dude,
like
what?
a little doll or something. And
Okay.
Kelsey opened it up and said, "Oh, Libby must have left this for me."
The fairy tale continues.
Yeah, just
Wow.
ridiculously blatant and like,
Wow.
You know, we do have a picture, though. I can't remember what year it was, of the little memorial there at the trailhead. Like, you know what I'm talking about?
yeah, when we went out there personally and took pictures. Is
Wow.
that what you're talking about?
No, well, no, but I'm talking about the one that we have the picture of with the creepy doll sitting there.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Like really creepy, like something from a J. Kyle Keener creepy doll art exhibit.
That's so weird, dude. Why would she say that?
Well, you know, we live in fantastical worlds, so yeah.
That's so creepy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like I said, the fairy tale continues.
It does. But it's like, dude, like, you know that you're going to get questioned about that from the FBI,
Well,
right?
here's my thing. That's not even. You can't tell me that the FBI didn't have cameras out there everywhere watching. I'm sure they did. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't you put one at a memorial built by people leaving shit? You would.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Just saying.
But then it's like, why would you? So Libby literally left a cache years later that Kelsey found.
Yeah. I think it was in her eyes like kind of like a gift from beyond the grave. Like maybe she didn't physically put it there, but she knew that Kelsey needed it, so she had someone else put it there. And when she said it, that's how I took it. But I found it real ironic in the fact that she told James Renner that she didn't really talk to her mom, Carrie, anymore because she was trying to make money off this case by talking to psychics. And I thought, really? If anybody's made money off of this case, it's your family.
What?
Your household, your community.
I mean, yeah, they got a whole damn ballpark out of that. So,
because I never saw Carrie try to make money off of anybody.
No.
Did she talk to some psychics? Yeah, but so what?
Dude. I remember when Carrie was trying to get to some of the court stuff, and they had like Alex was still connected through like who's the Deb's True Crime Notebook and the Laura V lady, and all those people. They were raising funds, and I sent Carrie Timmons like a Cash App donation or whatever because she was trying to get back for a lot of the stuff. And it's like, why wouldn't if they're making money from the ballpark, there's money there, like why don't you just donate to Carrie to get her back there?
Like,
you know?
every member in the Patty German household and extended family member that doesn't live there anymore is an employee listed as they're taking paychecks, cutting themselves checks from that ballpark. So there should be plenty of money to go around.
Not that it is legal for 501c3s to have paid employees. That is legal.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking if Mike Patty's got the governor's personal cell phone number and can call him and get him to purchase that land for them, then surely Carrie can give him a call and say, "Hey, I need some gas money to get up there."
Right. So it is kind of crazy. I'm treat both these girls' mothers like garbage. Yeah. But also I think Anna, like, it is a little weird that, you know, what Christina was pointing out about Anna too. So for any accounting records of that ballpark, I know that Sue Wright was looking into it, Shay. Oh, there she is.
There's an organization you can go and get the tax filings for those organizations because they have to file.
Yeah.
And those are public because they're funded by public funds because that's what a 501c3 is. You know, they're tax free and therefore their records are available to the public. And you can go on there and look.
Christina.
Yeah, okay. Hi, Christina.
Hey guys,
Hey.
how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. I've been running around. I'm sorry. I'm happy to
No,
see you.
you're good.
on.
Thank you. Thanks for coming on. Yeah,
I just
thought
missed
Lola
you.
would
I wasn't
come on.
I wasn't trying to berate you. I just missed you.
Yeah.
I missed all you
Yeah.
guys. I'm excited to talk to y'all again.
I know we're all like, can Christina come and play?
Oh,
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I
My
haven't been able
question
to
is about
listen,
the Wood family.
so I don't really
Huh.
know what all you guys have been talking about. So I'm kind of aside from the past little bit, but yeah. Well, thank y'all for having me.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Hold up a minute. The Wood family, that would be Derek's dad's siblings. Any thoughts? I wonder if that is the Wood, the lady that owns Fire Pizza across from, you know, basically where the Flora House was, the Fire Pizza. That woman's last name is Wood. I wonder if that's a relation. Huh, interesting. I'll have to look that up.
Okay. Yeah, somebody was asking about FOIAs too. Christina, I know you've been doing a lot of the FOIAs. I'm sure you could, like Shay Watson was like, wonder if we could FOIA for any accounting records on that ballpark. And then if Shay was like, it would be interesting if we could get about 5+ requests to hit at once, less opportunity to ignore it or change it. Since you've been dealing.
I will tell you this about the filings, you know, because they have to list donations and stuff, and they have to tell how much is private donation and how much is like corporate donation.
Oh.
And, you know, the first couple of years of that, the corporate donations were astounding.
Yeah.
And the last one I looked at, which I think was the 2024, because they're not, you know, you may not get like the very last one, like you might not get 2025 right now. I'm not sure if those are out yet, but I think it was 2024. And yeah, the corporate donation, well, back in the beginning, the private donations, actually, I said that wrong, were astounding. Now it's kind of reversed, you know, but they don't, it doesn't bring in the money, at least not reported money that we know of. What's on the forms, right? What it's telling us is not near what it once was, of course, you know, which I do expect it to go down as time moves on, but it's quite a bit less. It makes me kind of wonder how much people are getting paid and how they're paying them with that income.
I don't think you have to FOIA that. I believe isn't
No,
a lot of that.
There's a public website for that. Yep.
Oh, I'm not exactly sure where that would be to tell her. I'll try to find out. But I think a lot of that stuff.
It is. There's I'll find it because that's where I go. I just can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, because there was. I don't remember the name of the site, but that's how I was looking up about that. That foundation for Flora.
Yeah, because that's all that they do is they report filings from 501c3s because it is public knowledge.
Yeah, they have to keep a lot of that stuff like out in the open supposedly, but I've never really looked into any of that stuff much. But yeah, I'm sure it tells its own tale. Wow. Yeah, I could see the comments. I need to try
can you see it on the let me see if I can make it bigger.
Oh yeah, see, I forgot you have it there. Yeah, and it may let me. I don't know. It seems like my phone. I don't know. It was
ProPublica. That's what they every organization that's been organized or recognized as tax exempt by the IRS has to file a 990. So they're like, they have, you can go in there and ProPublica and look it up, and it'll give you the filings, any available filings anyway, for a 501c3.
Okay. Interesting.
Can you remind me, Adrian, what we were talking about earlier that I said is really Christina's finding? And
that was the parallel investigation.
Parallel investigation, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So say that one more time.
Well, we were just kind of wondering, like, for the chat, if you could, like, kind of talk about the theory of the parallel investigation.
Oh, yeah. It's like, so y'all have to excuse my voice today too. I feel like I'm losing my voice, and it's
no worries. You have a great voice.
It feels like my voice box or something's like tired, but so if I sound like I'm talking like, I don't know, with like a vocal fry, it's it's only because I'm like straining. But yeah, no, that angle is like, it's something I've really dug around into a lot, and that's, to me, okay, so let me make sure I'm understanding what you're asking about. Are you guys wanting to know a little bit more about like my theory on like the phone and stuff being taken for?
we were talking a little bit about that earlier, what you had brought up about the phone, and some of the things I've been looking at into the hate groups and the white supremacy, and then going over, I think it was Prof that went over some of the depositions, and in those depositions it was revealed that one of the officers that was investigating in Delphi was an undercover, I want to say he was Indiana State Police, but he was part of a task force that was investigating white supremacist groups. And it made me think, what if we have several parallel investigations going on with all the tentacles that are involved in this?
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to say. That's probably where Doug Carter was going with his whole tentacles thing.
Yeah.
Very much so, because if, like, I kind of thought the whole theory with the Odin stuff, even with as much stuff as we have access to with it, part of me had always kind of been like, what the hell? Like, are they going to like it? But I started digging in that more too. And I think I put this guy's name out a few times, but it's that Scott Payne guy, and he does like interviews. Yeah, I don't know if any of you got. He's a great talker, and he's a wonderful storyteller. I love to watch him on anything that he's ever on. But he specifically talks about being an undercover agent for the FBI for specifically these Odin neo-paganism, like the white supremacists and biker gangs. And there's like a couple of things, because he's like a big macho dude, like big and muscular, perfect looking dude. So he would literally like go undercover for long amounts of time with the FBI. And he specifically mentioned, who was it? Not the Vinlanders, but it was before the Vinlanders. I forget who it was, but I know another one was the Hammerskins, and it might have been like, I don't think it was the American Guard, but it was some of those. And I was like, holy shit. Like, oh, wow.
Right.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is he mentioned mostly what he was seeing was a lot of younger people in those. So the FBI absolutely, though, infiltrates these groups. And actually, that is from what I've tried to read up on. That's actually why they have so many different names. Because, you know, we have like, there's something with some kind of wolves or something. I forget what that one was. Vinlanders, the Hammerskins, American Guard. And basically the FBI like dismantles all of them, like each one. And they just like start a new one.
Yeah.
But if I don't know if it's like that angle or what, but the phone, yeah, for me personally, I still haven't quite nailed down why I think that it would be gone, but I would think possibly maybe the CSAM angle. But
yeah,
that don't mean I'm right. That's kind of what I've been thinking. But my theories kind of just, they're very fluid because I just, sometimes it changes based on what I learn. So, but
yeah.
that's what I've been thinking. I'm thinking the phone was gone, and I was actually reading again some more stuff. And if you guys go through and read, or if any people in the chat go back and look through these transcripts, I'm telling you, they got that phone from the crime scene at all over the place. If you go through, there's I don't know if you guys have read the transcript with Tobe, but he, in his deposition, they asked him, did he make any mistakes in it? And he's like, well, yeah, there's like one, or I think that's what they asked him, like that. And he literally said, they asked him about what it was, and he's like, the phone. And they're like, what do you mean? And he said, well, obviously we know where it was found. And I was like, oh my gosh, what? And they didn't, I don't know why the defense didn't. That's what makes me think this phone, a phone come up disappeared. If that makes sense.
Yep.
Like, because nobody asked any questions about it. Like, they just moved on. But if you pay attention, like, you know, one PCA says one thing, another PCA says another. I think, who was it? You know what? I just lied. I meant to say Tony Liggett, not Tobe. So,
okay.
scratch that.
No worries.
Yeah, it was Tony Liggett. And he said in his PCA, I do know that he said it was under Libby. And we know it wasn't anyway. But he also goes into describing stuff, and he says the phone was underneath her lower back under the shoe on her left side. But then everywhere else it says it was under her leg or under her legs. So I'm like, what the heck? Like, you know, what is up with this phone? So that's kind of what makes me
getting confused.
You know, I try to be realistic. Like, these are regular people, even if they're but I understand that mistakes can be made. So I'm not trying to be a hard ass. The thing is, though, it is mistake after mistake after mistake.
Right.
And I think, I don't know if it was New Day or Artist. I don't know which one of you guys. I thought I remembered one of you saying something like last time we talked, like, are they intentionally being confusing? Was that one of you guys? Or maybe I can't remember. Okay. Because I'm like, what the hell they're doing? Because how else do you just constantly have things wrong this much? It's like, I don't know. And also onto, you know, what you were asking, New Day, is about my theory. Another reason behind that is because I went through and read the transcript of the deposition of Nicole Robertson. Do you remember that girl?
Yes, the FBI agent who wrote the probable cause on Ron Logan.
Yes. And let me tell you, if you go through and read that thing in full, it is interesting because who was it? I think the Attorney General had an attorney there with her, and they would not let them talk about anything. And they were like, they told Baldwin, they were like, I'm going to stop you there. They're like, I've already let this, you know, go kind of like, it's like I've let you slide some. And it's like, what? And that attorney was like, we were authorized to speak about like 4 different subjects, which was like Ron Logan, Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, maybe, I forget. There was like one other, maybe it was Logan, I forget. And they're like, well, we're asking about this. This is about that, you know? And that guy kept stopping them. And then he said, they were going to show her some crime scene photos, and they were asking her about the weird positioning of these sticks. And they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. We weren't authorized to talk about photos and crime scene photos. And they literally stopped the deposition for this attorney guy to go call, I think it was the attorney general. And they had to stop it for however long while he went and got and made sure they were authorized for her to look at those and to talk about it. It's like,
What?
They couldn't talk about anything else other than Ron Logan. They couldn't veer off at all. And it's like, why? That, to me, that just confirms there's a whole other aspect of this case that is connected to the FBI.
Well, and the amount of pages that are full pages of redaction that are included in those depositions.
Yeah. And you may, it could be another angle, like the Odin thing, but it's talked about so much, and then you don't have as much like targeting and harassment and bullying when you talk about the Odin theory. And that's one of the things that I've known. There's everybody kind of has their own thing, I think, that they really focus on. So I'm not trying to be unrealistic, but to me, there are several YouTube channels, and that is where they focus. And that's one of the things that's always stood out to me. And it is the Odin theory. And it's not that I honestly, I don't know how I feel about that still. Like you know what I mean?
Same.
Yeah. It's like, I feel like, I don't know, part of me still, it seems very much completely out, just astronomical, odds, but it's almost like part of me feels like law enforcement may have set this scene up to, and I know that sounds
Amen.
No, say it. Yeah.
Is that what y'all think? Really?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I think.
Well, because whenever people talk about them finding the scene earlier, they absolutely did. They did, because, in the helicopter footage, you can see them flying over. They are, they're not searching for the girls. They've already found the girls. And that is in the transcripts. It's actually something I'm working on a video on right now, which I say that all the time because I got 4 going.
Whoop, whoop. Yay.
Oh, people, if you aren't subscribed to Oh Hey Christina, please do. I'm gonna pull that up, and but go ahead. Sorry,
Christina, I just want you to know that it's okay to have at least 4 videos being made at one time, because I do that too.
Yeah.
I hate when I do it because I'm just like, oh gosh, and then I kind of get off on another tangent, and I hate it though. But no, that's the ADD coming out.
It happens, man. Yeah.
So, but what I'm working on, and thank you, Adrian. I wasn't trying to plug my channel though. I was just thinking no.
Yeah. This is good.
Oh yeah, I know. There's seriously so much information in these transcripts, and I've already went back through the podcast and listened to all those, and now I'm going through these. And what I found was, who was it? What did we talk about? The guy who did the pictures. Was that Paige? I think it was Paige. I would look, but it's
yes, crime scene photos was Paige. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Trial Junkie's been covering that.
Oh, I'll have to go listen. I didn't know that. So let me tell you, those right there are gold mines too, because I was going through those and reading the one for Paige, and what he said was that he went up in the helicopter with them because they wanted him to take photos from the helicopter of the crime scene. And I was like, what the hell is he talking about? So I go back through and I'm watching all the footage. And he also says in there, he said somebody, I guess he meant we as in them, but he said somebody was on the ground in the trees flashing a strobe light. And I thought, oh my God, you're kidding me. That's what people have talked about for years, of seeing a flash. And I went back And I've been I haven't got the video fixed, so I'm kind of like giving away what I was going to put out, but it may already be out. I don't know, but yeah, and I found it in there. And here's what going through that and looking at the video, you can see the helicopter avoiding the crime scene. They keep spinning the camera away, like the camera for the news, and they're circling around through there. And every time it gets close, if you go watch it, I'm gonna put out where
there's a redaction in the video, isn't there?
Well, many of the videos, it goes like it freezes and holds, but you can still hear the helicopter. That's because they're going over the crime scene.
Except the one part. Remember the part I told you about of that video where the trial junkie put out, and it was the only time she ever got an age restriction.
Oh, you mean True Crime Design?
Oh, True Crime Design. I mean, sorry, True Crime Design.
Yeah. I remember her making something about that. I went back the other day and just was watching her think about it.
I mean, I thought the same thing. I mean, that doesn't move like a twig.
Well, you know what I hear? Carter saying we have a bird's eye view.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We know exactly what happened. We just don't know who.
Oh, wow. Well, see, think about this. Why else would they not test all of this DNA at the scene? It's because you don't want an answer. To me, that's what, whenever you hear police not checking, because if you go back and look at this stuff about the evidence recovered, like so much of it says it's just stored. It wasn't tested. And it's like, whose DNA are they worried about being on those bodies?
Right.
You know what? That's actually a really good point.
Yeah.
They didn't want to solve this crime. They had no intention of ever solving this crime. It came down to the point where nobody would shut up about it, so they framed a guy.
Yeah, I think stuff changed, and I'm still digging into that. And I know part of what Adrian and you guys have been working on with like the timeline and stuff. And I think what you'll see as Adrian, especially when you're going through it, is that there seems to be something goes, I don't know what it is, but something happens in 2019. Because you remember that's where they had the new direction. And remind me, don't let me forget to hit on something from 2019 because I want to tell you guys. But I'm trying not to go off track yet. But then you have 2020 where they arrest Kegan Kline. 2021, they put out the stuff with the Anthony shots. Now, according to Doug Carter, that was against the sheriff's department's wishes. And he said in an interview, he unilaterally made the decision to put that out there.
Against the sheriff's department or against the FBI?
No, the sheriff. The sheriff is what he said. But I don't know if it was 19 or 21, which one he was talking about. It might be both.
Okay.
I don't know. I'll have to go back. My brain is so full, and that's where you start to look with the timeline is you see things that it's like all of a sudden, like, I don't know if it's 19 to 21. It's like, there's not a lot happening, but it's like there is like behind the scenes, I think.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because there's like that lull, but it's like where you hear from the police all that much on this case. And I think there was a lot of things going on behind the scene. I
think there was a lot of collusion locally going on with local law enforcement.
Oh, absolutely. Because
what they were going to have ready once they got rid of the FBI, which is why that tip narrative has a 2019 date on it.
The tip narrative does.
Or the Kathy Shank.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. See, that goes perfect with what I'm about to say too, or what I was wanting. I didn't know to get this. So, okay, what I've been reading. I know I always I've been reading, but it's like I love to go through and dig and read this stuff. So, just the past few days, I have been reading this stuff about Melissa Oberg, like her deposition, like her transcripts and stuff, whatever it is. Okay. So what I was just looking at, guess when things happened to change when it came to the forensic stuff with the gun and the bullets, or maybe not the gun, but the bullet. 2019.
Wow.
Yeah, it was 2019. And see, this is what I've been looking at today. It Okay, in the trial, this bothered me too. So this is kind of, this is how I go squirrel and I end up in a rabbit hole. So that's what happened. So I'm like steady reading through the transcript for her. She says some shit that I think is shiesty, and I end up, so that's where I'm at right now. So what in the transcript, she says, during the trial, I think it was McClelland, he says, oh, like whenever they're putting the bullets out, he says, this has a different like lab case number on it. Okay, so if anybody, I don't know if anybody's misunderstanding, but all of the evidence for Rick Allen's case, it is 17K-00066. All of the evidence, like everything. All of a sudden, you have this bullet, and guess what? It ain't got that case number. It has a random ass number from 2019, and it's 19K-00197, I believe. And it's like,
wow.
Okay, so she says in there, this is what jumped out to me though. He's like, so how come it has a different number? And she goes, well, from what I was told, they ran out of numbers. And I thought,
what?
Oh no, hell.
No.
First off, yeah, I was like, why are they letting her? That's hearsay, first of all. Why are they not objecting? But okay. Yeah, no, she says that's what she was told. And do you guys know, like, okay, I had to look this up too, because the number combinations that you can have whenever you have, like, I think 5 digits, and you got 0 to 1, or I'm sorry, 0 to 9 for 5. Okay, so I had to look it up because I was like, that's a lot of combinations. And it said, I think they just keep bumping out the number is what I've read. So I've been trying to get into the ISP, like, I don't know, their guidelines or whatever. And it said they don't do that though. But all of a sudden, when it came to them go in a new direction or something, in 2019, see, like you said, something happened.
Mm-hmm.
In like 2019.
What was that number again?
It should be, you talking about the new one?
No, the one that didn't match everything else.
Oh, it's 19K-00197. That's the new one. And I looked up how that works. And what they do is the number at the beginning, like 17 or 19, that's for obviously the year. And then you have a letter. So the letter tells you what lab. So a K is for whatever lab that does like the forensics for.
It's the Indiana State Police Laboratory.
Yeah, well, yeah, and so it varies. Different laboratories do different, like, I don't know if it's departments or what, but like, I think I was looking it up, and I think like the L is for one. You have an F for, I forget. That was kind of like unimportant information, so I didn't retain that. But like, you have somehow the K ended up being for the forensics lab for like weapons, like a gun and all that kind of stuff.
Ballistics.
Yeah, I was like, I can't remember it. But then if you had like DNA, it would go to a different lab there at the Indiana State Lab or whatever. And I don't know for sure if it's departments within that lab or what. I can't really look it up right now, but
that sounds right. The different
yeah.
departments within the lab. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
or divisions.
Yeah, like division's probably the best word. Yeah, that's probably right. But then you have, after the dash, it said it goes in sequential order. So they start it every new year. They start at 1, like 00001, and then it keeps going. And that makes sense, right? Like, you have the murders in February of 2017. They have a 66. So it's like very early in the year.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, what do you mean you ran out of numbers? It's like, so then they jumped to 2019. Like, but see, that's like something happened. Something changed.
Yeah, something did happen.
Mm-hmm. But why would they need to submit that under a new number?
It sounds to me like they took a bullet from another case and forgot to change a number to me.
I've wondered.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys have looked too, there's some other stuff under like a different number And it's a gun. And did you guys know this too? That they store these guns in water or
What?
something? Yeah.
Yeah, I did know that.
All right, ma'am. Okay, now
Why?
here we are over here like stupid. You know.
No, I
Well,
only knew
hey,
that just from things that I've read, and I remember hearing them say that because they were like it, stored in water, blah blah blah. That's why I know that. It's not because.
okay.
I did not
Hey,
know
we've
that.
got low light.
I had no idea.
Low light is in the studio. If you guys, I'll bring him up. Low light's here. Hey, low light.
Hey.
How's it going?
Okay, I believe there's an echo. I'm gonna handle that real quick.
Okay. Yeah, but no, Christina, that's great work, by the way. You're a genius.
No, I'm just. I mean, I didn't know they stored them. I would have thought they would have been ruined.
Well,
You know what I
the
mean?
water thing, that's
Okay.
weird. Why would you put it
That should
in
handle
water?
That's what she said. She had like 4 different guns or something in water, and I'm like, wait, she didn't lay the
What?
foundation. She didn't.
Yeah.
Like, she introduced it, right? So I would think that, well, the state did. I would think that they would then lay the foundation. There was none. She just,
All right.
Right.
I found it interesting that you said, they didn't. They stored evidence in lockers and didn't even test anything initially. And Jerry
Right.
Holman told us that in his interrogation with Rick. He told us that about the bullet.
Yeah.
When he gave his confession about what he actually did. He, according to Sergio,
Yeah.
he said, we've had this bullet in a storage locker since February 14th, 2017.
But yeah, I'm really curious about the testing and stuff on that, because if you look at the numbers under each of those, like lab numbers, there's also a number underneath it on those documents, and I believe, from what I can tell, that is about like the number that of the item that was tested or something like that, maybe with something else. And I'm like, what are the other things that were tested? But I don't know where these guns came from that they introduced in trial that they said didn't match this random bullet supposedly found at the scene. Like, where did those come from?
Yeah.
Like,
That's,
yeah. Anyway, so.
Oh, yeah. Hiawatha, she does have a channel. She does. Yes. Everybody, please go subscribe. I'll drop the link in here. It looks like you have a new video out too, Christina, which everybody should go watch. Should watch it after this.
It's just
and
one
then,
a short one. Yeah.
But then also, let's say hi to Lowlight. Lowlight, hi. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Pretty good. Yeah.
So yeah, I want to apologize. I am late. I don't want to get
No.
get really
You're
into
good.
it.
What's up?
I some things out of my control. Anyhow, it's really good to see you. Or not,
good
or
to
hear
see
you
you.
rather. So how's everybody?
Pretty
Hey
good.
there.
What's the topic?
It's okay. I was late too, so you know what? We're both sloppy.
This is no, it was terrible. So what are we talking about? Because I want to argue.
Well,
you said you want to argue? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I was kidding.
Oh, okay.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I was like, well, we aren't really doing that. We were talking about we were talking about well, a lot of the Christina's talking about like a parallel investigation possibly happening with the feds. There's something weird in 2019 going on, which is why there's some major pivots with things. And then like before that, talking about a lot of the research that New Day and artists have done. There's been a lot going on. So
Okay.
it's
well, I'll just listen and catch up then.
Well, we
Okay.
were just kind of improvising until you got here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
we go down 27 rabbit holes, if I may.
Exactly. Which is the best thing to do, I think.
Well, can you tell me where, like, what your evidence for a parallel investigation was, and what
Oh,
that was about?
who me? I don't have any. I don't. It's just
It was just a theory.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because that's my theory.
Oh, is it
Oh.
really?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think there's evidence um, in the trial record of several investigations that spun off.
Yes,
So
Well,
you'll
yeah.
see,
What?
those are the
you
tentacles.
know, just in the text, like when in the depositions, they'll be speaking to an investigator and they'll say, "Well, I'm not the first person here. I didn't start this. I received a summary, and the first investigator had gone off, you know, and followed another path." So by the time, you know, the trial rolls around, or even, you know, Richard Allen gets arrested, um, you know, the first investigation had been thoroughly cleansed, I think, by the FBI.
Wow.
Why do you say by the FBI?
Me and New Day are like, whoa, wait.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
okay, okay.
where's your evidence to
Okay, so,
suggest
well, I mean,
that?
right. So, I mean, do you, how do I start here? Well, one, Jay Abbott. So, let's just start with this one question. We have over 500 girls on record, over 500 girls suffering assault from Larry Nasser. Over 500. So, what was Jay Abbott doing with all that time, money, and resources? And I think I know. I think it's in our I think we have the record of that, or the echoes of that, which is, I think, that they were running white supremacists. They were directing that violence in Indiana, and it eventually led to the Unite the Right rally. And it was after that rally that all the initial investigative product was lost.
Wait.
Yeah, that's very interesting that you say that, Lowlight,
Yeah.
because I was just reading that big article that was done through what is it, the AD? Oh,
Oh, the
got it.
SPLC.
No, it wasn't the SPLC. It's the ADL.
Okay.
Okay, and it was an article that was written, and we've all seen the pictures from it. It's the one that talks about all of our suspects, our persons of interest, the ones that name specifically Brian James and Chrisman and Holder and
Yes.
so I found it interesting after going back and looking at that today, and the Southern Poverty Law too also ran that article, and it was talked about in deposition, this rally, and I found it interesting that this article lists all of the people we're looking at. Was that done on purpose, in your opinion?
Okay, so one was what done on purpose?
Was the article written and highlighting the persons who are persons of interest in this case
So
specifically?
those articles are old, and yes, I think that you know,
Well, they're
the ADL and the
2018.
SPLC, correct, right? So these articles were the SPLC. They've been doing that for years, so they're under indictment right now for being the payment arm of this whole process. I think it was last year. I forget the date. I'm sorry. But it was the Cash Patel broke formal relations with the SPLC. So you got to wonder what that was. But he was standing, and then a few months later, he's standing side by side with the DOJ as they're announcing an indictment against the SPLC. I have this on my Twitter. I should I should be ready. I'm sorry.
No,
I just had I had something
somewhere
beyond my
that we can,
control, and I'm showing up
is
late.
there
And
somewhere that we can see that indictment or evidence of it, or
yeah,
an
I mean, I've got
article
it
or
sitting on
anything
my.
like that?
Yeah, I can send it over to Adrian right now, and she can hand it to you. And
Yeah.
it's on my X.
Okay.
You know, that's really interesting that you mentioned that, because I had been wondering if a lot of like law enforcement weren't protecting a lot, it's protecting these people, but not just because they're like buddies, but more because are they racist, or like the more, not the bottom of the barrel white supremacists, but they're like the law enforcement who kind of feel that way secretly. But you're
Well,
saying
I
it
can
may
speak to
be,
that. I can speak to that. Yeah.
oh, so it goes beyond just law enforcement, like it goes to like FBI, really?
Well,
Potentially?
can I speak to that real quick? I mean,
Sure.
because all right.
Yeah, I'd love it. Yeah, I would love it.
The okay, so you know how you folks kind of talk like we're in a I don't know, we're dealing with like a public relations campaign of some kind. So I feel like there's like we're more of like an Overton window. We can speak about certain things, we can't speak about other things. And I think the FBI is that thing that we cannot speak about. And if you think Richard Allen is innocent, the very farthest you can go in the Overton window is that Judge Gull is, Supreme Court hopeful Judge Gull is
I hate
committing
to I
career
hate to stop you,
suicide.
low light, but I could you define what that
Okay,
is?
yeah. So an Overton window, basically, it's an area of accepted speech, but outside that you can't. You see it in the news. So on the left you have Antifa, on the right you have MAGA, but you can't fall outside that. And if you fall outside that, it's unacceptable. It's like arrestable, basically,
Oh,
right?
okay.
So like the society kind of defines this thing that we can discuss. Well, I think that with Delphi,
Society defines it,
well,
or
you know, tools are used to impose these things on us, right? So we have
absolutely. Okay, I can agree with that.
okay, so like I define as a libertarian. Well, I define as a a whatever. So you're putting yourself into this box because other people are
Mm-hmm.
defining it for you. So
And
okay,
you're treated crazy
back
if
to
you.
where this is, how this works here in Delphi. So it's
Mm-hmm.
important if you're going to have what like a limited hangout in the future. It's important if you're going to give the population just enough truth to slide on by, right? So we're seeing that with J6 bomber. We're seeing that probably with all kinds of things right now.
And what do you mean by limited hangout? Because
A limited hangout. So basically, you've got a group of people, whether it's, man, I don't want to drop some names right now, but you've got a group of people who are going to get in public and give the public just enough, be in the public eye and give the truth, just enough truth to the public, like MK Ultra or something. We're not going to tell you everything that we did. So the whatever hearings those were, that the church hearings, or I mean, we still haven't really had much of a living hangout on JFK, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So there would be, so if what I believe is true, which is that you have all this stuff going on that eventually even led to J6, but white supremacists were being paid for. The SPLC was paying millions of dollars to the leaders of these groups, and then writing articles about those groups complaining about their activities.
Yeah.
And then politicians are using it to advance political change. And I believe that Jay Abbott was running an element of that broader national operation. And you say, well, Lowlight, you're crazy. Why would the FBI do that? And I'll say COINTELPRO and PATCON.
No,
They
you're
did
not
it in the
crazy.
80s. They did it in the 60s. These
Mm-hmm.
were operations that they did against the black community in the 60s, and up through the 80s, the white community.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry for using terms like that are just kind of like, You
No,
know,
I'm
maybe
glad you defined them.
Listen,
And then
they
also,
create the boxes and tell us
Yeah.
you got to get
There
into
you go.
one of them.
And then,
Right.
So where were we?
well,
The Overton
also,
window here, like go ahead.
I was just going to ask, Prof wanted to know, did Jerry Holman give you permission to talk about this? Which I think is a troll comment, but
It's
I just
totally
wanted to
fine. He
give
can
you,
troll me like that because
yeah,
look, I am trying to develop, Prof. Like, man, I'm trying to develop a relationship with the lead investigator in this case. You better believe it, dude. And so, I mean, I'll
Ooh.
get to that, but I think that one day, I think what happened, and I think the evidence suggests that somebody came to Jerry Holman at some point in a way that did not leave a paper trail and said, Rick Allen is your guy, figure it out. And that person or that message had never been a lie. Every time Jerry Holman had drugged somebody into an interrogation, that person cracked. Rick didn't. And if Jerry, okay, so this leads to the theory. So the Overton window, the acceptable theory for people like you and I who think, maybe that Rick, might be innocent or that he didn't get a fair trial, is that the Supreme Court hopeful, Judge Francis Gull, is committing career suicide in front of the planet to protect
Let me say
a bunch
something real
of
quick.
racist-
Hang on.
Oh,
Judge
okay.
Coutinho Gull. Just want to say that.
Okay. I didn't get that reference, but what'd you say about Gull?
Judge Francis Gull, May Coutinho.
Okay. I don't understand that, but Catino?
That's her
her
maiden name,
maiden,
Coutinho.
her maiden
Okay,
last name
great.
was
I did not know
Coutinho.
that.
Yeah.
There you go. I learned something.
Italian.
So Francis Gull, who's a Supreme Court hopeful, she's committed career suicide to protect a bunch of racist cops who are protecting a bunch of racists who sacrificed 2 little girls. I mean, that is the story that we are supposed to be,
yeah,
and
I
the
don't
feds are
think
good. The feds are
yeah.
good. That's the acceptable story. But there are people who can tie their shoes that want you to believe that. They want you to believe that they framed Richard Allen to protect a bunch of racists for sacrificing 2 little girls. That is the narrative. And it is pushed by people. And if you talk about the FBI, people get very angry. People get very offensive. I've mentioned the FBI, and I've had like 45-minute live streams impromptu on various channels right afterwards, where people are talking about, what I was saying and how it was my demographics and how I just don't trust the FBI because I'm a straight white male in my, at the time, 40s.
Well,
So,
I think there's
okay.
a lot of good with the FBI and a lot of bad. When
Well,
you
there are elements.
yes.
So let me get to this real quick because I think this is
Yeah.
important. If Prof is still in there, hi Prof. So here's the thing: if Jerry Holman had framed Richard Allen, none of us would be here right now. There was no frame job, none. They went into that interview thinking Richard Allen was going to fill in the blanks. If he went in there framing him, he would from the crime scene at his home. They would have had trophies, maybe a sock, a missing piece of clothing. We would all think Rick was guilty if there was a frame job. There was none. It was
Well, they
all
planted a
after
bullet.
he.
They planted
I
a
don't
bullet.
even know if they planted a bullet. They
planted that bullet.
the flimsiest. Okay, maybe.
Well, maybe what
That's
you're
like
saying
the worst
too.
frame job.
But
okay, wait.
the point
So
is this.
they did not even have the story put together on how he came to their to interest. They didn't even have that. It wasn't even
Well,
believable.
I don't believe that if Kathy Shank had that typed up back in 2019.
Yeah,
Look,
which she did.
Okay.
But anyway, go ahead. Finish your theory.
I'm just no. It's the evidence just doesn't support Jerry Holman actively framing someone.
To
Now,
some extent.
someone did Like, I believe that the 4chan posts and whatnot, like if you tell me that they don't know who posted the 4chan, whatever. I mean, they just found, recently they were able to find that one of Epstein's guards had posted on 4chan.
Well, I mean, you're right to some extent. I agree with part of what you said, because um, he did, Hellman, in this interview. I think he did really think, like, did it. I think he thinks Rick did it because, like you said,
I don't think so anymore.
he wanted him to give him more answers, because if you pay attention in that interview, I think I'm following you, and this is also something I agree with, is where he is expecting Rick to, like you said, fill in the blanks, because they actually thought he was connected to the Kleins.
Yes. So, like, the parts of this is the other important part, is that
Why
they
would
had no development of they had no development in their investigation. Like, if you see this, you'll like it supports your theory that there was spin-offs, right? That there was multiple investigations. So, like, there was no development. They came at Rick with everything they knew, like, the day after the murder. Like, there was
Yeah.
nothing. I mean, the only, like, investigation happened was on the bullet, right? So, like, they did some testing on that, but everything else, like, they didn't come out after him with DNA, obviously. They couldn't.
Mm-mm.
So, like, they came after him wanting to know about his religion and his connection to the Kleins.
Mhm.
That was it.
why would they
After years,
why would they
Holman.
why would they
Go ahead.
think he's connected to the Kleins when
He said
we have seen
Well, because he worked in a well, they didn't think he was. They didn't
Well,
know.
he
So
actually
he wasn't. He was not. He worked in a factory with Tony Klein
he used to
years
live
before.
in Peru or Mexico.
Yes.
Is what Jerry
Yes.
said in one
But
of the scripts. Yeah, he thought they were connected through that.
so if you've ever done factory work, and I have,
I don't remember
aside
Richard
from
Allen ever doing any factory work, but I guess
he worked in a car factory there.
I think it was for a very short time. I think
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
So
Kathy had to quit.
if
'cause
you've
he
ever
broke-
worked in a factory, you can go in. You'll see a bunch of people in, like, when you first start, like when you're all sitting in a room filling out paper and eating lunch and listening to somebody talk about, community culture. But after that first, couple days, when you go to your plate, you'll see the same 10 people for 2 years and never see anybody else. And that's how factory work is. I mean, you can work with 20,000 people in a factory, but only knows 10. And they so as soon as they saw that, they just assumed, the arrest needed to happen.
Yeah, and Jerry
Okay,
Holman
so
actually said that, and about why they sent him to Westville. They were basically trying to force a
Yes.
confession. Yeah.
yeah. So there are some people that are confused. Do you want to kind of like re-summarize what you were saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, like,
I'm
yeah.
okay. So basically, I believe that the theory that we're all supposed to believe is that the local cops are the bad guys. But I think that it was, this was the wrong murder at the wrong time for a lot of people, not just the Patties. And, I look at Becky Patty and I see someone who, I don't care what your family's been involved in. Your kids don't need to, your family members don't need to get murdered. Right. So I see somebody who just can't talk, like she can't say there's certain things she can't say. And I used to be very hard on her and on Fox 59 for coming in and not asking any questions. But, like, what are you going to do? Like,
I'm glad you mentioned that, actually, because it's something that we talked about on the last live on the Unified Demands channel.
Okay.
And that was actually something I had brought up to them, that I felt like the family specifically, I think, is who we were talking about. But I also agree with the law enforcement side. And I was actually going to ask you, do you think that the law enforcement are forced basically into silence too if this is the FBI who is doing that?
Well, I think that, like, they've been a good partnership for a very long time, and since 9/11, as the fusion center and its influence has increased, um, that relationship has built, stronger. And basically that's and here's the other thing is, like, Doug Carter was, like, sat at the head
Hmm.
of the fusion center. And they're mentioned several times in the
A lot of people,
transcripts.
they may not know about the fusion centers.
Okay, I'll talk about that in just a second.
Yeah.
So the fusion center, basically, it's a hub where all the law enforcement agencies in the state interact with federal agencies, and which interacts nationally. So if I'm, I don't know, Sheriff Andy Taylor, and I need, you know some evidence that only the DEA has on this murder, I can access that evidence. But the DEA is able to, purchase bulk data, location from AT&T and other providers. And so they can literally, like, and that's minute by minute. Like, they can find, they can just buy bulk data and find you anytime, anywhere. So
Which makes sense. Crime isn't solved either.
well, the thing is I think they know
Exactly.
pretty much everything, right? So this is where, Daisy asks, her channel came out and, just kind of pushed the boundaries of, and, like, I might have made some mistakes on I trusted a report and about the 207 image, but 1351 was more important. I'm getting off the track here. So somebody asked, they didn't really understand my theory. Basically, the FBI was running some white supremacists in the region. Some of those guys, for whatever reason, were the main suspects early on, and it got way too close to an operation that they were running.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I figured it was more with the CSAM angle is kind of,
No.
but I mean, it's
that's there too. Like, it's
yeah.
very difficult because you have all these elements.
Mhm.
So yes, Keegan Kline was investigated, and I think Keegan Kline might have been the touch point for, something darker. I really don't know. I think that there were several girls in the region that were involved. I think
There
what is
were.
it? The Cool Monkey app
Mhm.
on the
Yeah.
phone. I just haven't really heard that talked about.
Yep.
Is really concerning, because if you look back, I mean, don't do a search.
They don't
for
talk
Cool
about
Monkey
any
app.
of the apps except for Snapchat.
Yeah, and there were
Well,
lots yeah.
right. So there are some technical, things that we've learned in this case, that, something called deep links, like, for the reason that, some of the pictures and whatnot have disappeared.
Mhm.
However, I think some of that is, someone has removed some of that,
Not
removed things
someone,
from the
but
phone.
Kelsey.
Well, I
and
mean,
also the report. We have the report that comes from the police, and that we have
Yeah.
what they put in it, basically.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, so I think that Jay Abbott was running an element of a larger operation, that the SPLC also played a part, and that operation culminated not only with the Unite the Right rally, but eventually, J6, and it was coordinated, and it was used to push, narratives. So that
When you say J6, are you referring to January 6th?
January 6th, correct?
Okay. And
So
what happened
you had
January 6th?
hundreds of thousands of people. You had 100,000 people there. I'm even more. You had a lot of people at J6, and then you had less than 80 people, I believe, or 100 people, something like that were engaged in, violence. And that, there are people who did some bad things, definitely. But you get a camera angle, a different camera angle on that same action, and then, that is what is pushed right after, for J6. And so it was used to push, most of it was relatively peaceful, but it was used to push a political agenda. So right after Unite the Right, you have, some, some violence. This kid drives a car through the crowd, kills some people, or kills a person, maims a bunch of others. And right after that, you have a narrative that's already spun, already ready to go, and they push it.
Now, wasn't
you still have people that believe that, the president of the United States got on camera and said that there were very fine Nazis in the crowd. Like, they believe that. And the person who cut that and edited that video clip knew that the president had actually said that there were very fine counter protesters and protesters. So he didn't say that. So whoever cut that clip up knew that they were deceiving the public, and they did it anyways. And then there were a bunch of other accounts, that RuPaul, etc., that pushed it. So for people who don't know what I'm talking about, and they're like, oh my gosh, what is going? So the names of the people, like, there were 3 names, big names, that would have bumped elbows with people who are under indictment right now in the SPLC, paying for this violence, that would have, who were listed as suspects, named and talked about by Jay Abbott and Doug Carter.
That makes sense then, because that would make sense with why the harassment and the bullying and is so intense with this case, because you don't see this in like just every true crime community, but it is really, really bad with, and from what I have read, you get that whenever there is a federal investigation that they do not want people, like, if people get too close to it, there are things like that can happen, like the online.
So so first of all, let me give credit, because somebody says in the thing, oh my God, I think he's on to something. Listen.
Oh yeah.
I had I came to this, I don't know, a couple years ago, and it was after the Franks that, I really started to, this just, like when you sit there and it just hits you. Well, I had the opportunity to talk to one of the private investigators, Christina. And, she was able to, there were like 2 details she gave me. One was a name, and then one was Clovis. And both of those things, have panned out pretty well. So I just want to give credit where it's due. There are way more murders here. Obviously, I'm sure you're all you're all clued into that. I believe I followed somebody's work here, with like a list of names, had really put me off on a good direction on a lot of the bodies that are connected. If you just take the Patties,
that was
and
artist
Brad Holder,
Day
you just take those 2 names, and then over a period of 2016 to 2023, I think you have 40 bodies that are directly connected. And these are not like, heart attacks and fast cancer. No. They're like, shootings in the head, arsons,
suspicious deaths. Yes.
Yeah. And it's like 40, and that's a conservative number.
Well, you can see you're exactly right. And because everything to do with this case has been controlled by what the public sees, what they talk about. And I see the comment here you have, like, I think he's onto something. Like, can I
add?
Oh, you
yeah, artist, go ahead. Interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, my phone died, so I had to go back to my computer. So.
Oh, that's yes.
Shit.
Okay. So let me make sure that I'm understanding kind of where you're coming from with let me start with this.
Okay.
with the Odinist theory and everything like that, I think people got really stuck on the Odinist thing, and obviously things were done to point in that direction.
Yeah.
But I think
Yes.
what is the main concern here are the activities of the people associated who happen to practice that and their various connections. And then you said that you believe that the FBI has funded these basically plants and racial hate, violence, things like that.
That's shocking. They have.
Yeah, absolutely. So okay, so what is? I mean, be specific.
So, but wait,
please.
That sounds more to me like something beyond the FBI.
It probably is.
Well, I mean, we have that.
Have you ever considered that sounds more like?
I mean, FBI did COINTELPRO. I mean, I can't explain, like, I mean, I could, I guess, go into the history of those things, like COINTELPRO and what PATCON and whatnot. So I'm not saying that you have a bunch of undercover FBI agents. I'm saying that you have CIs, you have people at the very top of these groups being paid. I mean, even if you take the Vinlanders, the American Guard, or the Proud Boys, like just two names that we have there.
Right.
So you have Enrique Tarrio and you have Brian James. Okay, Brian James and some other guys in the Proud Boys split off from the main group and have this Proud Boys Autonomous because they think they call him Enrique the Rat. Is he the rat? I mean, he's the only one that'll interact with me. Like, I've tried and tried. Brian, I would love to speak with you. Right. So like, I do not, I'm not the first person to come up with these names. I mean, obviously you all have too, Josh, Brian, etc.
They're in the transcript.
I don't begrudge Prof or anyone else coming out and saying those. The reason I have not like just come out and just, hammered on those things when it was confirmed to me, because I'm trying to speak to these people. I got a lawyer, I've got my lawyer, talking to their lawyers kind of thing and trying to speak with these people.
Why?
But, just like one side of this thing is just not talking.
Why?
Whether or not, they're, what that means, you really can't infer anything, right?
Okay, why?
Why?
Why do you want to speak with these people?
Why wouldn't I? Like, because they're
I mean, if you're afraid to say FBI agents' names, why would you want direct communication with somebody like Jerry Holman or somebody like Brian James?
Oh, I'm less afraid to speak an FBI agent's name. I mean, I have like some names, but here's the funny thing. Like I've talked to 3 people who claim to be FBI informants, one of whom I believe. Right. And and this person has given me a name of an FBI agent. That FBI agent's name, who was his handler out of Indianapolis. This person, that name is a Hollywood name of an FBI agent in like a TV series. Right. So like these FBI agents who are handling these guys who are on the ground are like giving them fake names. Like they've got, I've seen the phone records. I've seen the,
So we've got a pyramid scheme of lobbyists that like to play cosplay. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I mean, I don't. Okay, you're gonna have to.
That's a cool way to think about it. I like that.
That is funny. I think that that there was just I think we're in a very interesting time right now. Historically.
And but do you think it is to the highest bidder, like to somebody that like people are LARPing? Do you agree with that?
Do I think that Brian James is LARPing? Absolutely not. I think that Brian James is a real believer. And here's the thing about Brian James is I don't think Brian James took money from the SPLC. I think that he rubbed shoulders with people who did. I think that if the SPLC or anybody else came to Brian James with a money offer, he would tell them to go fuck themselves and he would go public about it. I mean,
Yeah, that might be smart. That's how you
I don't think that he's that guy. I think he's the guy that I mean, I just don't think that. I think that he's an adult. I think that he's aged, you know. I mean, you get older and
yeah.
your views change, but if you wake up every day and you're a straight white male and everything you see for the last couple decades on television is that you're the worst thing on the planet. You're
Wasn't that what was
citizen.
happening? Well, isn't that what was happening? Is that people were going to this SLPC or whatever it's called. I can't remember it right off the acronym,
Yeah.
but isn't
Southern
that
Poverty Law Center.
they were going to them to get out of these groups, and basically they were then saying, well, we'll pay you, we'll put you up room and board.
No. The Southern Poverty Law Center they existed to conflate everyone right of center with one certain thing, which is
But they were
Nazis.
paying people, right? So
they were paying leadership.
Yes,
so
because I think that's what Prophet went through a whole lot about it. And there were
Yes.
many of them who, like you were saying, they were getting older and they were really wanting to distance themselves from these groups. So I think they were going because they were looking for assistance or protection or something like that. And basically that Southern Poverty Law was like, hey, we'll pay you. We'll pay for your rent, mortgage, we'll pay. And then they give them like payments every month to stay in the
that
white
I don't know.
supremacist, whatever.
I don't know.
Right?
I mean,
Is that
once
Yeah.
the court proceedings move forward, we'll know more.
So what leads you to believe that Brian James specifically, as you spoke, would not take a payment like that?
Well, because of his treatment of Enrique Terrio,
His treatment of what?
of his treatment of people who have taken money, like his response to certain things,
Okay.
and then how his organizations have run up till now.
So essentially, they're
You know,
trying to
you don't
buy the
lead-
power from
Okay,
the
so-
leaders of.
Like Brian James specifically, like if you look at the Klan, the Hammerskins, then the Vinlanders, there was a distilling process there, right? Like
Yeah.
by the time the Vinlanders were formed, like what were the Vinlanders? Look at the Vinlanders. Look at those guys. Like look at the actual patch members. They're all like 6'5", pushing 300 pounds. They are an enforcer in any 1%, biker club, coast to coast, anywhere. They're an enforcer. They're the guy that beats the living hell out of you if you're not in line. And he's running a pack of those guys.
Well, there's
you
even
don't do that through force and intimidation.
there's even 3% militia groups in.
Well,
that are part of
eventually
this.
it became that.
Yeah.
So you do that through, and I know this because I was in the Marines. You do that by inspiring people. Like if you've got a bunch of alphas in a room, you inspire them. You don't threaten them. Don't try that. So by the time the American Guard rolls around, and I don't know anything about that because it's all very murky, but at the time of the murders, the Vinlanders, a lot of whom were wearing their patches, wearing their, shirts, Vinlanders and whatnot, were transitioning into this thing called the American Guard. And I believe it's at that point at which the FBI or law enforcement was successful in doing something that they had never been successful at to that time, which is get informants in the actual, and we see that in the trial record, right? Prof was going over it last night. So they started to get, people in the mix, in the groups, people who were coming up through the process from, like hang around to support to patched member. And I think that, you look no further than Brad Holder. And I think
listen to that
Holder
Scott,
was
he does that,
first.
or he did.
What?
Yeah. But if you listen to the Scott Payne guy that we were talking about, or I mentioned it earlier, and he is an ex. He's retired, but he does interviews and stuff, and he worked undercover for the FBI, and he infiltrated the which ones was it? It was the Hammerskins. They had several names because the white supremacists have went through all of these names and biker gangs, and he's actually what you described, like 6'5", like 300 plus, probably huge guy. So I get what you're saying with that. I completely agree. Yeah, he looks like that, and he was talking about infiltrating these groups. He has interviews all over the internet. Basically, it does go along with what it tracks with what you're saying.
So there's another element to this, which is, and I don't want to
Josh,
get lost.
can I ask a question real quick
Yes,
before we
absolutely.
go any further?
Of course.
Do you believe there are two separate types of FBI agents that are infiltrating these groups? Some that are becoming like an undercover for purposes of disbanding the groups, and some undercover in order to to support the groups and grow the
So
groups?
I think that's I mean, there's just the misconception that we all have about so many things. And one of those is that FBI agents go undercover to join these groups. That is not like, does that happen? Probably, yes. We have historically that happened. Those guys get killed. Like if you're not the thing,
No way, I can't.
like people recognize you're not the thing. So it's a lot easier for me, right, to instead of like invade, the Vinlanders, to like start paying one of those guys off, find a weak point in that group and start paying one of those guys off. And eventually, they're paying several of these guys off in any given group. And then, if there's like 15 of them in a room, 14 of them are on the take. So you don't have to have,
well, I guess I'm
people
asking what the
infiltrating. You have
purpose
like
of that
handlers.
is.
What?
I guess I'm asking what the ultimate goal there is. Is it to disband, or is it to increase, or is there some of both going on? That's my question.
I don't know. I mean, I've only seen like you see prosecutions, right? So like occasionally you'll see a prosecution, but you always like there's always somebody there to spin, whatever for political gain. And these guys are left alone. Like if there's not a camera on them and it's not like
Which guys are
these
left
guys do what
alone?
they want. Like it's not like they're arresting these guys wholesale,
Which
It's not like
guys
they're
are left
disbanding. Like
alone?
if you think that they can't, disband a group, you don't, you don't understand their capabilities. If they really wanted these groups to go away, they could get these groups to go away.
Well, I guess that's ultimately my question then. That's not what's happening. So you answered it. Thank you.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm not very clear sometimes, and I came in late and I'm, kind of intruding, and I'm very sorry. But
no, you're good. You're good.
I am so grateful because like I've needed to talk about this stuff for a long time.
May I ask you a question, Josh?
Yes,
sorry, Adrian, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go for it.
I wanted to ask Josh, if I know you just said that they, I don't know if I can recall it right on the spot, but I think you had said that they would come up killed and like they're not infiltrating the groups. So then my question, I guess, from that is this guy that's like this Scott Payne guy that's out here doing these interviews. Do you think he's telling the truth, or do you think like he's put out there to say that?
No, I think that definitely there's people that are telling the truth. Like there are people who were infiltrating the FBI. That was the model for a long time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you look at Mike German, there's a guy named Mike. I think his name is Mike German, and if you look at him, like I forget the name of the organization, but his information's out there, and his information is out there, and he used to do that.
Yeah. Okay. And well, because see, the guy said
in Indiana, in fact.
Oh yeah, they apparently there's a ton of white nationalist groups up, heading up that way and up into,
So let me give you a personal experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I recently reached out to a local politician and I asked him if he remembered this. He did not. But do you remember the Tea Party? So it was a group of people who didn't like taxes. There was a local Tea Party that started in my area,
Yeah.
and they were meeting at the hotel, and it was their very first meeting. And people are walking across the parking lot. I'm walking across the parking lot, and these two or three actually, white, like 15 passenger vans are parked. And as we're walking across the parking lot towards the hotel where this meeting is going to happen in one of the, the big rooms, out of these two or three vans, pour a bunch of Nazis in beautiful pressed uniforms. Nazis, right? And they pull out like this brand new
beautiful pressed
flag.
uniforms.
Look, listen. I mean,
Wow.
look, come on.
They care about how they look.
They're pressed. They're
Nazis.
new. They're
Yeah.
brand new uniforms.
Okay. Yeah.
They come out. They've got this brand new flag that still has creases in it, and it's like one of the biggest flags I've ever seen that's not on a pole. And out come, and the press is all there with their cameras, and they're taking pictures.
Ew.
And so these guys were supposedly meeting right next door.
Huh.
So like that's the kind of and what was the story that was spun is that, and so, the pictures, tell the story. So there we are walking across the parking lot next to a bunch of Nazis.
Yeah.
And what do they sell the Tea Party as over the years? A bunch of racists,
Yeah. That's fair.
So that was what
I
the
could see them doing
SPLC was doing. So if you read the SPLC, you see people like Ron Paul, you see people, who are reasonable individuals who are conflated with, people who are doing violence on the street.
Well,
As
I think that's
if Dennis Kucinich can be,
well,
Dennis Kucinich is a member of Antifa or something, which is not true. So
but
Dennis
I mean,
Kucinich is a person who's very on the left, but he's
right. But you've
okay.
noticed
Go on.
that like people are ideologically captured on this case, right? That there's a whole bunch of like, hardcore lefties and stuff.
Well, politics definitely plays a role. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people's behavior I can, is explains a lot. And that's fine. I've had to put my politics aside for a very long time, because I'm, speaking hopefully on behalf of Rick and the girls.
Well, that's what
And
most people
so
do.
if I'm sitting in a room full of
Yeah.
people,
Yeah.
They left their politics out of everything years ago. Nowadays, most people don't do that. But yeah.
well, like,
Right. Right.
so what has happened to the conversation surrounding Delphi is that, it is now, Rick Allen's support is now the least likely to reach the ears of American people because it is dominated. Anybody coming down here, sees, what are the optics?
Harassment.
So,
Yeah.
like large channels are driven away. People are attacked.
And you have Barb McDonald and Susan Hendricks that are already bought and paid for, in my opinion, allegedly.
Yeah.
Well, they're all
I
these people
don't
are
know.
connected. Like, yeah, the same people that are like.
Well, okay, so let's talk about that. Can we talk without me dominating the conversation? But so there are connections, right? And Peggy O, clued me on to this. She was like, "Do you know that the murder sheet is connected to James Comey?" I said, "What?" She's like, "Yeah." She's like, Anya Kane. They went to the same college. They worked for the same newspaper. James Comey, yes, James Comey. Anya Kane, they worked for the same newspaper. They went to the same college. She has introduced him several times in public before public speaking engagements. And then on their channel, I think it's maybe 3 times, they've interviewed him about his books.
You're right.
You don't do that without a relationship. I mean, try interviewing James Comey. Try interviewing anybody.
Well, didn't Anya's family
so
her family came from money though, right? Anya's?
I don't know.
When did the murder sheet come out? Because we were talking about the timing of things recently. Or I'm sorry.
So I'm not sure, but I know that when it comes to timing, like on 2/17, James Comey had already been briefed twice on this case.
Yeah,
And
that's
a
crazy.
deputy director was getting nightly updates. So then you have, you just have the yarn that Murder Sheet has spun, and like they knew, like take the FBI, um, the FBI behavioral unit.
Mhm.
Oh, the behavior.
They came on a podcast and just completely lied about that. We knew on 2/7/17 it was announced by the FBI and covered by several outlets that the BAU had at least three individuals working on the case.
Well, they
And
had
what does
like
that mean?
60, the day the murders happened, there were like 60 FBI agents in the area. Like the day.
Okay, well, I had
Mhm.
40 on the day the girls went missing, but 60 by the time the girls, were found.
Mhm.
I believe
Yeah.
that.
Right.
Mhm.
I don't have evidence of that number, but I do have evidence of 40.
I just have like reports and stuff. I don't have
Yeah.
any of like actual evidence. Yeah.
So, but so not only that, like we have two behavioral units that have worked on this. We have one from the marshals, which produced a 10-page report,
Yeah.
and then we have the FBI who were there initially. In 2018, Ticking Time Bomb clued me in on this, and it's true. The Georgia Bureau of Investigations
They sure
did
did.
a peer review, and I believe
Mhm.
their behavioral unit also was involved. So you may have, high likelihood of three. So I went out to Georgia Bureau and I asked for their, report, because they're gonna give that to you. And they said that the girls had been sexually assaulted, and so I had to go back to them and say no, they weren't. And so then they said, well, it's this other thing. So they just kept rejecting it, but that report exists.
Interesting.
Well, a lot of people don't understand is when you look at the amount of like the agencies that have had their hands on this case, you just don't see that in a double
It's
homicide.
stunning.
Yep, there's what the U.S.
Yeah.
Marshals, there's the U.S. Border Patrol, there's GBI,
Yep.
there's there's the FBI. That is, you don't see that in a
Department of
double homicide.
Homeland
Why?
Security, the ATF, the
Homeland
Yeah.
Security. Thank you. And then you have why nobody really thinks about this, but it's like, why do you have Doug Carter traveling across the United States to do interviews with his family? It is not because he just cares about these victims. It's not. He probably
Yeah.
does to some extent. It is to make sure they don't get asked certain questions, is what I think. That is
Mhm.
why that's why he traveled around with them.
Well, I think if you look at Doug Carter's behavior over the years and the kinds of things he was saying, there are points at which he there are points at which it seems like everything changes for him. And I think, Stephanie, Greg, their death,
I'll agree.
Des,
Mhm.
Yeah.
was a moment for him. And then, so then you have very close to that time him going to the FBI and saying, look, give me all my investigative material back.
So you're thinking
Mm.
it wasn't just because there was like a disagreement. It was more like he didn't like.
Well, I think that all the information was being filtered through the FBI. And we see that. I mean, it was. So the FBI comes on and they say, "Oh, we're a support role." But the reality is all information flows through them. And if you're
Mhm.
getting if someone is of interest, they're sending that information back, and then they,
Well, what was interesting though is that email line. You know, the tip line. Like I know that the number actually went through the FBI for a while. But what I
yeah.
found interesting in the transcripts and the things that I've been reading is all of those emails, because you remember, I don't know if you recall, but it was the email address for tips went to whatever CACO, whatever SRF. That all
Yeah.
went to directly to Unified Command, which was Kathy Shank, Tobe, and I don't know who else. Those two had first access to every tip from day
Oh
one.
God.
Yeah, it's in
Okay.
the transcripts. So I wonder if, I guess all of the ones for the phone calls would, for a good amount of time, would go through the FBI, but those email tips, I wonder who else had access to it? Unless, they could have been lying. I just thought it was kind of crazy. Kathy Shank also had access, but do you
Not
think
even vetted.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you think I had access to the emails?
Well,
you think?
like that whole narrative is indicative of, of not a frame job. Like that whole narrative is like something you come up, with after the fact.
Well, I don't think that necessarily that Holman was fully in on a frame job. I think he's just a big dope. And I think that
I think he's
went
done.
Well, whether that was their original intent or not, that's what they did.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
Okay, so go, flesh that out if you would.
Well, we've got what I believe is an innocent man sitting in prison.
Right.
Yeah.
And if he has any involvement at all, they have not produced any authentic evidence to prove that to me.
Right. Well, I mean, maybe they don't have any.
I don't think they have
it. They don't have any evidence for him. So I would argue.
So then how is that not a frame job?
So it was more about like trusting their law enforcement partners.
So you're saying that Jerry got bad information and that he's just a big dope and he went along with it thinking.
Well, I mean, okay, so I've only interacted with him in text. So I don't, well, that's not true. I've had a phone conversation. Maybe.
Jerry Holman?
Just one. Yeah.
You've interacted with him in text. That's not true. What? I didn't hear the rest of what you said. You kind of faded out.
Okay, so I've exchanged emails with Jerry Holman, and then I've had one phone call with him. That is it. So I don't my interactions with him are, I see him as a cop who's, just kind of become his job in some ways. He's probably a little world weary.
But my issue.
I think that he is very used to not giving a fuck about public perception. However, this case probably tilted that a little bit because, the internet, it's a huge, vast space with lots of real people who see you and now think that you are the villain. And I think that he's the feds have basically left the local cops out to dry. And, you can take Doug Carter asking for the, kicking the FBI off the case two ways, right? So, I mean, if you look at other cases around the country where the FBI has trained witnesses to keep the FBI off this, out of the story, like in the Governor Whitmer kidnapping case, you have, boy, this.
Well, I was
really
going to make it clear for the chat. I was going to say, it probably makes sense to us who've been digging into this. I don't know if it's clear for the chat, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here.
Yeah.
So are you saying that are you saying basically that the FBI pretty well this is how things were going to go, and basically the lower law enforcement are sort of forced into going along with this? Is that what you're saying?
Sure. I mean, I think everybody's on a need to know basis.
So basically the FBI is like telling them like, okay. I had mentioned this in the last live about, in another investigation about the FBI basically going to the family and saying, you can't go communicate with these witnesses, even though your daughter was killed, because you would be interfering with a federal investigation. Do you think that is something similar that they have done to the law enforcement and the families in this case?
I think, well, I mean, in the court record, we had, so have you ever heard of state secrets privilege or?
State what?
State secrets privilege. It's very hard to say.
Yeah, no.
State secrets privilege or national security letters.
Peter Piper. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Say it. Let's all try it. We'll lose everybody in chat. So basically, it's invoked when there are things going on that the state wants to keep secret. Operationally, hopefully, hopefully there's good reasons for that. But I think in this case, it was abused. to the point where they don't have any evidence for the man they've got in jail except for like this bullet, which over half the courts in the country wouldn't accept that evidence.
So you're saying that Holman like basically either felt or was kind of forced, well, maybe not forced into
No.
believing this, because I do think he's kind of dopey, and I think he actually.
Well, I mean, I think I think if you believe that about Holman, he's tricked you.
Well, no, I was going to say not fully.
Holman rope-a-dopes, like Holman rope-a-dopes.
I disagree.
Okay, well,
disagree too.
hold on. Okay, so if Holman has developed some tells over the years, like if Holman tells you that he's going to ease your mind, he is investigating you.
Oh no, I don't trust him like that. No.
No.
What? I'm just saying that like anybody after a long time, like part of an investigative, process is getting you to underestimate the person sitting across.
Well, he went and lied on stage at CrimeCon, so no, I don't think that he just is kind of, yeah, he went and lied on. That's what I put in my video, because I'm like, this dude, he just made up.
Well,
and he talks out of his ass.
But like
we make mistakes all the time. And Nick, Nick's over there going, "Oh, I don't know if I'd say that."
Nick had to save the day quick.
Well, I do. Jerry said, "Well, I do." It's like
I sent Holman my just like a smidge of what I know about a certain other death in this investigation. And Holman's response to me was, "I don't believe that." Now, he could have said, "That's not true." He could have said, "That is true." But instead, he said, "I don't believe that." Why? Well, because it would elicit a response from me. He doesn't have to deny it. He doesn't have to say it's true. He can find out what I have. And that's what that response was to do, to find out what I have. My response to him was, I've spoken to both attorneys, the defense and the prosecution, and neither of them have denied this. And you just pushed me for information. And then I told him what I had. And then he told me that he doesn't do interviews until after the appeal is over. So
wow, no, I mean, that's good thinking too, though.
But he's not. I mean, a lot of these things cops just do. They've learned it over the years.
He's very underhanded.
Repetition.
I'm not a.
He's a monster. I'll say it. He's a monster.
Amen.
And if you've looked at any of the other cases that he is involved in, he's a monster.
Okay.
I agree.
I'll say it.
Okay.
I agree.
So like I said, my experience with Holman has been from right after the Franks till, a couple weeks ago or something. So I don't really, I haven't looked at his other stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
Can I
I'm trying to talk to the guy. So,
hey guys, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
So he talked to you after the Franks?
Yeah.
And he's talked to you. Did he talk to you, I assume, during the pretrial phase and all of that, right?
I mean, just right after the Franks, it was only one time.
So when the gag order was in place,
the gag order was in place,
and the prosecution didn't break that gag order, it was to defend.
I don't know. He wasn't giving me information. Don't get it wrong.
They were on a media blackout. Why would they speak to you, Josh?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question.
On what?
I mean, he wasn't because he was not. Okay, I'll tell you this. It was a weird interaction.
This whole thing is weird.
Okay. So he was calling me to ease my mind.
Why? He was what?
About Anthony Greeno.
He contacted you about that?
Yeah, I had called. So Anthony Greeno had got on, I don't know, some social media platform and said that he was going to kill people or something. It was one of the times that he said that.
So, I guess I say which time.
I got on the phone.
There's a couple.
I think it was Allen County. I called Allen County, I think, because at the time where the trial was, That's where it was, right? So I think it was in Allen County, or maybe I called Carroll. I don't know, but they forwarded me words. They forwarded my message to, ISP or whatever.
That's
They sent
weird.
it to
And
Holman
my
because
mind
he's
was
the one, the
blown.
bully
My
that's
mind
going to
was
come after
blown when
you.
my phone rang and he said, "Hey, this is Jerry Holman."
Wow.
Yeah, they knew who to
And
send it to. He's the bully. How do
well,
you
he wasn't.
think I'm sorry. I his name is slipping my mind.
Vito?
No. The gentleman who
Rick
took
Allen?
his own life
Oh,
after
Oh,
talking with
Fortson?
Jerry Holman.
Carl
Yeah.
Fortson.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Kyle Fortson.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have got some questions for him about that, for sure.
Well, the blood is on Jerry's hands, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Not
me
any,
too.
yeah.
You know,
Well,
This
you
is
know
we're
what?
something that
So I think
goes
that there's a
to
number of things in this case where he's maybe looking at things, and
hmm
like what do you? So I think I believe a lot less in evil and a lot more in making the easy decision right now. Like, what is the easiest path to follow right now? What
well,
is the way that
So
causes
the
me to
easiest
least?
the
path to
easiest path
follow is
is
to frame an
evil.
innocent. Wait a minute. Yeah, I was going to say to frame an innocent man. That's the easy path. The easy path is
Yeah.
never the right path.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Okay.
eventually, like, once you make these easy decisions and you don't stand up in the room and say, "Wait, stop,"
hmm
and you keep going along, that
He was
that is
actually.
eventually. And so the next thing you know, you're on CrimeCon or wherever lying about some stupid shit that everybody knows you're lying,
Exactly. Well, that
and
goes along
you
with
Yeah.
what
can't
you
do
But
anything
said,
about
right?
it.
Like
but
that.
how
But I
do you
don't think that the buck stops there. I mean, I
but
think
how do you
that
define that as not evil?
well, I guess that was my redefinement. So I was just saying that, like,
Okay.
when people think of evil, they think of this thing smoldering and like coming up from hell and like
No, it's a
tempting you
slow
like
burn.
Ah,
It's a
Yeah.
it
slow
is.
burn.
right.
It's
It's a
always
slow
been
burn.
a slow burn.
Can I go back? Can I go back to when Jerry contacted you about
Sure. Yeah. Let's do it.
about Greeno? Why did he contact you about Greeno?
Yeah, that's weird, man.
Well, I don't think that Greeno was the reason that he contacted me. I'll tell you that.
Okay, well, what was the reason?
So I'll tell you this. Okay. So I mean, I tried dropping hints. He called me. Okay. So
Well, you have to
his,
forgive me. My
his words
devices
were
are
this.
being assholes tonight. So
Who's
I
being
said my
assholes tonight?
devices have being all my devices have been a pain in my ass tonight. So I've been like
That's
cutting
okay.
in and out.
I
So I
walked
kind
in
of make
late, so
things.
don't
So
worry. I'm just glad to be here. So Jerry, so he calls me and he says, he's like, "Hey, this is Jerry Holman," and I'm thinking, like you see somebody that you've been reading about for like the last, however long, and it's weird when they call you, right? So he calls me and he's like, "Hey, this is Jerry Holman. I'm just calling to ease your mind about Anthony Greeno. He's just a weird guy, and I think he's in I think he's in Canada." And I said to myself, "No, I got him somewhere else. He's not in Canada right now." And but he said that he was going to have his partner in Canada like look him up, and that I shouldn't have to worry about him.
Who? Jay Harper?
Then
Gonna have
what?
Jay look him up? Jay Harper?
I don't know. He said he was going to have like his counterpart in
Jay Harper.
in Canada, like looking
Yeah,
him up.
Jay Harper.
Okay. So whoever that is, but basically the point of
He's
the
a retired
conversation was
ISP
not
officer
that.
who ran off
What?
after the Dropbox information came out.
Okay. All right. I would like to hear more about that. But basically the conversation about, so it was very odd that Jerry Holman called me. Why is the lead investigator calling me? You got 20 other people who could call me to ease my mind. If easing my mind about the weird guy who you eventually allow right into the court after
With an active warrant.
involved.
With an active warrant.
Well, yeah. And so, I mean,
Amen.
like that whole situation is just, I mean, if you've read the book Chaos, like you just see this person who's committing a bunch of crimes and then just getting off with it. Like they're
Right.
just doing whatever. Like putting
pretty
body
obvious
armor
what
on
it is.
and a badge and kicking in doors saying that you're a bounty hunter. Like,
Right.
Or a
Pretty obvious.
fireman.
I mean, if you look at the saga of Anthony Greeno, like, I mean, it could be
I still have a question though, Josh, about this. I guess I'm trying to understand why Jerry would need to ease your mind, because so many people have questioned.
Well,
Okay.
I think it's because he reported.
So let me
reported
just be
Greeno.
as clear as I
That's
can.
what I didn't hear, because like I said, my phones have been off and on,
Okay.
and it's been crazy over here.
When Jerry told, well, when Todd Click was told that they wanted him to come in so that they could ease his mind.
Yes, ease his mind. Yes, exactly.
Right. Okay. He was being investigated.
Oh yeah.
Okay. He called me to ease my mind.
So they're investigating.
Okay.
Oh, so they're wondering what the hell you're doing.
He did. I mean, I'll say this, like his line of questioning turned on a dime right before I got off the phone with him. And it didn't hit me until I started writing about Todd Click and trying to call Todd Click, which, by the way, Todd Click's attorneys were very polite in telling me to leave.
Yeah.
Go multiple times. And I'm not the guy that, just calls and emails. I will eventually show up at your office, right? So, like, every day drinker and person on the internet, is calling and emailing and posting about it online. It's the people who put their feet on the ground. So, I mean, I've done there's several accounts. There are several people like this in the community. Lots of people probably, but
Well, that's
our
what
social media
is
is kind of the tip of an iceberg.
Mm.
I mean, I showed up at Baldwin's office in the middle of a fucking panic attack, which was terrible. I mean, I was just,
what do you mean?
I was dripping sweat. It was horrible.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
What happened?
Well, I just showed up. I mean, like there was all this stuff going on, and
were you having the panic attack?
Yeah, I was having a panic attack.
Yeah,
I suffer from that. Like there was a
Okay.
period of
Oh,
time
I'm
where I was
sorry.
suffering from panic attacks terribly.
I see.
And,
I see. I'm sorry. I thought you meant
like
Baldwin
I would
was
think I was
panic
dying.
attacking.
Like I had never experienced that before. But eventually, like you just learn how to deal with them.
Yeah,
And
no,
when I showed up at that office, I had a panic attack. I was unannounced. Like they didn't.
That's what triggered it.
Say, hey,
that's okay. I was just trying to figure out what triggered it. So yeah, you answered it. Thank you.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah.
They were terrible. They've gone
No,
away.
I had them too. They suck. You do think you're dying.
I've had one before. I blacked out for 10 minutes. Don't remember crap.
Oh, you had the hey. That's
so. It was when
suffer the whole time.
It was when I was investigating Todd Click, and I believe that's a railroad, and I believe that like that's one of the things that I'm going to agree with you about. That like there's some dirty shenanigans going on, right, with law enforcement and him. I do not. What I don't know is if
we call it shentified here.
I don't know if Todd Click made the decision to make a lateral move over to CPS, or if that's something they did to set him up. I'm not sure of that timeline exactly, because if you're trying to manage someone out,
that's actually
send them to a place where there's a bunch of paperwork. If you don't know the paperwork load,
remember they did that to Mike Thomas too.
Yeah, like the paperwork load there is stunning, right? So like whatever, like if you work in CPS, if you work in like addiction recovery, things like that, you're gonna find real quick that like the paperwork load requires, like, you're either providing services or you're doing paperwork. You're not doing both.
And they made Mike Thomas like the director of like animal control, which would be nothing but paperwork and shit too, right?
I mean, maybe. Wow. Like I said, this is all right now. That's just me theorizing. Right?
Well, I don't think it's a bad theory. Yeah, I don't.
I think that's a pretty solid theory. Yeah.
Well, the result is that they went after his paperwork. And then, like obviously everybody knows the, motion and limeys.
Yeah, it's insane. It's like I'm honestly shocked that it's even went this far. But I think you're onto something. Like whenever you say you get them, whatever. I forgot which. You're on the spot. I forgot. But where basically you get them, like you said, you get them, I guess, to where they're doing the paperwork. But I would be interested in finding out when he officially moved over to that position, because I was under the impression he just
Yeah.
was sort of assisting, but maybe
Mhm.
I'm oftentimes wrong. So
Yeah. Well, he we all are, right? Like the thing
Yeah.
is like, let's have a conversation where we're allowed to be wrong, and then allowed to also stay in the
Amen.
conversation, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm the same way. My theory is always evolving, so I don't really stick to anything absolute because I can't. But
yeah.
I don't. I may have interrupted you. I'm sorry. You can.
No, you're fine. I'd rather answer questions because I feel like I've been.
Well, may I ask a question? I think
Yeah.
well, you said a moment ago, like something about like This is something that you agree with us on. Is there something you disagree with on? May I ask?
Well, I'm
'Cause-
not part of any kind of, I'm not a tentacle, but I feel like that's the one spot. I just I don't
sorry, you
and
caught me
that,
off guard.
like I bear no grudges. Like this is a really confusing environment, right? So like we have organized groups
Yeah.
that are, there's another case right now happening, and I mentioned this like 2 years ago. But there was a guy named, well, not 2 years ago, maybe close to 2 years ago. Yeah. Sean Taylor out of,
Sounds familiar.
yeah, Sheriff Sean Taylor was out of Millersville, Tennessee. And he was brought in actually to investigate corruption. And
gosh.
he secured 71 warrants for the arrest of public officials and others in his region for human trafficking and drug smuggling and that sort of thing. The Tennessee
Okay.
Bureau of Investigations swooped in, confiscated all of those warrants, raided the police department, took all of their electronic devices, raided his home,
Let me get.
allegedly peed in his
Oh.
his
What?
his shower, yeah, and took all of
Ew.
his electronic devices.
I was going to say, did they
So,
charge him with child pornography
well,
too?
yes,
Yeah,
yes. So
yeah.
what happened right after that was a local news guy named Phil Williams um, went on a smear campaign against these cops and these investigators, and like spun them as being right wing conspiracy theorists and that sort of thing.
So the guy was
So
speaking out
what
against
happened
the guy
recently?
investigating. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry.
Are you saying that the people speaking out against the man that was doing the investigating that then got arrested and stuff? Is that what you're saying?
No. No, none of them have been arrested yet, except for one recently,
No. Well, you
just
said
the other day.
wait, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. So you're saying they raided his house and stuff, but they had not arrested him yet?
No. So
Okay.
then, no. Okay. So the cop who secured 71 warrants,
Mm-hmm.
the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations confiscated all those warrants.
They shut it down. Okay.
Yes. And they confiscated all the electronic devices and all the investigative material. And the media went on a smear campaign against
Gotcha.
the director. I mean, the investigators.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
what happened recently was one of the public officials they were investigating, they were working on, like they had investigative product on him. I don't think they had a warrant on him yet, but he just got arrested for, actual contact with minors going back to the 80s.
Yeah.
And this is
Oh,
what
fuck.
Sheriff Sean Taylor has. If you look at the people I'm following on X, like there's a reason for, like I follow people for a reason, like if you, typically like if you follow me, I don't just like follow you back. Sometimes I do that, because you're my friend or something. But typically, like if I follow you, there's a reason.
So basically, this is what we've been thinking all along. This is way bigger than just.
Well, okay, yes.
Okay.
And let me interrupt because I'm going
Yeah.
somewhere.
No. Yeah.
So,
I was just clarifying.
the organized campaign, there's a RICO, and I just downloaded all this stuff. I posted some of it on my X, in the indictment against this guy. But there's a RICO involving Scripps Media, elements that are connected to Midas Touch, which is a political PAC, by the way,
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
just
you
other
know all
media
the
elements that
things.
basically run
Yep.
online troll farms that run
Yes.
these accounts. So they get a
But you have a
federal
lot of
grant
media
or
too,
something. I don't
backed by
know.
BlackRock too. Don't forget that.
Well, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, what isn't BlackRock? So
yeah.
everything is
Uh,
BlackRock and Vanguard. You and I are now
oh,
BlackRock and
dude.
Vanguard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people don't.
No.
They don't think that the PR type thing is a real thing. It is. That
Well, it
Right.
speaks the same language. I mean,
right.
Fig Solves and Murder Sheet all
Mhm.
say the same language, and they focus on the same evidence, and they ignore all the others. Like the narrative about the phone being run over, spare me. Like if you look
Mhm.
at that, and then the FBI, you know, like the involvement there and all those things, they just, yeah, they trust they're there to put out information that's, you know,
Yeah, this
people
is a
can listen to it at night and they go into sleep and they just
mm-hmm.
assume, you know, whatever's true. It
That,
couldn't be
that,
further from the truth.
it's what's happening in this case too, and I think it's really hard whenever it's called like PR, because a lot of people kind of like just sort of brush that off, but it still is that, and that's a lot of what I've been researching, and this what makes it so difficult for people to really grasp it is because they start to they don't I think a lot of people don't want to believe it happens, and they don't want to believe like there's real people or there's real stuff that actually do this, and in large like investigations like this, especially that's like you're saying, that like that branch off into another crime, or maybe not another crime but another investigation, especially if it is um like the FBI already has something here that they can't touch, it's shut down. And then when people start to get too close to that, especially when it starts to, get feet online, the
Yeah.
the feds actually employ these people. And one of the common things that you see is people overseas who target and bully people who start getting too close to that other investigation.
Okay.
Yeah, which
That's
is
like,
Christina. I
yeah.
just want to come on and say the reason that I backed off the PR stuff, because I actually do really believe it now. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, her
Yeah.
tablet died. But I mean, and I did believe it back in the day too, but it was like the more you press on that and talk about it, the more harassment you get.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that's basically what ended up happening, where it was like, I'm not gonna like,
Oh,
I don't know, because you were starting to get doxxed and shit, like
Yeah.
yeah.
that's not cool, but it's also like maybe we can downplay this, but they already know, like they already doxed you anyway, so.
Well, and they've tried for sure, and but what I've noticed is, have you noticed how all of like the original like people have disappeared? They've disappeared.
They have.
Yeah,
Amen.
and
Thank
well, that's
God.
because I don't know that it's because I put something out, but I mean, I know
No, I think it is.
what I was starting to like look at was sort of like you were talking with the time frame, what between
Mhm.
19 and 21, where there's like silence, it seems.
Yeah,
Then you have
right.
things starting to go in place, and I don't think that every person in law enforcement and all are involved in a frame job, but I think things were going into motion
Yeah.
and people were being put into place, and that's where you have Reddit, you have, and if you think about
Mhm.
it, this has all just consistently moved from like Reddit, where they were putting out information where you could go here and this is where you can get the documents, and then it
Yep.
morphed over to, what was it, Luke had a website, and that one most
Yep.
people don't know about. That one disappeared. And then you have like the Rick Allen Justice one. Then you have like the other, the GitHub and stuff. And that's the thing, is people have a really hard time grasping that may not be what it looks like, in my
Well,
opinion.
okay.
Yeah,
So,
you
right.
did
Let
such a good
me,
job. Christina did such a good job, though. Like, look, just following those threads, all of them.
yeah.
And I mean, I think it's your tentacle gate, right, Christina, the long one. that is like
Yeah.
probably has all the receipts there. I'm gonna go link that and put it in chat too. So
Yeah, it's the,
Yeah.
the website debacle. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Like,
Okay.
I have a hard time. For me, a lot of this is about like economy of force. Like, what is the best way for me to spend my time and energy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can look at someone's behavior and misinterpret it, for several things, right? Like if they're walking lockstep, with what maybe the state would want or something like that, maybe that's social pressure. Maybe all the people that they think their friends are online are doing this. And maybe they're all doing it because someone else is doing it. Not everybody has to be paid, right? Not everybody has to be part of that. Like a lot of this, is like an audience capture style operation.
Right.
Like they,
Status,
people
status
come
clout.
in, they offer you technical assistance. They, some people come in and they attack you. Some people come in and they're nice, but I can acknowledge that, or I can make that the focus of my, but I just don't have the resources to run all that down and sort through all that and figure it all out. And I've just decided that,
Nobody does.
like people who I would assume, whether they're journalists or investigators or activists or what have you, if they will eventually work on behalf, or that they will eventually maybe censor information.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I can acknowledge that, because if I, just had the money shot and I was able to take the kill shot and, remove these people from the conversation, they would just be replaced. Like I'm looking at a very I mean, they would do it on my own tax dollar, right? Like they would just replace that person.
Yeah.
So, and I can be polite to those people because those are people, and they are cashing. A lot of those people are punching a clock, and maybe a lot of those people have trust in the FBI, and they think that, what, the FBI has got FBI has information on Rick that they just can't tell us, right? And so that's what they believe, and I think that's kind of where like Cryptics is. I think Cryptics thinks that it was BS. The trial was wherever, but the feds have got the nuts on Rick, and they just can't tell us. And that's I think that there are some people that are yeah. So I have for you, like if you're I've got some indictments, I've got some what did I get? I got something today that was really interesting, but it's got a lot of these a lot of the whole influence PR,
Oh, really?
stuff. I mean, this is like, court docs and stuff. So,
yeah, you have to know what to look for a lot of times too.
Well, Sheriff Taylor, that cop, he actually broke the Act Blue story, and he was part of what formulated my theory on like the motive for the murders. I think it was a cartel takeover.
The feds were in town due to cartels in Kokomo. Deadass. It was in the newspaper in the end of January.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, January 2017.
Well, okay, so I don't think that like, don't get me wrong. Like, you know what? I don't want to get into it too much because it's just theory, and it's not really. But I would say that, it's just some of the things people are saying, some of the Fed's response, all of that, just looks more like, there was some kind of, there was just some organized crime going on in the region.
Oh, absolutely.
There's just a little bit of organized crime going on.
A little bit. And that's very hard to parse, right? So it's like very difficult for me to like look at, okay, I got the wolf pack over here. I got this beating happening over here. I got these fires, in a region that is, replete. It's a target rich environment. So, what is connected to what? Got no idea. And the thing is if you have a theory for the reason for the murders, God love you. I can't even get close.
No. Yeah.
I can't.
I just, I believe that whoever did it was a sadistic psychopath. Like I know some hard dudes,
I'm a recovering alcoholic. I've spent some time in jail. I don't think I've ever looked another man in the eye who could have done that. But then you go to that region in Indiana, and you've got like 20 of them living within 5 miles.
Yeah, and
Well,
they're
but
all
what if it was like a sister or a female?
I mean, the one dude's got 2 little girls like in his basement, and they find that
That's
he was
true.
supposedly not even connected to the crime. Like,
Right.
how many of these people are in the region? And if you look at the amount of people who are connected to this case that have CSAM charges,
Mhm.
there's a thread. I can't connect all of it, but I know that one of the victims of the Clovis fire, what was her name? Alana McFarland had 2 charges.
Well,
that
you
was
know,
Josh, Josh's
Can
girlfriend.
I say something?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have thought for a while, or kicked around the idea that, like, there's obviously people involved in some stuff, right? A lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And you've got very common threads among most of these people: drugs, CSAM, biker gangs. Okay, those
Yeah.
things are prevalent and always have been prevalent. But you've also got a scene that was obviously staged, obviously.
Yeah.
And there is
Yeah.
some debate onto whether or not that was where the murders actually took place. I personally don't believe that they took place there. I personally don't believe this took place when they said that it did.
I don't think so either.
I believe it was the 13th was a staging of an abduction.
Yep.
Something happened in that damn bedroom. Undeniably happened in that bedroom. That bedroom makes no sense. Period.
The families weren't looked into.
And you've got one of the only material pieces of evidence there is a sibling's hair wrapped around Abby's finger.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, okay. So let me
wait.
Yeah.
If you've got people with their feet in dirty shit,
Yeah.
which obviously they do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fact, right?
Yeah.
We just don't know how much dirty shit exactly, but obviously some dirty shit. And you've got a shitty appraisal on a house that burns down a month after with an additional rider added to it for domestic terrorism.
And they've silenced that case.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have
think
that
it's a
paper.
possibility that those girls found something out.
Okay, well, let me
You got other things
speak to that.
too, right? What if this started off as one thing and has ballooned into another because of the feet being in all these worlds and these connections? What if you have somebody who tried to let's see, how should I say this? Move in on an already existing or existent organization going on and things going on, i.e. the gangs running things and so on and so forth. You can't deny it. I mean, the elephant in the room, honestly, and I think the biggest problem as of late is the arrest of Adam Bridge for 78 counts of CSAM.
Yeah.
Gee.
I mean, you can't ignore it. But do you see what I'm saying?
Well, yes,
I think it's very possible that this was all ballooned and ballooned and ballooned and ballooned. You've got people doing obviously very bad things, and you've got big names, and you've got a lot of people up there with connections to even bigger names.
True.
Well, I would like to see that evidence, and I have seen quite a bit to believe that.
Well, Fouts are related to the Modisets. That's a fact.
What?
The Foutses are related to the Modisets.
Okay.
Look it up.
Okay.
The family cabin is the Fouts Modiset cabin that they moved to Canal Park.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Oh,
it's there.
Okay,
that's
so
the guy
here's the thing.
with the connection to the producer.
No, Modesta used to be the AG of Indiana.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Okay, sorry.
And then you have other high-powered connections.
Yeah.
There's a lot of high-powered connections up there for that little sparse-ass part of the world.
Okay. Yep. That's
Yeah,
that's
just
true.
saying.
Well, that's
No,
what you
that's
have in
true.
small towns. You have a lot
So
of
okay, so like what if you're in that world and a murder happens? And all of a sudden there's all these investigations and all this media and all these cops that used to be on the take or used to be friendly to you, and now your little whatever you think you've got going on is now under threat of being investigated just because you were standing near a murder when it happened. So one of the things that like has always clued me into
That's a good
the fact that
point.
the guys who were fingered for this murder early on were either, these aren't guys who would bring a phone to a crime. And I agree with you that this was a frame job.
You not only
I
would
agree
bring
that
a phone to a crime, if you're somebody out there, look, I used to tell my daughter, don't be stupid. Don't do things like walk through a parking lot playing on your phone, because somebody
Yeah.
that's wanting to abduct you already has a fucking plan.
Yeah.
You don't expect that to happen, but they already have that plan.
Yeah.
You can't tell me, number one, I don't believe any of the damn digital evidence in this. You can look at every single bit of it with a naked eye and tell that shit ain't right.
Okay, well, let me speak to that real fast.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
Real
Let
fast.
me finish. No, wait,
Okay.
let me finish.
Okay, got it.
Okay, you've got that. You've got family members lying and retrofitting shit. You've got a bedroom that you cannot explain. That was not painted by a 13 and 14-year-old freaking girls, okay? It was not. You can see drywall residue on top of that damn paint can, and you've got every bit of artwork supposedly done by a teenage girl hanging on one small section of a wall by the headboard where she can't lay in her bed and look at it without laying the opposite direction in her bed. It does not make sense. You've got lies about sweatshirts, and first it's Kelsey's sweatshirt. Well, the damn Delphi sweatshirt was never Kelsey's sweatshirt. Period. Libby's seen in it many times. Libby was on the swim team. Kelsey was not. So there's no reason for that to be her sweatshirt.
Yeah.
You've got family lying and lying and lying. And then they send everybody looking all over the country for this mystery Bridgefoot with no face. With no face. Then we get this crazy ass 43-second video that is obviously AI'd through the ass.
Yeah, that was put out to. Yeah, no, that
okay.
I don't think that's real.
Well, okay, so let me talk to you about that real quick, 'cause I can't just leave that alone.
But wait, hang on. Hang on. Okay. That family sent everybody running all over the place looking for some mystery killer on a bridge with no fucking face. None. So I go back to the beginning. You've got a family resetting a phone. You've got only family members attesting to the fact that they saw these girls. You've got a 4-day weekend that was planned already by the school. Right. You've got all of that. Yeah. You've got shady dealings with an appraisal on a house that burnt down and killed 4 girls who happen to be African American. Can't tell me the FBI went all over that shit.
Right.
I'm just saying, is it not possible that this started off as And then you've got some interesting things we've heard many times over the years about, and a crazy, like, weird story written by the sibling whose hair happens to be around a dead girl's finger. I mean,
Yeah.
is it not possible that this was not? And then you've got Bree lying all over the place at trial. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Is it not possible that this started as one thing, and because of that one thing, this got
Okay,
other
what one
people
thing is it?
looking at
What one thing
everything
started
else,
it?
and everybody has something to hide up there.
Okay, so
Well,
let
we
me
don't
just speak to
we
that.
don't
Okay,
know.
so there's a lot there. The first thing I would say is we disagree about the digital evidence.
Okay, so tell me, Josh, why do you disagree with me about that digital?
Because it is consistent with all the other digital evidence recorded, like from other phones of that type and on that platform of that time. So so even if you look at Miley, and I've got it, Miley Bobby Brown, she was like a big time star, and she's got money for
Millie.
the best stuff, right? Or Millie, okay,
Yeah.
or whatever.
Millie. Yeah.
So she's
So sorry.
she's with her friends with her iPhone 6S on Instagram, or not Instagram, on Snapchat, and she's recording one of the ugliest videos I've ever seen. It just looks terrible. So it does not rely. iPhone 6S with what is it, 10.2, recording through Snapchat uses your viewfinder on your screen. It doesn't use the camera. So like it hyper compresses. So they did do some, like they were talking about it in the trial. They did do some like they tried to enhance and all of those things. And so
Yeah,
there is an element of it that looks a little
is
blocky or
tampering with
whatever. But
evidence, by the way.
But
Yeah.
here's the thing, like I can't. Okay, so I cannot. I can explain it through other means. The people who really criticize it, say that it's obviously false and it's obvious. What? Look, if that was faked, it is a Michelangelo. It is not. It was an iPhone 6S.
That had plenty of time to create it, and
Well, that-
technology
I mean,
Yeah.
look, it's
that
still
has
like
advanced to do it.
Listen, so
Hey,
they
go
had
ahead,
a still frame.
Christina. Oh,
Okay.
can we I just want to hear what Christina
Well,
had to say.
let me say this. That's the only thing. So I disagree with you about the digital data. Time and evidence can can change my mind. All right?
Mhm.
Time and evidence. So what I want to see is I want to see like I want to see a forensic breakdown. I don't want to see someone slow the video down. I don't want to see someone zoom in on the video and do it through a video player running through your graphics card, and have all that
Well, we don't
entered
even
into
have
the
the
equation,
original.
because then you're adding more artifacts. What you need
Yeah,
is
but
a
we don't.
pixel by pixel. You need a
Right.
lossless,
Well, it's not even
right?
that.
So
We
you go
don't have.
frame by frame, pixel by pixel, and show me, right? And if you can't do that, then I'm,
Okay, but I can look at two hairlines and tell you that they're completely different. Do you see what I'm saying? It doesn't take all of that all the
no,
time.
yeah, it does.
No,
Like,
it really
because people-
doesn't.
Okay,
She's-
convict someone on
Okay,
that.
how about
Convict someone on that.
Christina? I want to hear what Christina has to say real quick. Go ahead,
Okay.
Christina.
Yeah, well, the only thing I was going to say a moment ago was the thing with the video is, in my opinion, it's been altered. There's been things that's been added, because I don't think all of the video that we see was original to like the video. I think it has
Mhm.
been I don't know the word to use. Because if you remember in the early days, it was always that they only had a majority of them talking, because she had put it in her pocket. And I don't think I don't think that the whole thing is genuine. I think a portion of it is genuine, if that makes sense.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not an expert.
Right,
I'm a
me either.
novice. But I do have I mean, someone looked at me and they quoted another attorney, and they said that when they saw the video, they both agreed that that was what they saw in court.
Oh yeah,
So,
well,
like, I
Bob.
mean, am I going to, do I believe that, like, so at the end of the day, I have to say that, Judge Gull and all these other people were willing to, lie in front of the planet
well, I don't know if it's
in
that.
order to accomplish this thing. And I'm wondering what fits all the evidence, right? So if I, get caught
We
up
don't
on
even
looking
have
at
the
so
evidence. We
what?
don't have evidence. We
They
don't
won't
have
really-
evidence, guys.
Right. I mean,
Yeah, we
well,
don't-
look,
we-
I mean, there is evidence, and a lot of it, like, was kept from the public. Like, if
Well,
you, I mean, if
yeah.
you look at the trial records being transferred between court and, clerks and all of that, if you just look at the trial record, it says, that there is one record for public consumption, and then there's another record that is
Okay, that's fair. But
right.
the people
So, like, there's a
that-
lot of evidence that has been seen, and so, like, a lot of the questions, like, I sent Baldwin just like a shit ton of questions, and what I don't get answered is hold on, I'm getting texts. So what I don't get answered is like, are you, did you ever have to sign anything, when you looked at, this or that digital evidence? Did you ever have to, what did you receive did you receive a national security letter, which is what I think they got.
Okay. Well, in the beginning of this live stream, I went over why, like, I'm very frustrated with the digital evidence because there are no initial, like, extraction reports. There's literally, like, the TTT, which is the defense exhibit, which is just a workbook. It's an Excel spreadsheet of all the stuff that's been compiled by the different programs that ran the extractions. But it doesn't, specify, in my opinion, well, that I can see which extractions they came from necessarily. And I mean, there's the knowledge C, so we know certain programs that were run, but there's no, like, initial extraction report by Bunner, either the 2017 logical extraction or the 2024 physical extraction. So it's starting to get really frustrating.
That we have, like, I mean, what do we have? What do they have? So I don't
we can't trust
I
them
disagree with that one thing that artist is saying. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. I was probably wrong about the 207, picture.
What do you mean you were wrong about? May I ask what you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean? Because, like, Osberg agreed with you.
I'm sorry, I guess I
does not agree with me about the 207, image.
What do you mean?
I thought he did, because he said there was an anomaly there that he couldn't.
Okay, well, maybe he does. I don't know. I just know that he probably, I mean, I think he definitely has had, information that other people don't have access to.
Of course, yeah.
I think that the most important thing, like, takeaway for me has been, like, the 1351, this thing called deep links, which looked like it was existing between Snapchat and Instagram, where it wasn't caching or leaving, traces, but she was still sending, media off to someone before she got to the bridge. But there's so much about that apparently, I was unable to see and then factor into and give to an expert to look at that, like, it may very well be that the report that I, paid to have generated is, not really up to snuff. I've left it up because, like, I will retract my mistakes. I don't delete them. So if I ever have to, like, come forward and say, hey, I was wrong about this, I'm not going to delete what I was wrong about.
That's
just because, like, I feel like we're crowdfunding this. Like, my history has always been on the internet, crowdfunding investigations, like, whether it be old school 4chan or whatever, let's all get this done together. And if I'm wrong about something, I feel fine about that. It's easier for some of us to be wrong about something.
Right. Yeah.
That's why Daisy asked and I get along is we don't really feel like we own our ideas. Like, this is all something we're all cultivating. And that's good.
Yeah.
You know, like this isn't my theory on the FBI. There are plenty of other people who have, you know, contributed to that. And, you know, and it hurts. You know, I've reached out, you know, a couple of times to Christine or, you know, silenced.
Mhm.
And I haven't heard back recently. You know, I mean, I you know, trying to confirm some things, and I have some other questions. But I'm telling you, you know, when she put me on that Clovis track, and I kept quiet about that for a long time, and
You're just
you know,
noticing the thing.
Well,
but you know, so like, you know, artists, I don't, you know, I hope I haven't made you mad, because I do not know about some of the other things about the family and all of that. I know that what's her name?
No, you
There's
don't make me mad because my
years she
mind is
had a
not
show.
100% set on anything.
Yeah.
Because it
For
can't
years.
Yeah.
be.
Who was it that had
It
the show
can't
about
be
the
because we
families?
weren't allowed to see anything at a trial. So
Well, I mean, nobody asked any questions. Like
Right.
the
They didn't.
Indiana press never showed up on scene and said, you know, the obvious
Yeah.
question: did the girls' proximity to organized crime have anything to do with their death?
yeah, you're not allowed to talk about
Was
that.
never asked.
Right.
They never
That
let you.
question was
Yeah.
never asked.
Which is why we
There's
talk about it.
like
Yeah.
right, and that's the thing. Like, how do you flush that out? Like, what is the best path forward to flush those that out? Like, how do you investigate that?
Well,
Right.
if they're being
Mhm.
silenced by the feds, though, would that not basically make them kind of a casualty of all of this?
Absolutely.
If
And
that's
I don't think that, I think that that's what Becky, Patty, and Mike are. Like, I think that, you know,
well, is that why
that
you think?
they're victims in this thing.
But I've wondered about that because, like I said, the way that I feel about anything in this case is always fluid. Like I always
Yeah.
feel like it's changing and evolving. And but what I was going to ask is, what about Doug Carter, where he has this real, I don't know what you would call it, but where he's always talking about, oh, Mike, Patty, and there's this one man, Mike, Patty, and Becky, that I owe answers to, or I owe this. What is his like weird thing with them, you think? Like them specifically? Is it because he feels so guilty because he has to keep his
Okay,
mouth
so
shut?
I'm really sorry. I was busy looking at this picture from Duckin Felonies. I love that. And I was wondering what the
Yes.
question was about, and then I want to get back to you. Okay, Christina. So,
Yeah.
am I missing something? Like,
I'm not
With
sure what you're talking about, like right now. Sorry.
like with what Christina was saying, or with what Duckin is saying?
Yeah, are
well,
you
I'm
wanting
wondering
to?
about Duckin. Like, what's he
Okay.
saying?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Did you find that last picture of Abby and Libby alive? I'm guessing in the car, printed on paper and stamped Exhibit 1, compelling evidence.
Oh, I think
Well, I mean, what? Like, I mean, compelling evidence of what? Like, of life?
That they were
Life.
I think that
alive,
that's
last
compelling
proof of
evidence.
life.
Like, the problem with those images is they were all sent through a scanner or a printer of some kind, and so when I tried to do what is a PRNU test comparing, you know, the
Okay.
video that we have to the images to see if they were taken on the same phone, I was unable to do that because they've all been so
Yeah,
heavily processed through a
exactly.
scanner.
And the report we have is manually like put together from an extraction, so we don't even know how much of that.
Yeah.
There were mistakes all through it from the trial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like if nothing is weird about the picture of the 207 picture, right?
Oh, that one is,
You know,
yeah.
like why crop it and have this massive like border and hide the fact that it was like taking, you know, whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay, so like when Pertinent says that video is layered, Pertinent, listen, I am open to seeing evidence that things were manipulated. Show me.
I think it
Okay,
was.
so there is a way to prove that. Prove it. Do a video. Show the forensic. Show your homework. You know, and show me how it was done. Like I'm a novice at this, but I know that like the way to do it is not to, you know, play it through a video player, play it through QuickTime while you're streaming on your GPU.
But it's going to check out mostly because I don't think that it was made back in 2017. I think it was
No. Yeah.
created
Exactly.
at
Well,
some point.
I think that it was definitely okay. If you
Like
send me a document, right? If
Yeah.
you send me a PDF file, like of anything, like it's evidence. And I don't want to link it back to you, but I need to release that document. I've got 2 programs that I'm going to run that through that scrubs it of all information. And then I'm going to put, I'm going to put metadata in there.
Right.
And
like
then
re-encoding or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's called Danger Zone. So like there's a couple it's basically for journalists, right? So it's just so like if I'm a person wanting to leak a video to the public, which should have been public for a long time, how do I do that? What outlet do I give that to? Right? And there were a lot of people. I was mad that I didn't get to leak that shit, right? I was a little butthurt. I would have loved to do that. Come on, somebody give me something to leak, right? But what can happen to me? Well, I live in the US. Like people can investigate me. So like what outlets were chosen to leak what and why? I don't know. I'm not part of that decision-making process. But I think great thought was given into who got to leak what.
Oh,
and the defense attorneys didn't come out and say, "Whoa, that's bullshit. That's not real."
Yeah.
I think
so. I mean, I do like. There's an element of trust to this. I do believe that that Andy Baldwin is looking out for Rick. I do believe that.
I don't think he leaked that. I don't believe he did personally. For everything like I was able to pull up on that video, looks like it was I don't know if it's re-encoded. I don't know the proper word. FFG or FF. I'll have to go back and look. But like FMG. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Well, did anyone ask? Like the people who wasn't it leaked on? Didn't it first come out on?
Well, yeah, it was leaked through. Well, it was supposedly not leaked, but it was. It was through that Rick Allen Justice website. And
okay. Let me ask everybody a question. What's everybody's problem with leaks?
Well, it wasn't the problem with the leak, or the problem with it being put out. It was the fact that there were YouTubers who were claiming it was coming from the defense when they were actually the ones behind it. So that was the issue. It wasn't.
So there's some strategy to that too.
Well,
I mean, I just don't understand like how it hurt Rick.
Well, if you think
that's where I come down to it. Like,
let me answer that because I used to work in law and I worked in civil. But I'm going to tell you, I had lots and lots of cases where children were very injured or killed by some type of accident or whatever. Yeah. You settle those cases because the last thing you want to approach a jury with, you don't want to go to trial over cases like that because there's children involved.
Yeah.
Does that help a little bit? So how would that hurt Rick? You're looking at dead kids. That's how that hurts Rick.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, you're looking at 2 alive kids who are
people were
filming right before they get killed. Like
they were claiming.
No, I'm talking about the leaked evidence. I'm talking about the accusation that those crime scene photos were leaked by the defense.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's the thing is like they never would have done that. Like,
no, I don't.
I don't believe that at all. I don't think
that was a setup.
That was completely a setup.
I agreed. 100%. I'm not talking about the leaks of the crime scene photos.
You talking about the leak of the video?
The video, yeah.
The 43-second video. Well, here's my problem with it though is that that's not it's not what was described by attorneys that were there, and we know who those are. They were described, you could hardly see the bridge guy. He wasn't there. Then all of a sudden he's there. He looks like an ant. And then we get this beautiful hyper-colored, completely enhanced version of things.
And there,
I don't have. So yeah. But I mean, I do say that the video is that way. Like, because if you watch the video, you don't really see bridge guy unless you.
Nah, I don't know about that. Go back to the old.
It's just so fast. It's like up under her arm. And I used to say, and let me retract this right now. Like I used to say that like this whole narrative that like Libby was acting quickly and she was filming. I believe that now. I believe that Libby was feeling some kind of way. I think that they were there to meet someone. There was a series of events that were supposed to happen. Like there's
Jerry Holman confirmed that.
Yeah, there was so. And that things were not panning out the way that they were supposed to. And then this one guy who walked by us on the trail this direction turned around and now he's headed back.
But you got to wonder who decided that he passed by them and turned around.
Well, I think that it makes sense. I just think that because the video didn't show, like, there's that still frame and there's no one behind her.
Well, she was on the other end of the bridge. That was the very, very
No.
beginning.
I mean, well, the data on it says that she was closer too.
Yeah, see, that's my issue with it, because if you go look at the position, you know, the trees and stuff, it was very much the very, very beginning of the and you know, actually last
Well,
2
you're going to have to show me that. You can prove that to me. If you're
Yeah.
right, I will change my mind. But when I look at it, I see the end of the bridge. And that's one of the things that I think that they got there. And
It was the start.
she wanted to take a picture
Mhm.
for somebody. I think that, like, maybe Logan, whoever. I think that, if you're walking across the bridge and you've just done this for the first time, I don't know if it's her first time, but the look on Abby's face as she looks up at Libby, who's filming, is kind of excited. Like, can you see what I'm doing? Look at this. I just finished this bridge, right? But they took this one still shot of her walking across the bridge. Like,
Yeah, that
I
was
think they were sending that to someone. I think that was
the
for
beginning
somebody.
one. Oh, no. That picture wasn't found on the device.
No, it was not.
Well, okay.
No, it
correct.
was found on the
they said it was
internet.
found on the internet. They said
Yeah.
it was found on the internet after a Google search, which is just, oh my God.
Well, and early testimony and stuff says that, and early interviews said that either Becky or Kelsey or one of them first found it. And the FBI, if you go back to those kids' interviews, they're saying that the FBI came to them and wanted to know when they screenshot that those screenshots would absolutely be in that report, because if anybody takes a picture on Snapchat of your snap, it sends a notification to the user. But the thing is, here, this also has like the circle timer on it, on the one, and it would not have a circle timer if it were sent to everybody like they're claiming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at the like the list of phones that have been extracted, like there's just massive pages that just don't exist. It's all redacted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And that's
okay,
where we agree. Like there's so many of these things
Yeah.
that we just don't
And
know because
right. And
we can't forget too that they allowed Kelsey to go through that phone and she deleted things.
Yeah.
Why would you
Yeah.
ever allow someone to go through the phone? And I mean, she also admitted to catfishing her sister after denying knowing anything about Kagan Klein. How do we know? There's no definitive proof.
Well, I agree.
From the state that those girls were even out there on that bridge. How do we know?
Okay, that I don't. Okay, so
created by Kelsey
is that there's some weirdness going on. There's some weirdness going on with like a lot of the local girls. And
can I just say to that there's a lot of content that both Christina and the Unified Demand with New Day and artists here have put out concerning a lot of these inconsistencies, specifically like with like why it took them 8 years to finally put out this video, what was known about, whether or not the video was because a lot of people said that she put the phone in her pocket and stuff. And then, Christina, like you talk about, I forget what we were just talking about, but it was pretty important because you were talking about.
Oh, are you talking about early interviews maybe, or no?
Maybe, yeah, it was like you told her. I can't remember now, but I know that if you go and watch a lot of Oh Hey Christina shorts and her shorter videos too, you'll see what it is that we're talking about.
Oh yeah. Well, there was one with the altered circle timer. The little timer thingy that goes on.
Well, that was the thing. Like I've never been able to see that.
Yeah.
I've never seen that. Like I've seen that on a video.
Yeah.
So
she goes over that really well. Yep.
Yeah, I went back through.
I mean, I'm willing to see and talk about all this.
Yeah, you'll have to look at it. It's in any picture. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've seen that picture. Like I don't own that picture. Like, where is that image?
Right.
Messed up,
The circle timer. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is like, whenever everything that I pulled up on Snapchat, they also keep there's like a record, like a running, I don't know what you would call it, but from Snapchat that they keep from all of their glitches and their where they have problems in, they go after, they have to go patch it or whatever. How I don't know anything technical, but and I
Yeah.
went through all of that, and there's literally never once since like I think it was 2014 or something like that, whenever Snapchat first came out, they
Yeah.
literally there is not a single glitch where the center timer is messed up like that. And so
Mhm.
it's, and also,
So where does that picture? What is the origin of that image?
that
Who
one,
got that first?
oh, you know what? I don't know. Does anybody know?
And where did
Because
they get it?
I don't know if we
I
know.
thought
They
it was
claimed
the
it on the
blue.
phone, I thought. Did they
Okay,
claim
well,
it?
Wait a
I
minute.
mean,
Which image?
The
Which
bridge,
image?
the empty bridge with the messed up timer on it,
Oh.
the empty one.
can
Yeah,
you,
I think they
okay,
try
I'm
to.
going to step away for just a moment. I've got to get a drink.
Okay.
Okay.
I was in a rush to get here because I was late and I felt really bad.
No, you're
Hey,
okay.
ACV,
Yeah, you're fine.
I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Yay,
it's
AC's here.
hi ACV. Hi. No, yeah, okay, so but the thing is like my issue too is okay, there's several other like pictures and that like Michael Osbrook has came out and said, well, these are from a different date. And what I find interesting is that they've been put in the GitHub and they've been put on the report for the phone data. They've been put on there as if they were from the 13th. Now, I don't know who I trust more, which is really neither, but one of them is wrong. And see, Osbrook was saying those pictures were from another day. So in a report, they would be like a cache. So it would just be like a small picture or something like that, like in a, I don't know, like a knowledge C type report. But it doesn't say what was happening with that image. It just shows it in Libby's account. But the thing is, you know what, artists, I just got to thinking off of that when you're saying about this data being BS, because it is. And that's my thing is this, I wholeheartedly believe that this phone is a second phone, because I think I was I just telling you guys a bit ago about how in one thing it's talking about the phone was found under her lower back to the left under the shoe, and then you go through other reports and stuff and it says the phone was found under her legs, and it's
Yeah.
these people can't get it. So it to me, that especially if he's talking about a potential FBI like angle, that would make sense if a phone would disappear. And now what are law enforcement having to do? If that were the case where they have no choice, it kind of makes sense if they were forced to go along with backtracking. I still think they'd be shady. See, that's where I don't know, because I feel like it could be any of these things. It's just
It's,
that's where the confusion comes in. That would make sense if they want people not looking at a certain angle. Maybe all of the confusion could be because that's a thing. And I need to try to put this out, actually. Some of the stuff that I was looking up on, oh my gosh, it is really mind-blowing when you look up stuff about the things that happen in a very large like investigation that another investigation starts to butt into, and they want to shut one down. And like this case, if the feds have a larger, more, especially if they have undercover officers, undercover federal agents, like live going in, like he was talking about earlier, as these, I don't know, white supremacist type people, they've got probably years worth of people who've infiltrated, who have been building rapport. They are not, they're going to shut down a murder. They will absolutely do that. And what happens is they have people who would then do this stuff online, who go out, and the purpose is to misdirect people, to create distension, to create issues. And also, I think we talked about this last time, whenever you have people who can't get along in the community, it's like, what happens? Everybody's bitching and hating one another rather than continuing to dig into a certain angle, and that's why I try not to ever be like mean, because it's like part of me is like, it's it's meant to keep issues going, and it's like, I'm too hard-headed, and I'm like, if it is something like that where people are put in place to misdirect and to get people to hate each other, I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, what he was saying it when he first came on too, like what he was describing to me doesn't sound like an FBI cover up. That sounds like something beyond the FBI to me.
that's what I was thinking too, because it's like, is this bigger?
That sounds very reminiscent of some rumors we've always heard about, like shit like the JFK assassination and things like that. That sounds like it's gone to another level, which I think is entirely possible.
Yeah,
because of the involvement of the people surrounding these girls in whatever they're all involved in, which obviously we know they're involved in some stuff, or have been, or still are.
Right. They had very problematic people around.
I mean, we have people that have gone to prison for drugs. We have an uncle selling CSAM. We have
but then you have their dad, or one of their dads, who somehow not doing any time for any of these crimes. I don't think it's wrong to question that.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not wrong. So I mean, it's kind of like New Day and I. We say it all the time. It's so much, and it's so much, and it's gone. And while I think that all of these other things are a part of this and have ballooned into it, we have a motto: keep it simple, stupid.
Well, I think that's what happened in the beginning. I don't think it was this huge, elaborate crime.
I don't either.
Yeah, I think it just it ballooned.
I think it turned into way more, and I think it started with who they were trying to frame in the first place, not maybe realizing what kind of ties those people had. I think that's what's happened, in my opinion. What's happened here is something simpler that has ballooned and ballooned and ballooned and ballooned.
Well, that goes along with what I was saying earlier with the helicopters and stuff. They were discovered, like David Erskine talked about this years ago, and what I cannot get out of my head, I don't remember him ever talking about sticks being found on the victims. That's what's weird to me. That is what is weird to me. He didn't say that at all. And he also talked about it being earlier. And when you go back to that footage, and the guy that I was telling you about from the transcripts, I think it was Jason Page, going up, flying around, he's like, we were flying around so we could find the crime scene from the helicopter. And he's like, he's flashing a strobe light. And I went back and I was like, oh my God, he was.
Yeah.
But noticed was the helicopter was intentionally not putting the camera anywhere near that crime scene. So they knew up in those helicopters, when they're telling people that they're searching for the victims, do you notice that there's no people searching? And then you have the whole, where they said I don't know if you've read this, but they said in all of these transcripts from all of these CSI people, they staged over in the cemetery. Well, guess what? Helicopter, what do you see over there? That thing is full. Every freaking cop in Indiana is there. And if you look at the shadows on the trees, those shadows are like super, super long, which would be, it was the morning time.
Yeah, it's earlier in the morning. Yes. Yeah. Somewhere probably between 7:30 and 9 o'clock.
Oh yeah. They knew hours and hours before. I'd love to know who Jason Weaver is too.
And I wanted to say too, because my phone was being a jerk, and my technical issues, I'm gonna have to figure something out. I'm about to throw them all through the window, honestly. But no, I noticed that too about the helicopter footage, and I think that they either pulled it away or they went back later and cut it, because it's obviously like, it's going along, then boop, and then we're in a different place. It's obvious.
That's what I'm putting in. Because I'm working on a video for that right now. Because I was shocked, because it's like, now at least people are vindicated to some extent, because they're no longer thinking, well, I just saw a flash, and then it's like, well, I sound crazy. No, he literally says in the transcripts he has a strobe light. I found it too. I was like, holy shit, I cannot believe they have.
can you go put what Duck and Felonies just set up? Because I agree with everything that he just said, and I've noticed that too. And you can't deny this heathen reference and that Harley Quinn damn message and the crazy laugh on the That's what I'm talking about, Duck and Felonies. I agree with you.
Well, I've got to
Sorry,
get
Christina.
also.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Girl, I'm all over the place too. Though. No, when you mention Flora too, or well, I guess her mentioning any little black friends, I still need to get that out to you guys of the what do you call it? The Flora 911 transcripts.
Yes.
Yeah, that's wild. Something's
What's
not
wild
right.
about it?
Oh, you haven't seen it? The Flora transcripts for the 911 call? I guess you haven't. So it's what's interesting about it is it shows in the 911 transcripts that when the first call that they get is from a female named, it's supposed to be redacted, but you can kind of put it together, but it's Elizabeth Ayers, and she says she's calling to report the fire and that her husband had called her. And then you get another call like seconds later, and it's from the neighbor. I don't know that person's name, but it was whoever. And they said, I'm sorry, Elizabeth didn't get a call from who was it? The neighbor got a call or she called Elizabeth, and Elizabeth called Josh. And it's like, or some variation. I'll have to go find it. But it took all of these people like doing phone tag before he ever calls the 911. And it was 6 minutes between him talking to the neighbor and his wife. Yeah.
Because that's what normal people do, right? They call this person and that person calls this person. And no, you call the damn 911 when you see a freaking fire coming out of a house.
Yeah, and his ass, he never called. Josh Ayers never called 911.
Isn't that curious?
He never called 911. No,
I wonder if did he call 911 when he and his partner's air conditioning business burnt down too? I doubt it.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know, because I'm wondering where he was at, why his wife called him.
Yeah, me too. Where were you?
Yeah, well, he was there because if you go listen to the dash cam, you can hear the officer hollering like, "Josh, are you okay?" or something like that.
So, really? Because I haven't heard the audio either.
What? Oh my God, girl. Okay.
I haven't.
I was working on some stuff, and yeah, because I'm working on, I got like 75 projects. I'm always working on. I can't ever get stuff out fast enough because it's like, I don't know. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I'm working on something else too, because I have a problem with some of the stuff that's happened, like even in this community, some of the, like the jokes and stuff that's been made about these deaths. And I'm wondering why these things are acceptable to people in this community. It upsets me.
What are you talking about? Jokes?
There's several YouTubers who, well, I mean, are making some really, really insensitive jokes about the deaths of these children. And I'm confused of why somebody could be advocating on one moment and then cracking really, really bad jokes about these victims, particularly Flora.
I mean, you know what else I find tacky?
Mm-hmm.
That they opened Fire Pizza basically across the street from the damn Flora house.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Fire Pizza. Yeah, isn't that tacky? Wow. That just kind of tells you, like, to me, that speaks volumes about the mentality. Not only that, but like earlier when I was looking for something for Adrian earlier in the live, I pulled up the ISP website, and right there, the very first thing on the home page is, somebody knows it's wanting information on Flora. Reward still $5,000.
So
just $5,000.
Let me
still $5,000.
If I can interject, I did see communications where someone was attempting to give, information about Flora to investigators and then to media. That was rebuffed. They didn't want it. The
what?
Investigators were more focused on J6
Oh.
The investigators were literally more focused on January 6th attendees in Indiana than they were taking information about the Florida fire. And they were saying,
Yeah.
send it off to someone else.
Oh my God.
And then the local media in Indiana was rejecting it based on this idea that information that encourages distrust in public officials is a safety issue that supersedes the public's right to know.
Yeah, I have major issues with that. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't like that. Mm-mm.
Because that's not how news used to be, right? The news used to report it called it like it is until
I
Yeah,
don't
they
know if
it
that
ask
started
ever
being
on.
done by
existed.
political parties who with agendas and PACs. That's what happened.
Yeah, they don't ask hard
Wow.
questions anymore. They don't.
Nope.
Well, not in Indiana.
Mm-mm.
I don't
You
think
know,
on a national level anywhere.
right.
Because I said this before, depending, you can hear the same story, and depending on what national news service you're listening to and what PAC is running that, you'll get a slightly different version skewed to that political agenda no matter
Yeah.
what.
Right.
Well, all of this media stuff are connected to a lot of the people that are not work in this case, but online personalities too. In this case,
Well, there's,
Okay.
so there are people who are punching the clock. There are people
Yeah.
who are ideologically aligned.
Yeah.
And, differentiating between the two, is a monumental task. What I can try to do, though, is I can try to at least be civil.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
am. I've been
No.
ugly
Okay,
to
wait. New Day says New Day just called bullshit on me. Pull that up, please.
No, she says low light is right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She said you're right.
Yeah.
Because right after 9/11, we started hitting our eyes. I think that's when it started happening.
Yes.
like,
Oh
wholesale.
yeah, and they scared everybody into doing that. And I can tell you that
Yeah.
for a fact, personal experience, because I lived in courts at that time,
Mhm.
particularly federal courts, because of the job I
Yeah.
had.
Okay.
Guys that knew my name after 911, about 6 months later, I walked into Court of Appeals, I think it was, to file something, and the guy was like, "Call me by my name, and can I see your ID?" I was like, "Are you kidding?"
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
all of
What?
remember when they would do the, and then they would do the terrorism warnings on the news every day.
Oh,
It's a
God, I
yellow, it's a
remember that.
red, it's a
What was
yeah.
that
They
called?
scared the shit out of people,
Yeah.
Yeah.
They passed some sort of I don't know if it was a law, but they passed. I forget the name right now, but it basically given them access to to violate our rights, basically, to get access to phone information, to get access to all sorts of information after 9/11.
Are you
But
talking about the National Defense Security Act, or are you talking about FISA?
I thought it was an acronym. I cannot
FISA.
think about it right. I can't think.
So FISA, maybe the FISA court, FISA warrant. They're able to get all your digital stuff.
Yeah, basically.
They're just able to get it, and then you can't they can give you a national security letter, and then you can't talk about it.
Right, and
So,
see,
and then if you're an attorney working on a case, they can give you a national security letter and say you can look at this evidence, but you can't ever admit to seeing it. So
yeah, that's what I've wondered if that hasn't happened in this case.
there you go. That's my theory. Yeah, that's the.
Well, okay, so then if that's your theory, I have a question then. Okay, so you have someone like David Erskine who came out, was talking about how the crime scene and stuff was found, and then, but this is what I was just telling them. He's not talking about it being, there's not sticks on the victims, there's not all of this stuff, and he said it was hours earlier. And then all of a sudden, there's this whole thing they're trying to keep secret, and there's sticks on the body. So, what do you think how that could be? Because I actually believe David Erskine.
Okay. Well, I think that the crime scene was weirder than what we know.
I agree with that.
Right? So, but I've stayed away from like trying to find evidence of like the crime or the motive and all that. Like I kind of theorize quietly to myself, but I got no idea just because the evidence. And let me just say, like my olive branch is with the digital evidence, like I can be proven wrong. I'm wrong. I can be wrong. I have no problem with that. But show me where I'm wrong. The only thing that I would definitely put my foot down on and stand on this is that if it is faked, it is as far from amateur work as you can get. This is not Obama's birth certificate. This is like Michelangelo shit.
Well, wouldn't that make sense?
Whoever did it, whoever faked that, if it was faked, was really good at what they did.
Well,
do you
yeah,
know-
but that's what organized crime has. They have the ability to do those things. And
Well,
they
yeah,
had
I mean, I
time.
agree. In
They had
2017,
time because we didn't see
Sinaloa
any
had
of this
access
stuff
to,
until after the trial.
yeah.
think
Well, I mean,
most of it,
Sinaloa had
a
access
good
to
part of it, we did
Pegasus
not
in
see.
2017. So,
yeah,
Yeah.
and those cartels, they're smart people. A lot of people don't give them credit.
oh, come on, yeah, I
They're
agree. Yeah, I agree.
very,
Yeah.
very.
But we have that, we just have this. We have the Hollywood interpretation of defense attorneys. We have the Hollywood interpretation of, the cartels. We have all
Mhm.
those things. I just, like when it comes to like the families being involved in some way or whatever, I just have a hard time like extrapolating to Judge Gull behaving the way she did. Because it just makes a lot more sense that, a federal agency walked in, slapped a national security letter on her desk,
Mhm.
and she understood that we're going through with this, and I'm hell or high water, I'm putting this guy in prison. That's what I think.
I've wondered about that. That's what I've wondered about the family where they look so damn guilty. Because I'm the same way as everyone else. I'm like, they seem shady as hell. But then whenever I start to dig more, I can't help but wonder if it's because they can't speak. And they have a lot that makes them look guilty. So I can't.
Yeah.
That's another thing. I'm
Yeah.
just like, I don't really know. But I think you definitely are onto something there because whenever Becky did that whole like book slide thing off, where she did the little, little slip and slide there with that book in the room with.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, to me, it was almost like, because I'm not a Becky fan, but I was like,
Okay.
huh. And I thought, to me, it was almost as if, I don't know if that had anything to do with anything, but
No, it didn't.
yeah, it was weird.
I will say this, low light. Like I heard you say that for the first time back when you did a live with Silky, and I can say it's something that has always stuck with me, and I have considered. I'm not convinced that that's initially what happened. I think that might be what initially, because of the ballooning that I believe has taken
Well,
place.
what are you talking about exactly?
Well, when you said that, they got a visit from national security, a letter left on the chair, whatever. I've never dismissed that. I remember you saying that on Silky's Live.
Well, I just think that it's the most likely thing that describes everything we see, right? So,
well, I think it could quite possibly be the reason for a lot of the things that happened after the fact. I'm not sure it has. I'm not convinced that that's what it started as. Like I said, I believe it ballooned into many things because of the involvement of people in many
and I have
things.
no problem with you having that theory, right? So like, I mean, let's flesh that out, like, and let's be willing to either, falsify it or, move on with it. Right. So I have no problem disagreeing with people. Some people really get passionate and they get angry about their, this is my position and I'm going to hold it, hell or high water. And I do that when I play poker, which is why I should never play poker. Like I will be holding a really shitty hand, but because I've like, held on into it for too long, I'll like lose money on it. So
yeah. I mean, we've had lots of theories ourselves over the years. I still go back and forth on a few things. But I know that there's been a lot of effort to distract, throw you in other directions. And like, if you just go back to those first days, there's a lot of very suspicious movement.
Yeah.
Yes.
By the inner circle of those girls.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just cannot unsee it.
Yeah. If you, like Sheriff Sean Taylor is just informed so much. Like we should speak off stream sometime to kind of get our ducks in a row. No pun intended there. Duck and felonies, but
Such a good name. I'm sorry. Such
So-
a good name.
Yeah, I like that actually. So I just think that we should talk off stream sometime, you know,
Yeah.
to kind of like, I don't know, share some ideas.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm going to jump off because I got to be at work in like 3 hours.
Oh my
Well, it
God.
was nice
Thank
to
you
meet you.
so
Thank
much,
you.
artist. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're
Thank you for
welcome.
Nudie too. We very much I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, good talking to you. Thanks for having me on. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you,
Night. Love
guys.
y'all. See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
Oh, hey, thanks, Josh and Christina too. Always love talking to Christina. Christina
Yeah, we love you,
disappeared.
Christina. Yeah, we love you, Christina. And yeah,
And it was
thank
good to
you.
hear from you too, Josh. It was nice talking to
Yeah.
you. You know,
It was nice.
don't take my passion like I have
Oh, I
something
don't.
out for you. That's not necessary. You know, that's not really the case. I get very I'm passionate about this stuff, and I
Been looking
can't.
at it a long
I
time.
don't like the fact that the state has, you know, tried to dupe everyone. It
Right.
pisses me off a lot.
Yeah.
But anyway, I love you, Queen Adrian. We'll see you probably Saturday. So
Okay, that sounds good. That
hey,
sounds
thanks
good.
for having me. Bye, everybody.
Yeah. Bye. Okay, so Josh, did you want to say anything before we go?
Are you ready
Oh.
to go? Because I just wanted to plug.
Oh,
a couple
Christina's
things that we're going to plug
wants
before.
to come back in real quick.
No, they don't have to come back in.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. They don't have to come back in.
Okay.
Fine.
I don't know what the hell happened. My phone said it was overheating. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Oh, that happens. That happens.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what you guys
So
were
I
talking about.
wanted to the couple. I mean, for a while, like I think all the way back on Silky, I started talking about her. Her name is Nurse Lindsay.
Okay.
She was a vaccine injured person, and
Okay.
she was like in a cytokine storm or something, and her hair was falling out. And this was for years, and she was experiencing all kinds of inflammation. You can find her on my
Yeah.
Twitter.
Okay.
But she eventually got to fly over to Japan because the treatment that she was going to have is not legal in the US. She had the treatment and her life has completely changed. Like her hair has grown back. She's exercising again. I thought she was going to go over there, and if she survived the treatment, like her life would suck just like a little bit less, but it's completely different. Her whole everything has changed. So check her out on my X.
People want to know your
And Sheriff Sean Taylor, I cannot tell you enough like how much this connects to Delphi. Sheriff Sean Taylor, 71 warrants for trafficking, confiscated by Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. The first arrest of people that they were investigating just happened in Tennessee the other day. And so I've got some of that on my Twitter, but definitely you don't need to follow me. Follow Veterans for Child. I forget what it is, but
can you
definitely
can
follow.
You put your Twitter in?
Oh yeah. Twitter in the thing. Yeah, sure. It's,
please. Thank you. Because then they can find the people that you want to promote.
Live. Boom. There you go. So
Yay.
that's all I got as far as that's concerned.
Okay, perfect. But yeah, I'm glad you guys all got a chance to talk, though.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's not letting you? What the
fine.
hell? Okay, no, here. Let me see if I can do it. Is it X? Is it at no? Is it at
X.
Noble Lie?
It's just Noble Lie / Noble Lie. I'll put it in private chat.
Okay.
If I can. / There it is.
Lie. Okay, let me see what you did behind the scenes. Where is it? Chat x.com. Okay. _ Noble Lie. Why wouldn't it let you? That's so dumb.
I don't know.
I'll figure it out someday.
It comes down. I have a whole thing on that, and I mean, it's all AI slop, but
it was really
nice.
nice.
I think it let me.
I think we have a lot of. Well, I don't know if everything, but I think that we have a lot similar that we.
Yeah.
Things that we think.
Thank you, Delphi.
It's interesting. I didn't know you thought that about the FBI, which is excellent because I agree.
Oh,
So
there you go. Well, there, I mean, we've had so that's the thing. Like, we both had the same theory the whole time, and didn't know. I
Yeah.
think we should definitely talk, and
Maybe I can give
I think
you
I have
each
some
other.
information for you. So
Yeah, maybe I can give each of you the other person's information.
well, she can definitely have mine if she wants to reach out. That's
Okay, cool.
and then I'll
Yeah.
have
there's
hers
a lot.
right away.
It's the thing is it's really hard to convey a lot of this to people because it's really
Yeah.
hard to kind of make sense of it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's. But can I ask now? I know you had mentioned something about like PR stuff earlier. If I'm understanding you correctly, are you? Because if I am, it's my theory too. So, are you thinking that a lot of what could be like sort of PR, so to speak, is like mostly not really PR, but mostly what appears to be grassroots, but who kind of gotten pulled into it through clout, through just connection or whatever, but they're not actually PR, but they kind of operate almost like PR?
Well, I think that all of the above. I think that there are
Okay.
some people who are definitely punching a clock. I think
Mm-hmm.
there are people who are ideologically, aligned. I
Yeah.
think there are people who have outlets that have been captured, right?
Mm-hmm.
So whether you're accepting technical assistance, whether you're, it just depends, right? So
Right.
like how you got there. And then some people are definitely punching the clock. I would say no expense was spared.
Right.
No
And
expense was
if
spared.
you're thinking this is something bigger, like FBI or bigger,
However,
it would make sense.
let me just say this.
Mhm.
Like, going on the attack has always, like, I am very reluctant to especially do things publicly. Like, I disagree with people behind, off
Yeah.
camera all the
Yeah.
time.
Right.
Not all the time. I mean, I try to keep it civil. But here's the thing, like,
Disagreement's not always
me, like, if I came, so say somebody, and people do it, quite a bit, they say mean things, on Twitter or something.
Mhm.
I've done it a couple times, not often, but if I came on here after reading a comment, someone said about me on Twitter,
right.
and I start talking about it on a video live stream, it is not a proportional response at all.
Well,
It's
not
like
for one person.
responding to, like, like small arms fire with a nuke. So I feel like if somebody is posting something about me on Twitter, it's probably best for me to go to that person personally or post back on Twitter. But coming on a live stream and, putting them on blast is, I
What if they
eventually
dox
want
you?
this. What?
What if you get doxxed?
You're gonna get. I got doxxed. we've
No,
all
but I
been
mean, like,
doxxed.
what if
So that's
right?
the other thing. Like, my point of strategy, especially once I started coming out with certain material, was to stop using low light, stop using it, but just start using Josh Jackson. And I put my face and my name on it,
Mhm.
and I'm
Yeah,
out here
That's good.
understanding that if certain people are going to dox me, they're going to. So what do? I got a lawyer. I got a little file with the local police department,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and and they know, right? They know if there's a swatting thing at my house.
Mhm.
I'm not.
Yeah, that's the thing though. It's not usually one person that's doing the targeting. It's typically like a fucking brigade.
Yes,
People.
yes,
Yep.
absolutely. But the thing is like I can draw their fire,
Yeah, yeah. Well,
right?
that's how
Or
I've
I
been.
can,
Yeah, I haven't responded to people or anything like that because
yeah.
the way I see it is, well, the people that are doing a lot of it now, I don't think are any kind of like PR firm, whatever. You can, in my opinion, you can always tell who is likely connected in some way to PR or is actually maybe PR because there's a very big difference in behavior. And whenever
Well,
people are
there's
made,
okay.
they're not PR.
Yeah. There are people who I think there are a lot of really well-meaning people.
Yeah,
I do.
yeah, I
And
agree.
I think that, there were two camps really in this whole, investigation publicly, at least the crowdsourcing thing, the thing that's
Right.
happening out here on the interwebs. that was able to see information that no one else had, right? And
Yeah.
those two camps, you know, have their own litmus test ideologically, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've really got to kind of align with them to be part of that crowd. And
Yeah.
you can't like cross the DMZ and talk to anybody over there, right?
Yeah.
And they can't come over here and talk to people, right? Well, I've never really followed those rules, and I've never really been allowed in either camp. So,
Well, it's
I mean,
our way of thinking, you know, it's very elementary, I think, very juvenile
Yeah.
to think that way. And I think that's how it's created to be almost, if that makes sense.
yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. So it's meant to tap into that base instinct of I want to be part of this crowd.
Absolutely, 100%. And see, that is what I'm really proud of, like Adrian, New Day, Artist, and them for not subscribing to that. And I don't try to take part in any like bullying, and I've had some people be really mean to me, but I don't, you know, I guess it's like to me, it's people who are like you said, probably well-meaning. I don't think that it makes them necessarily evil. There's some I've wondered about, but a lot of it, I think they think they're doing a good thing. And then that's my issue with whenever you have like attorneys, like certain, you know, attorneys, because what happens is, and then you get people who they want to be connected to an attorney, you know, and they, and me, I don't care if I feel like somebody's being dishonest. I don't care who you are. Like, I'm not okay with, and maybe it sounds like you're like that too. And I think that's more honorable, and it's a lot harder. It's
hard.
Yeah, difficult.
So. I think like you do have this thing in just the true crime community in general, not just here, that want to say truth, justice, and, you know, protect the victims, but what they really mean is I want to stand in a crowd and hurt the next person. And we do have that.
Yeah.
We have that.
Yep.
But, you know, some folks, like, their power is much greater when I pay attention.
Oh, absolutely. And that's where you start, you know, and that's where you,
that's why you have to ignore it. Yeah.
Right.
But I don't want to amplify it either, right? So like I mean, I saw it first, actually. I saw it first, like when people started sending me information like, hey, like, you know, we need to start rooting out the chaos agents. And I said, you know, to both, you know, like there were two, you know, there was Prof doing his thing, and then there was you know, another group of people who were amplifying Prof, right? Because I mean, they said they hated Prof, but all they ever did was amplify him.
Right. Well, if you hate somebody,
so at the time they were amplifying him, they were just giving him more content. So like I said to both people privately, you know, like both groups, I was like, look, this is not going to end well. You know, what's going to happen is it's going to drive, you know, people away from the topic, etc. And people just kept going.
What do you mean?
You know, so I feel like, you know, we could all just, you know, allow people to be involved, but, you know, just try and do an end run. You know, I feel like getting the story to the largest audience is the way to go. And you know, I had an Operation Relatively Louder Mouth that I was doing there for a while, where I was just going on streams and I would pay $20 for like a big named person. I've had Jimmy Dore, I've had all kinds of people. You know, I even tried it with Hassan Parker. Like I've tried everybody you can imagine. I've given $20 to say, you know, Richard Allen was railroaded, and, you know, he's actually innocent. So like getting that to a larger platform. My biggest sin in this entire thing was saying no to Occult Rejects.
No to what?
I should have gone on that show. And I even hit him up recently. I was like, I was like, hey, I'll do it.
The Occult, Christina, the Occult Rejects podcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to. I mean, I feel like Adrian needs to leave. She's been on for five hours. Oh my God.
Oh
no,
yeah.
No. I mean, as long as you guys want to talk, but you guys both have jobs too, so I'm not trying to keep you here.
I work. Yeah, I don't work until tomorrow night. That was part of my problem tonight. Okay. So I switched medications and.
Yeah. Well.
No, you're good. You're good.
It's been really difficult, like though, to because I've tried really hard to not be pulled into a lot of the well, you know, where you're baited by certain people. And it's been very hard not to react, of course, but that's what they want. And I mean, in Prof's defense, he was getting it pretty bad. And I don't, I mean, I don't know if you think it's proportionate or not, but I mean, I think it was pretty bad for Adrian and him there for a while. And they've finally backed off. They've kind of all disappeared except for a couple like stragglers now. And those are the ones that I don't think are connected like to PR. Like I said, messy, that's where you start to find out who is PR and who's not, or even who's loosely connected. And that was my issue. The people that are, I would say, loosely connected, it's weird, their connections. That's what I put all in my video. I was really surprised. And then there's been more and more that I've put together.
Well, there are some connections that I think that, you know, like you just have this passion for this thing, and I just got some information that I want to give you that I think that, you know, as far as like connections are concerned, because that's very important, you know?
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of like less focused on, you know, the individual people and that sort of thing, and more actual firms.
Yes.
You know, that are accepting contracts and, you know, paying people. Because, you know, like we're dealing with humans, and we're dealing with people who honestly, when they look themselves in the mirror, they don't have no problem. They see themselves as the good guy in their story. They sleep well every night. They wake up and they think they're doing the right thing with her, you know?
Yeah. And that's
and,
where,
you know, so I have to acknowledge that, because I feel the same way about me. So I want to say to Pertinent, I have no problem with the Occult Rejects. My initial response was actually I sent a message to them. I've still got it. I said, hey, Adrian, you know, talk to Adrian, talk to Prof.
Yeah.
I said, you should have them on as a guest. But the person that they had on as a guest when they were really interested in Delphi was, I forget the guy's name, Austin or something. And he came on and he was doing this whole woo-woo thing. I don't know, global goblin death cult or something. And and then he was right after he did that, he was invited on Sam Tripoli. And then Sam Tripoli went from there to Joe Rogan. And in the green room, he and Joe Rogan talked about child sacrifice. But when they actually did the Rogan podcast, they talked about Karen Reed instead. No. So like I was a breath from you know, from Sam Tripoli, who could have gone on and actually said the Fed angle instead of the global goblin death cult. Yeah, that was, I mean, I would beg to go on there now, you know, because I've sent Sam, you know, a couple super chats, or, you know, whatever they're called, Rumble rants, you know, to, you know, about Rick, and I've done that to everybody.
That's really cool.
Oh man, it's expensive after a while.
It does. Yeah, exactly.
So really, it's just kind of like tactics, like, you know, I'm just me.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, how do I spend my energy?
Well, exactly. And I'm like, I think much like you, I think that's what makes it a little bit easier for me to not react, just because I do understand, like you said, these are still real people. And I also understand that they think whatever it is they're doing is like, they believe it is the right thing to do. And like, so I try, like I said, I've never like bullied. They've said I do. Now they've said that I do. They've also said that I, and it's a complete lie. And you know, the way I look at it is my behavior online, and the way that I guess act is it will prove otherwise. I haven't bullied anybody, but I've been accused of all of that. I've been accused of hacking people from a library, like, and that's what
I think I read that.
That's exactly right.
Sure. But I've been accused of being me. I've been accused of being you. Like, it's like,
Yeah, and
Well, you know what? Like, I just think that you're all amazing, but you're nowhere near as interesting as, the cover up and the murder and all those things.
exactly.
Until
Yeah,
American
exactly.
Night Mom, I love Kurt. I love Kurt. He's hilarious. I wish he would talk to me all day. But
Yeah.
here's okay. So, there's this. Have you ever heard of 764?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you heard of the 09A, the Order of
Yeah.
Nine Angles?
Yeah, I think I've heard of
Okay.
that.
So there's this lady named BX. You can find her on my Twitter too. BX. She did her due diligence. Like she took a look at a couple of different investigations. One of those is 764. And I mean, she became kind of like the expert. She was the person teeing off on these people. They were they were kind of coming after her, at least online, and threatening her and stuff. And she knew a lot about 764. And like, if you had a question about them and asked her, boy, she could just go off. She could tell you. She just knew it, right? And she's pretty much the expert on the topic of 764. So much so that she came like to the attention of Sean Ryan. So Sean Ryan invited her onto the show. Well, before she goes on the show to talk about 764, this satanic child killing cult, an FBI whistleblower who now has a podcast named Kyle Seraphin, I think, calls, Sean Ryan and says, "Don't have this lady on your podcast. She's crazy." And he completely blocks her from going on. Well, what I sent her a message. I tried telling her, I was like, look, 764, it's a honeypot. It's an op. They're being worked by the FBI. And this guy who's supposedly an FBI whistleblower who now has a successful podcast, and instead of being found dead in a hotel, parking lot, he's blocked you from going on this show because he's protecting an FBI operation. And sure enough, just recently, there was a big, huge bust on 764. 764 shares iconography with the 09A. That is all.
Yeah,
like the 09A is actually nothing like 764. And if you read their founding texts, if you look at the life of David Myatt or Anton Long, whatever you want to call him, and you compare it to what he wrote, you come up with a picture of what he was trying to build, which is an intelligence agency that was working to destroy the Christian and Jewish influence in white Europe. And he wants to return Europe to a white heathen place.
And that was a part of.
And he sees the biggest problem as Christians and Jews. And it is wrapped into the occult and Satanism, but it is not that. It's not even close to that. And those people are dangerous, and they're dangerous because of the way they're treated by
Do you
the
think
people
that
who should know.
Do you think that there's any even connection or anything like that to this crime? Like,
No.
you go higher and higher up, or no?
No.
What? Okay.
I just don't think that, so these two little girls are not what you would call. So, do I know that, some, so 764 is going to draw some psychopaths. It's going to draw some people.
Right.
That are generally dangerous and need to be dealt with, right? I don't want people like that talking to my kids online. So please stomp on them.
Right.
Please stomp on them.
There's still some overlapping stuff though between what goes on behind the scenes with people that are chronically online and how they operate in a similar way that 764 does.
I just don't think that those girls were told to do harm to themselves. If you look at the girls in the region, if you read between the lines of some of their public statements, these girls were given electronic devices. They were given money. They were given increasing amounts of positive feedback for doing sexual. You see what I'm saying? So showing their bodies online and things like that. These were not sadistic. These were. A lot of these guys share, tendencies with they just kind of didn't grow up. mentally, like their bodies grew
Yeah.
up, but they were still sexually attracted to girls who were in middle school.
Right.
Yeah, that's becoming
And
more
that's not
common.
764. 764 is like, hey, kill your cat, cut yourself, put it on camera, or we're gonna kill your family.
Yeah, and that's not the
Well,
thing that was similar.
And I don't see
yeah, that's not what we were
Klein as
saying.
that. Now,
Yeah.
were there people like that in that audience or in that orbit? I have no idea. I think
Well,
when you have young girls who are doing those kinds of things online, you're gonna get that kind of people drawn to it. Am I gonna stand on that and die on that hill? No. I mean, there could be connections. I don't know.
No.
I've never really
like
looked into that.
like the abuse, or like where they were
yeah.
not that part of it. I was thinking more of the where you were saying how they were kind of like wanting to see on the spot. I can't remember, but about the getting kind of rid of the Jewish and the Christian stuff, like that thing. Because I was thinking, then that goes into like the heathen neo-paganism stuff, and that's connected to this case too. So it's like, do you think it could be a like kind of a distant type thing, another
Well, I think that there are certain people that would be attracted to O9As. So okay, so if you look at the initiatory rites in the O9A, first of all, they're all self-graded. You don't have someone sitting there saying you passed or failed. You do that. Eventually, what you do is cull someone. If you get caught, you failed.
Well,
right. So I'm saying is that the very first initiatory rite is lying on your back under the moon until dawn without moving an inch and staying awake the entire time. If an ant crawls on you, a spider crawls in your nose, if something happens, you can't brush it off, you can't move. How many people have you ever seen who could do that?
I don't know, but
okay, so another initiatory rite is basically, like marathon level, physical fitness tests. Another initiatory rite is going into a cave for like a month or 60 days or something.
Yeah.
With food enough to sustain yourself, light and no entertainment.
Yep.
And it's self-graded. So if I want to come out of that little cave after a weekend and then put an O9A symbol on my on my YouTube channel or something like that. Like I'm not O9A. I'm not. Like I'm an idiot. I'm just some kid putting a 666 and a pentagram on a trapper keeper, trying to be edgy in school.
Not the trapper keeper.
Like the kid, the person who can do this, who can read what David Myatt or Anton Logan wrote about insight roles and whatnot, the person who reads that and understands that you do not create the starboard in your home, you don't have any of the materials, you look like a Christian, you look like a cop, you look like an atheist, you look like a Muslim, you don't look like a Satanist.
Right.
That is the person that's terrifying. The person that has reached the highest levels of academia in Oxford, in Harvard.
Well,
that plays the role of a liberal or a leftist or labor in Parliament, but then at the right moment. So if you read the book of parables,
guys,
go ahead.
We may need to cut it short. Okay, I can't. I'm losing it right now. It's good. It's cool.
Thank you for
we can do this another night. Yeah, it's just going to be the O9A does need its own 5-hour live. So if we do go into it.
Okay, well, I appreciate you having me. I'm sorry for being late.
Yes.
No, nice
you're good.
Christina.
You're good.
You can give Christina my contact information. And
I did. I sent her the most recent one. Yeah, 346. I think that's I don't think that's real, Matt.
Yeah, it was nice to talk with you, Josh, and thank you for having me on, Adrian. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you for
there's
coming
346
on.
watching, and it's not real.
Wow,
I don't think that's real.
No, yeah, there's 348 watching right now.
No shit.
I don't think so.
Is that
I think it's glitching, guys.
Wow.
Okay. I sent it out. So.
No, guys. I really do think it's glitching because that's not a thing. So
I don't know. We're talking about some wild stuff tonight.
No, if we go into 09A, it's got to be. I got to be fresh. My brain is
She's
fried
tired,
right
and,
now.
and if 340
no,
people are watching, they can come back again. Check out our channel again, people.
Exactly.
Well, check
Yeah, we'll talk
out
about it.
I need to paste your there it is.
Yeah, I
So
appreciate
check
you having
out
me on. Yeah.
yeah, thank you so much. Check out Josh on X for at Noble Lie, and then oh hey Christina, let me copy and paste this. Please check out her channel, subscribe, binge content. Please check out the Unified Demand, binge their content. Thank you guys so much for coming on for as long as you did and having an excellent discussion. And yeah, I'm really, really excited and happy that you guys, I finally got everybody in touch with each other. All the great minds have now interacted and they can go on and interact with each other too. So yay.
Yeah, thank y'all. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry we kept you up late.
Great.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just like, no, we can't do 09A with me being in like fried brain mode. So
yeah. No, it's awesome.
Yeah.
There's a lot to talk about. Yeah, I would love to come on again. I appreciate it. So thank you.
Awesome.
It was
Awesome.
nice.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank
It
you.
was nice talking to you guys too. Yeah. Thank you. And have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.